Hello, and welcome to Midnight Metal. Robin Meyer Burnett and Dave Parker, they're fucking metal. Midnight Metal, Midnight Metal, Midnight Metal.
Oh yeah, we're all goof people ready to do another episode of Midnight Metal. I know you are. You feeling metal tonight? Yeah, you are. You're all feeling metal. You are. You know who else is here feeling metal? Mr. Dave Parker. Dave, are you feeling metal tonight?
I'm feeling so many things right now. Welcome everyone to the show where two middle-aged men grasp onto, a sense of trying to be cool and youthfulness that, we're pretty much lacking, except for maybe here with the few people who watch.
Speak for yourself, son. Speak for yourself. Come on. Why give in to age? Although I have noticed as the years tick by, more and more people accuse me of being an old man. Not a dirty old man, but just an old man. I aspire to be a dirty old man, but that doesn't fly in this day and age, really.
You'll get there.
Oh, Rob, I know I will.
If they only knew. But I don't want to be a dirty old man, Rob. I want vampires to exist. I want to be bitten. I want to be young.
I will. Does that happen? If you get bitten by a vampire, does your age get locked in, or do you have to be stuck at this age?
I don't know. Hopefully the whole thing will do sort of a youthifying thing. I don't know. What do people think?
We've talked about that. Well, I throw that out to the audience. Yeah. Do you think if you're bitten by a vampire, you stay? I mean, clearly, like when Claudia gets bitten in interviewing a vampire.
But that's Anne Rice's thing.
Yeah. Well, it is.
Who knows?
I'd like to think if you could be any age as an immortal, because I thought about this a lot. Any age, what age would you like to be?
I think 30.
Do you think that's a little too young?
No.
See, I would go more mid-40s. My hair hadn't gone like gray yet. I still had hair, not gray hair, but you're old enough to be mature, so you get taken. You're
already a vampire. You're already mature.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if you look at like you're 30, you can't allow 20 or 30 years to go by and get away with it. People are going to be like, "Why do you still look 30?" But if you're 45, you can you could get away with it longer before you have to change your identity and move. So people don't know you're immortal.
What's interesting is that if you become a vampire, you plan on sticking around the same group of people for 20 years. And I'm going to be like, I'm going to go here, and then I'm going to spend 20 years over here, then spend 20 years over here.
Well, I don't know about 20 years, but because now you can't. Now, if I turned into a vampire pushing 60, people would notice because it's like 70, 80, that it starts to, everybody else, there's a lot of space. But if you're 45 to 60, for me at least, other than the hair, not a lot of space, you can still get away with it. Maybe. I mean, I'm only thinking because, Dave, I'm hoping maybe as a result of this show, if truly the supernatural exists, I would lay down my life to be an immortal. And if I had to kill people to survive, I would love that.
Yeah, I do too.
There's a lot of people that I would go after immediately. And there's a lot of people that need killing. And I would feel no remorse.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, which shows what our moral compass is. I'm kidding.
No, we would become apex predators.
Well, we would.
Bobby and Dave got to eat. We got to eat, Dave.
But we would be there. I'm with you though. I would go after like bad people, shitty people.
Yeah, I hate it when they ain't been shaved.
Was he shitty or just a redneck? I mean, come on.
Seven Von Sickle, he was cool, man.
No, not him. The guy who ain't shaved.
Oh, the guy who ain't shaved. Well, yeah, but
he was just a.
Look, I would prefer to be like Miriam Blaylock. I would want to live fabulously in a $30 million New York apartment and play violin all day. And
you wouldn't play violin. You'd live in a $30 million apartment that would be filled with more of the shit that's behind you.
That's probably true.
You would be. I'm going to learn to play the cello. No,
No, but if you're immortal, no. If you're dude, if you're immortal, sure. You know, you'd have to. Have,
I mean,
this
maybe.
would be. Look, there's no quicker way to seduce beautiful women than play an instrument well. And since I'm an immortal, I would learn, how to do it.
You learn how in between making, model kits and shit like that.
Yeah, but that's in my own time. I mean, I'm not.
You're a vampire.
Look, in the 90s, dude, I didn't stay home on Friday or Saturday nights. I was out. I was until I got married. Then we'd stay in, but we were always partying. I mean, Do you know why he was always out in the 90s? Do you know why? Do you know why Rob was always out? Because other people had to buy me drinks. Otherwise, no, there was no power at his place. No, that's not true. Come on now. No, but occasionally it happened. Occasionally. Hey, that's called life. That's living. So it can happen. Look, it can. The way things are going right now, it could happen to any one of us. I'm just hoping the power stays on. Me too. LIVIN. No, it's true. So I got something I wanted to show you. Okay. So the trailer to 28 years later, and they use that recording of the Rudyard Kipling poem "Boots." Yes, and Boats. That trailer was cut by a friend of mine, Bill Neal, who is like the greatest trailer editor, especially of modern horror that we have today, and he won an award. I forget what the trailer awards are, but he won for best trailer. Golden Reel? Was it a Golden Reel award? It might be for the best that trailer. That trailer is the greatest. Did he choose to use? Yes. That is the greatest trailer because they incorporated it in the movie, so he probably got it from the movie. But a viewer sent me a video on YouTube. And it's by Rory Robinson, R-U-A-I-R-I, Rory Robinson. This is an entirely AI-generated music video that used that poem, the Rudyard Kipling poem, and they made. First of all, he made a techno, like a dark synthwave from the '80s. He made a piece of music out of that poem, and then he AI-generated this music video. Now, one of the things, like, we've talked about how AI is coming for all of our jobs, and indeed it is. And when you look at this, everything you see in this video, if it were not AI generated, as you know, you'd have to find a location to shoot it at. You'd have to put everybody in clothing. You can see this music video probably would have cost literally millions of dollars. And everything that you see in that frame is not real. But think about how many production designers, all the extras you would have to hire, the costume designers, everything in this video. But what I love about this thing, and in terms of AI, because we're all like, AI is coming for our jobs. And yeah, indeed it is. But there is a new artistry that I am watching arise out of all this, mostly done by younger people who are embracing this, and why not, where it's all... This thing that I'm going to show you would not have been possible. I mean, it would have if you had millions of dollars, but it would not have been possible without AI. And what I find really interesting about it was the creative leap that somebody made after seeing the trailer for 28 years later, the Rudyard Kipling poem, and how they had to prompt everything. Now, I'm not saying this is the greatest music video in the world, but I do think there is a new form. I don't know if it comes out of the idea of doing memes, the remix culture, but I want to play it, and I want to get everyone's attitude about this. Well, Rob, in the immortal words, the opening of the very first Skid Row record, roll it.
Oh, thank God we're not playing it all.
No, I can play the whole thing. But
Wasn't that special, guys?
Well, no, but so here's the thing. As AI programs get to the point where you can actually create coverage, you know, you can create AI generated characters, or you can create real people from all different directions, and you can start to make coverage, medium shots that'll have continuity between them. Not that this video does, but what's interesting to me is that people took these ideas like the Rudyard Kipling song, turned it into a
pretty mediocre song.
Well, it's okay. It's okay. Pretty
mediocre. It's not for me. It's not for me. I know.
Of course.
I'm sure some kids today would.
But that's not my point. I mean, this will get better. Now I wanted to play you something else.
Oh boy.
I know, right? I wanted to play you something else. Now when I saw this video today, I looked at this video today, I was
gobsmacked.
No, it wasn't that I was gobsmacked, but what I found really interesting was the idea that Rudyard Kipling song was turned into a techno song. So I just thought, I want to make one. I want to make a song like that, like an 80s synth song that, remember, somebody would have to have created or done or whatever. So what I did was I took T.S. Eliot's famous poem, The Wasteland, and I made a song too. I timed myself. I'd found the lyrics. I found the poem's really long, but I found basically the first stanza. And from the time that I started making this to the time I was finished with everything was 8 minutes. 8 minutes. So I'll just give you a little taste of this.
Rob,
yep.
In the immortal words of the very first Skid Row record, roll it.
April is the cruelest month, breeding lilacs out of the dead land, mixing memory and desire, stirring dull roots with spring rain. Winter kept us warm, covering earth in forgetful snow, feeding a little life with dried tubers. Summer surprised us, coming over the Starnberger Sea.
With a shower of rain, we stopped in a colonnade and went on in sunlight into the Hofgarten. We drank coffee and talked for an hour.
In gar keine Russen, stamm aus Litauen, echt Deutsch.
It's a very dark video.
And when we were children, staying at the Archduke's, my cousins, he took me out on a sled and I was frightened. He said, Marie, Marie, hold on tight. And down we went, in the mountains there you feel free. I read much of the night and go south in the winter. What are the roots that clutch where branches grow?
You get the idea. The point is, I did that in 8 minutes. Just prompting around, doing, you know, and this is the very first time I ever played with this software.
Okay.
Where is that going to go? Like I would have bought that album in the late 80s, 90s. I would, if somebody made and it made me think to myself, I want to make an entire concept album about T.S. Eliot's The Wasteland. And I could use video prompts. I could sit there, and if I wanted to take, like, I don't know, a couple weeks, I could put out like a 2-disc epic, totally AI generated record. You know, I know nothing about audio production because of the audio drama. I've just done some audio production, so I had that on the brain. But people are gonna, like, I found myself strangely fascinated, and even though it was all AI, I was engaged creatively.
Now, did you give it the style of music that you wanted? And
yeah, all different.
Else?
I was playing around with all different kinds of styles. In that 8 minutes, I tried all different things. Rock. Cool. This was dark synthwave I
mean, that's the thing. It's amazing what you can do. You know, you can make it sound like Prince if you wanted to.
Yeah.
And I mean,
but what I was trying to do was I was trying to collide things, you know. That's it, and I was just, I'm looking at all this going, well, and look, young people are when I say those young kids, they're not shirking, they're not turning away from this going, oh, I don't want to do that. They want to do that, and they're embracing it.
True. And the funny thing is the amount of time that they're putting into perfecting this kind of thing, using these apps and technology and everything else, which is considerable. I think we could both agree the amount of time that they're putting into that. And I just sort of go, and maybe this is the old man sort of thinking, like, what if they put in their time to actually learn an instrument, or learn to write, or learn, how to DJ or create their own sounds or something like that? Wouldn't we still be much better? It's what bothers me. And I think AI is a very useful tool. We'll see how damaging it actually becomes. But, but the thing is like,
by the way, that wasn't a video. I didn't make a video. I just made a song. That's why the
right.
screen was black.
Yeah. Well,
somebody
but what I'm
said,
saying
why
is
it the screen black? The screen was black because it was just a piece of music.
But the thing is like, I think a lot of this stuff sort of, it's not stifles creativity, but it rewires creativity in a weird way that I don't know. It's the Cliff Notes way of getting to this stuff instead of earning it in a way. Well, and I don't know, and I think that's the thing. Maybe, and I can be wrong. I usually am. That it seems like this generation and everything is looking for the quick fix, the Cliff Notes version of it to get there.
They're looking for that, yeah. But
instead of earning it, instead of doing the work, the people that inspired them spent years doing the work.
Yeah,
and they just want to So I think that's where
that's
divider is.
But that was what I wanted to bring up, because if you go and you look at social media, and there's I went down that rabbit hole with this guitar band Polyphia, and watching these guys, they're virtuoso guitar players. They've been playing for decades, But we live in a world now where, look, everybody wants, you can see it across the board. Everybody wants easy answers. They see something they want to protest. It's either yay or nay. There's no middle ground. There's no gray area. Everyone's just like, no, it's either good or bad. Our politics are either good or bad. I believe in socialism because, you see these kids running around going, oh, the worker should own the means of production. Really? Well, who paid for those means of production to be constructed in the first place? Who's paying the insurance on that? Who's paying the rent on the building? Who's paying the power? It's really weird because AI is, I think, it's the perfect time because nobody wants to put in the time. Everybody wants the quick, easy fix. The generations of every kid gets a trophy. AI is perfect for that.
I know, and it is, and look, and people are, flocking to it. I mean, you and I both have used it in one form or another. But again, for me, it's a great way to sort of brainstorm certain ideas and go, what if this happened as opposed to this, and just be able to see, and then it springs something in my head, and then I turn it off and go to work. I don't want it to, the one thing AI is missing is the soul. We've talked about that here before, I think. It's just missing the soul. And the thing is, real creative achievements of all kind come with hard work. And what are we saying if we're saying just take the easy way out? When has that ever been ultimately beneficial to things?
Never.
That's like cool. We're on a clear path. It's like everyone wants to joke that, Skynet's not around and that'll never happen and stuff. But everyone is like, not everyone, but so many people are like more than willing to, let it happen. And I think it's just sort of like, boy, this is a serious talk right at the beginning. Here we go. But yeah, I mean, just look, that's the way I feel. I feel like to truly achieve something, you got to do the work.
Well, I agree, because if you don't have the theory behind it, if you don't understand what it is you're doing, if you don't understand beats, you don't understand how a song is constructed, it ultimately is meaningless. I think before on the show, or somebody I was saying, if you're driving a car and something goes wrong with the car and you don't know what to do, you're just stuck by the side of the road. If you don't know how to change a tire and you don't know how to jack up your car to replace that tire, you're pretty useless. And if we only have a society of people that don't know how to change tires, where are we going to be? You know, and I think one of the things, I see that politically, I see that scientifically, all across the board. We even have people cheating in academia. You have professors whose work is being uncovered as being fake. They're giving fake citations to support their research. And I'm like, wow, you know, and if that's where, like you and I, if somebody went to you and gave you $1 million and said, go make me a movie, you could. You could literally make a film. You could hire the people you needed to do it. You know the entire process. You could go, and if somebody said, here's $1 million, but you have to have your movie done by August 1st, you could do it. So could I. So could I. And I feel like, I don't know if that, it worries me to watch our society from top to bottom. No one is going to know anything anymore.
Well, the funny thing is, you know, someone pointed out in the chat, and I just want to bring it up because it's interesting too, is, you know, the fact that, okay, the people who are making advances now have put in work and stuff like that. And I agree with them. They have put in the work to understand, to create the AI and the programs and the apps and everything, and then to learn how to use them. One of our friends, Dan, you know, does you know, Mid-Journey stuff and everything else, and he's worked now years learning it and everything. But the difference is when you take the like if you go make me a short film that's like a Kubrick film or something like that, and you haven't actually watched those things, you haven't, just as an example. Right. It's like, oh, I've seen some photos, I like the aesthetic, or I saw a trailer and I like the, you know, that, or maybe I saw The Shining or something. But without studying things, whether it's movies, music, books, whatever, science, do you really understand it? To prompt something informatively, to really, is, you know, where is the, it's just interesting to like see where is the cutoff, where is the divide here. And, you know, it's not to say that, you know, some amazing things can't come from someone using these tools, but, you know, and my limited capacity of what I've experienced, it just seems like a lot of people are just, again, taking the fast track. And
well,
not,
it's
and the thing is that they're, you know, but again, that's an assumption. I don't know everyone who's using this stuff. So.
Well, no, but the thing about it is, you know, every image, like if you're making a film where somebody is placed in the frame is a decision. You know, where the light is, where the light comes from, that's a decision. Somebody's making all of those decisions. And whenever you look at an image from a movie, you have maybe 100 people that have weighed in on every single shot.
Sure.
And with AI, all of that is being replicated based on other people's previous work that has been stored in the cloud.
You know, sorry, you know, also let's not dismiss the very obvious thing, especially with movies and everything like that. You know, it's like, well, how many ripoffs of a successful movie? How? Yeah, it's like, but this is what people do. We ride on the backs of giants.
Well, yes, but I mean, the difference is that you still have to recreate. Like, it doesn't matter if everybody who's going to, you have to still pick which lenses you're going to use. You're going to have to pick which, how are you going to light this? You're going to have to, there's a whole, where are you going to shoot this if you're shooting on location?
I bet, sorry.
No, those military vehicles that were in that music video that I showed, those would cost, you'd have to go to the U.S. military and get them to grant you permission to use those aircraft. Now you don't need to go get permission because the aircraft will just be generated by the AI. So you can literally do anything you want, which means the creative constraints that were once put on filmmaking that you had to get around to make it work, there's no creative constraints. You know, you can do whatever you want.
And part of that's exciting. But again, part of that's exciting. But the other thing is, I think that part of that, having now with what we have technology without AI, especially for movies, anything you can imagine now you can put on the screen and everything. But look what it's actually done to the movies. It's given us some amazing stuff, but it's deprived us of a lot of things too, because now the space is taken by all these giant pictures.
Well, yeah,
these giant films, because what the audience is going to now is, for the most part, again, I'm generalizing, is spectacle.
Well, and they won't know, but they won't know the difference. Like, music has a theory to it. You know, learning music scales, learning the different, you know, learning what chord progression is. If you just are working in AI, you never have to learn those things. It'll just give them to you. You won't even know what a chord progression is, so you really don't even understand the underpinnings of musical theory. Now, you'll just be happy that, oh, look, I've generated an entire song in 8 minutes, like I literally did today. But that doesn't mean I know anything. How that song got generated and why it works and why I like it, I'll never even know the reason, because I'm not doing any of the work. The work has been done. AI has everything that human beings have created since the dawn of time that's been uploaded to the web, that it's been trained on, and it will never tell you those things. And so you will never understand, which means you're not really making art. You're suggesting to a computer what it should do, and the computer is the thing that knows everything and puts it all together. You're just saying, it's basically like your order. You know what it is? It's you're ordering a gourmet meal at a restaurant.
Yeah, and you're leaving it up to the chef.
Yeah, you don't know anything that's going on in the kitchen. You don't know where the ingredients came from. You don't know if it was farm raised. You don't know you don't know what was in the sauce. All you're getting is your prompt is your meal, what you want, and then the chef brings it, the kitchen makes it for you.
Yep.
And now you can be a connoisseur and you can go, well, this steak is better than the last steak I had, but you'll never be able to explain or articulate why that is. If you never, how can you know what a nice bottle of wine is? You know, I guess you would have the wines already finished, so you could discern what you liked about it. But a meal, you know, and the thing is, what's really scary is eventually no one's going to care where the meal came from. Just give me the meal.
But I mean, I think that's the thing, that what's exciting always is the individual finding things. I mean, I don't think every musician has studied musical theory when they're starting a band in their garage. They're just playing like, oh, what sounds cool? Let's play like the Ramones. Let's play like Van Halen. Let's try this. And, oh, this sounds cool. And we'll put some lyrics, and they figure it out. But I think it's, you know, obviously what's exciting to the individual is that journey of discovery of like wine tasting. You're like, okay, well, do I like white wines or do I like red wines? What kind of red wines do I like? Do I like the bitter ones or do I like the more, you know, lighter ones, you know? So I think that's always gonna be there. It's just a matter of, the question I think is going to be, well, what are they going to have to discover? You know, will these things, will so much of this stuff, because again, we're so influenced now by, or the younger, I would say younger generations are so influenced by what's hot right now. That
Hansel.
Hansel
is so hot right now.
Right, but will they even, because if everything's flooded on how they digest media and entertainment, flooded with all this type of stuff, will they even get to experience unless someone older shows them or has them listen to Led Zeppelin or Jaws? Jaws is a bad example. That's going to be probably eternal, but maybe not. Who knows? But, you know, will they even be able to find these things that for the past several hundred years have been great and influential before all this stuff?
Yeah, well, I know
it's an interesting thing to think about. We don't have to worry. We don't have to worry about it.
No.
We have our physical libraries that will be with us until we're gone.
But there is something to be said for learning how to play an instrument. You know, learning how to
paint, learning how to write, learning how to do any of it.
Any of that kind of thing. And none of that stuff is going to have to be, I mean, painting is something that until they have AI, which they will, they'll have robots that'll be able to recreate the brush strokes of whomever, the grandmasters. I mean, would you want that? What's that?
You can already do that. Go, I want something, you know, I paint me a painting that looks like a Caravaggio. They can do that.
Yeah, but I mean, not on an actual canvas yet.
No, not on canvas.
You know, unless you want a giclée, you can make an image and then make a giclée of it where it gets printed onto canvas.
We'll know we're in really dark times when all the museums like take all the art down and just put up screens.
Some places we're already there.
I'm sure.
You know, but you're right. I mean, it's an interesting. My real question is, where's that going to leave us? I mean, I'm not going to be here, so I don't really care. But it just seems like it's taking us down a path. Like, again, the question. I think the big question of the 21st century is going to be moving forward. Where do we as human beings want to be? And I think one of the things that's happened. One of the things, like, you see so many performative activists. People want meaning in their lives. And if you know, to play an instrument, to be good at an instrument there's meaning there because your entire mind and body are used to make something, you know, whereas, I mean, it's literally coming from you, the way you're playing and all that. If we don't, as human beings, have all of those things that have given meaning to human life in time, I mean, think about it. Think about what it was like if you weren't fighting for your food and your shelter every day, which is what if you look at the grand scheme of things, most of human history up until the last couple thousand years was trying to figure out how you're going to survive the day. And if that means we had no other concerns. And then when you finally could stop and be in your cave with your mate or your tribe and you can have a fire going, then somebody might look at the wall and go, you know, today we had a really great hunt. I'm gonna paint our hunt on the wall so we remember this day. And then somebody, you know, put berry juice on their fingers and started drawing something and then whatever. And then somebody realized that, oh, having a cave painting memory of the day, that means you can come back tomorrow and see it and remember what happened. And then suddenly, oh, now I've got a story to tell. You know, here's what happened on the hunt today. And you tell the people that weren't there what happened, and they sit there riveted listening to how you took down a mastodon or something. And that became, I mean, it organically grew out of our desire to make our lives have more meaning in them. But what happens when all of that impulse is now completely generated by a machine and we no longer have to do it? How do we we who gave our own life, all of human art, all of it, is all of us trying to make sense of our existence. And if we turn that over to a computer, what's going to happen to us?
Well, there's two things that could happen. We'd either become drones and follow our, you know, robot overlords, or, you know, the thing is, there's always going to be people who are just naturally sort of attracted to older stuff. We've seen it. You have, you know, people who still dress like the Renaissance, and you still have people who, you know, get into swing music in different eras, and they're just sort of attracted to that stuff. So there'll always be those people. I mean, there's people who are riding unicycles still. So it's just, you know,
but that's something to do physically, and I don't think that's going to go away. But
again, so, you know, there's that, you know, there's that stuff. There's always going to be the exceptions, but it'll be interesting. True, you won't be able to see it, but Rob, given all the thousands of hours that you have done on YouTube and everything, if you don't think that when you die, there is going to be an AI created raw observation show probably happening on a nightly basis that has analyzed everything that you've said and can spew out stuff.
I can make that show right now. But here's the problem. The opinions that you'll be getting from me based on things that come out after I'm gone, you can have an AI avatar of me giving opinions, but it won't really be my opinion because it'll just be an amalgamation of. And the thing is, you'll be able to look at. I mean, there's 44 episodes of Robservations now.
Yeah.
And so by taking all 1,044 of those shows up, you have my voice, and you can probably gauge with quantum computing what I would probably think, make those calculations, and it'd be very easy to continue doing. I mean, and by the way, to be honest, if I could do that right now and no one would know, like if I could make an AI generated Rob and just schedule a regularly scheduled Robservation that would go on at, you know, a certain time every single day, you think I wouldn't do that? I would.
What I would love to see is what happens when the AI, goes through all this footage and catches you when you're drunk or passed out, and when it decides to use that stuff too.
Well, it will. I mean, I would hope it
I know.
You know, tonight's drunk Rob night or whatever. And what would be even more interesting is that viewers' choice could then ask what they wanted from. They could type in, like you could make an AI interface going, what kind of night do you want Rob to be having? Is he angry about Star Trek? Yeah, let's hear a Star Trek rant.
Is it sexy Rob? Is it Star Trek hating Rob?
Is there sexy Rob? I don't know. But
I don't know.
There's Rob who wants to have sex. I know that, but I don't know about sexy Rob. But but that would be really interesting. And then the question becomes, would people want to watch that?
Of course they will.
Would they?
Yeah, people are crazy, dude. They're watching us now. You're all fucking crazy.
Yeah, but we're real.
Are we?
By the way, I got some tips and some super chats that have come in.
I'm listening.
Miss 50 and Still Metal says, sorry, I'm still unable to join the chat, but I wanted to say RIP to Bob Elmore, Dave. Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 will always be special.
He was one of the two Leatherfaces in Chainsaw 2. Yeah. He was the stunt guy. He was more of the stunt performer who worked with the chainsaw. And yes, he did just pass away. And, also this week, if we're talking about people who are passing away, unfortunately,
Lalo Schifrin.
We lost Lalo Schifrin.
Our friend Ryan Schifrin's father. Ryan and his wife. Here's a drink to the great Lalo Schifrin.
Yeah, and Lalo was a absolutely lovely man. I get to meet him and talk with him on several occasions, and he did and I think, if I'm correct, maybe the last piece of film music he actually did was for Tales of Halloween. He did the theme.
Right. Yeah. I think you're right. You know, I have to say, one of my favorite, I was really happy to get this. 101 Films in the UK put this out, and the soundtrack, I bought it at Dark Delicacies, actually. His soundtrack for Roller Coaster. Mm-hmm. I loved his soundtrack for Roller Coaster. He had that kind of, that country fair, that fair music, the thing. It was great.
Carnival music.
It was carnival music. He did that it was a great theme.
Yeah.
Kevin Rubio says I should generate young R&B.
No one wants.
I don't
to
know
see
if
there's
not enough pictures of me. I don't think to. I mean, maybe you could extrapolate on that, but I mean, why wouldn't people just make you work on your own avatar of yourself? I could do that. I could figure out what it would be, and
yeah, you could.
Mike Latoris asks, yo, dude, do you still want that Artisan Luke? Check your DMs. Well, Mike, I have to tell you, a guy came to me, and I thought at first it was you, because I didn't think Mike Latoris was. So a guy did get one for me, and it's all paid off and all that, but there's somebody I know that wants another one, so we should talk about this, because I want to get a second one.
What is it?
So it's a Hot Toys figure, but it's of Luke Skywalker from the Dark Empire comics series that Dark Horse published back in the 90s. It's pretty dope. And he's got rooted hair. I love the Dark Horse comics.
Do we call that winning?
I would call it winning. Yes. If you know what the Dark Empire series is, it's very, very cool.
I don't.
It's where the Eclipse Star Destroyer came from.
Nope.
It's anyway.
But that's nice for you.
Yeah, it is. So, Mike, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. And then hey, and then Jake has become a subscriber. Rick Garcia has become a subscriber.
Nice.
Kevin Rubio says, dude, you should generate young R&B. And Thomas Logan says, Bobby, tell Dave Parker and us about the first experience watching The Terminator, but do it in the voice you used to play Paul Allen Bernardo's cowboy dad. I don't know what that voice is. I mean, it was I saw The Terminator at the Crossroads Cinema the Friday it opened, you know, and there really wasn't much of a story. There wasn't much of a story to it.
I saw The Terminator for the first time on a VHS tape.
I didn't. I went right to the theater,
and I loved it.
I wasn't 17 yet, so yeah. So that's where I went, and I was blown away by it. Actually, I probably didn't see it opening night. I probably saw it the next day, Saturday.
Cool.
It was 84. Yes, I did see it opening night because I could drive then, so I drove. I mean, that was why I had to get a license as soon as I turned 16 to go to movies. That was the most important thing about driving.
Of course. That and looking out with girls in the back seat.
That's right. I never did that, though. I was more of a front seat guy. I don't know why. I never climbed into the back seat.
And as the car was driving.
Well, that came later.
So what else?
Come later.
So what else is going on, Rob? You seen any? You saw F1.
I did see F1. I loved it.
Seeing it tomorrow.
It was a lot of fun. It was exactly what I wanted. It's just a blast. The movie. Somebody wrote to me and said F1 was boring, and they unsubscribed to. They wrote, "I'm unsubscribing to you from X because your takes have been bad lately," and I said that F1 was a blast, and that's what they were responding to. And this person thought F1 was boring. I'm like,
good riddance. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's what can you do? I mean, I guess it's remember, I will say this, Dave, F1, it's no cool as ice. And what can you do? And what can be?
Well, that's a good thing.
And what can be? What can be cool
you know
as
what?
ice?
I'm sorry. I'm not one of those people who ironically finds cool as ice cool.
I don't
bad either. Then. It was bad then. Sucks now.
Yes, but the Germans apparently like it because look at all the different editions you can buy of it. I'm just saying.
Oh, my.
I did not buy any of them. I did, however, get Devil Doll.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Nice. That's awesome.
It's got Curse of the Voodoo on it, too.
I don't know what that is, but
I don't either.
Two for the price of one. And remember, guys, there is I'm sure you'll talk about it tomorrow, but there is a Criterion sale going on. 50% off everything at Criterion.com right now.
Right? No, at BarnesandNoble.com.
Well, whatever. And Amazon. Amazon does the same thing.
And so I heard did Walmart.
Well,
they're competing with, they really should do it at 55%. I
mean, yeah, well, the Walmarts near us don't carry fucking anything but DVDs, so not have to worry about it. What did I see? I watched The Woman in the Yard last night.
Oh yeah, what'd you think of that?
Interesting way to get to the point.
Yeah, was there a point?
Did you see it?
Yeah, I did.
I mean, there is a point. There's a point why this is all going on and everything. And there was like some cool. I'll give it. I mean, it was well made. Jean-Michel Sarah is a very good director in whatever he does, even if he's doing one of these. That was his quickie.
Yeah, his
little 4-person, drama, with a Twilight Zone-ish kind of thing to it. But I like the shadow work stuff in that one sequence. I thought was really cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's not a great movie, but it's an interesting movie, and luckily it doesn't overstay its welcome. It's not too long or anything like that. So
I saw Jurassic Park Rebirth.
I heard that you saw that, and I think you've said everything you need to say about that.
Yes. I don't want to harsh anyone to mellow.
Look, if people want to see dinosaurs, they want to see dinosaurs. It's like Megan 2's out too, and I'm probably not going to go check that out because you know what? It's not for me. It's not for me. The first one was fun. It was. I waited and watched it at home, and it was surprisingly, at least the unrated version was surprisingly more fun than I expected it to be. But looking at this trailer, I know I've seen everything I need to see as far as Megan 2. No offense to anyone who's connected and making it, and if they're watching now, congratulations.
Yeah.
So, what else is going on, Rob? What else is snack, crackle, and popping you?
Well, I'm just working on the Kickstarter perks for True Noir, and the soundtrack album, the Blu-ray, the script book, the things that we owe to the Kickstarter donors. I've been doing that, which is actually very time consuming. It's really good though. The Jeff Bond wrote the liner notes for the booklet of the soundtrack album, which they're really good.
Who is Jeff Bond?
I think Jeff Bond is one of the premier film music authorities working in the world today.
But he's also, besides film writing and authorities, he's an author. He wrote, was it Irwin Allen? Was it the Irwin Allen book?
He wrote an incredible book on the history of Irwin Allen, and
he's currently writing a whole book on The Crow.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
and he's written a book. He's written a book on Planet of the Apes and the music of Star Trek. He's a great writer too. He also, there's some controversy behind it, but Taylor White publishing his Jeff Bond wrote a 2-volume set covering all of Jerry Goldsmith's entire career.
Right.
And now,
controversy?
The controversy is that they haven't printed the book yet.
Okay.
Because the cost of these things has skyrocketed because the books were printed in China.
Right.
And there's a lot of economic. Lucas Kendall wrote kind of a hit piece. I thought that was sort of not cool, but the part of it is the massive expense that has happened in terms of getting these large scale, really heavy books published. And so, but Jeff wrote the book and it's all laid out. You can get a PDF of it. But
I just read about costs skyrocketing on poster tubes.
Yeah,
and
that
shipping poster tubes, and the post office not wanting to ship them and charging an astronomical amount to ship them.
Yeah,
which is crazy.
It is crazy, and it's
the world we're living in.
It is the world we're living in, and it's really ridiculous. I mean, I'm a capitalist, and I understand, but you have to still have society still has to work. Not everybody. The profit margins on things are becoming astronomical, and it's not conducive. Look, I think everybody should get paid a fair wage, but everyone else is trying to steal money from everybody else. When capitalism works really, really well, I think, but when everyone's trying to maximize their profits, which, by the way, is the conundrum, the paradox that capitalism has. If you can make as much money and profit as you want, the problem is you also have to make the kind of profit that still allows civilization to work. And the for-profit medical industry has not done that. Big pharma has not done that. And so there's many aspects of our society that are totally unbalanced. Capitalism works when you can balance legitimate, you can do both. And it used to work that way.
And it's funny because, remember, it was like, paperbacks were the format for the masses. You didn't have to spend to get a first edition or a hardcover volume and stuff. And these things, they're still there, but the costs are going up and up and up. It's like, because of costs, and I agree with you, people deserve to be paid. But again, I think we're all kind of out of whack at this, but cost of living, the rent prices, everything is just up so much because, look, we have a lot of, I'm not educated enough to really talk about this. So
we're not economists.
I'm not. And it's just like, but people set these prices and people set the cost of living and everything. And all this stuff could be set lower to make it. It's like, it's almost like, forcibly denying these simple pleasures. I mean, look how much movies cost to go to the movies.
Right, I know.
Look how much they charge for popcorn. It's ridiculous.
Yep.
It's
and movies used to it was the art form of the masses. They were cheap, so everybody could go see them. Right, and now we're turning it into this sort of elitist thing. And does that ever work? Doesn't that again, I guess that's what we're seeing. Doesn't that start to cause revolutions? Yeah. Let them be cake. That's
right. Exactly.
I mean, and we're seeing that across the board, and it's affecting. I mean, part of the reason that you see younger people gravitating toward the idea of socialism is because they're living in a world that they have less than their parents had. It was supposed to be that every generation that comes behind anew gets more than what the previous generation
was doing better, and I don't think that's the case now. I was thinking about that
it's not at all. It's and the thing is, but the problem is socialism is not the answer. It doesn't work because human beings are not equal, and socialism. And when I say they're not equal, I mean we as individuals are equal in terms of within the eyes of the law and the state. We should be, but everybody, as Kirk said. And I'm not saying said, everybody's different. Everybody has different talents, and everybody has different. And if you create a socialist society, everyone they want to level the playing field, but it doesn't allow human beings to excel. And human beings excelling is built into our biology. So and then when you have children, you know, I remember hearing this. There was an NPR story about like some ashram that these people tried to set up in the late '60s to make their utopian civilization. And everybody was equal and everybody was participating, and it worked beautifully until people started to have children. And then the parents wanted, well, my kid's better than your kid, you know, and human nature came out and it destroys everything. And then
we get the flip side of it, like, well, okay, now everyone gets a medal, everyone gets a trophy. It's like that's not the answer either.
No, life is hard.
It's like, look, there are bullies. Life is hard. You got to fight. We're still fucking animals.
Yeah.
You know, you talk about how civilized we all are and everything else. Perfect example. We're also civilized and everything. Go to a metal concert and look at the pit. People are primal. They want that aggression out, and they want to just be cavemen and slam into each other and stuff and listen to loud pounding fucking music. I mean, we're you know, we've replaced the Coliseum with the movie theater, but we see as much bloodshed as ever.
Yeah, the bread and circuses are fictional.
Right. So that's more respectable. It's okay. But the thing is, you know, if they opened the Coliseum tomorrow and did Games of Death, it would be full.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Full of immigrants fighting. We wouldn't deport them anymore. We wouldn't put them in horrible conditions like they are today. We just put them in the arena.
This is so metal, man. Wow.
No, hey, I got we got some questions or some.
Oh, good.
Darth Plato says, Dave, if people aren't real, then they can't doubt themselves. And
I'm definitely real.
and doubting yourself—that's where great art comes from.
Whew.
Jay Bling says, "What happens to our carnal desires? Hell, man, what's happened to our carnal desires today? Girls don't have any unless it's commodified." Look, I appreciate you want to sleep with me, but you have to go to my OnlyFans and pay money to do that.
Yeah, it's
I'm going to sleep with 1,000.
Not everything is transactional, but a lot of things are much more transactional now. That's for sure.
I mean, it used to be that guys and girls, you know, when we were teenagers, we all wanted the same thing.
Just to get laid.
Yeah, that was it.
Wanted to get laid. Now it's like, no.
I wanted to get my cheeks wet and feel that. They want to be famous.
You know, it's funny. You do some studies on this stuff, and the OnlyFans people, it's like they don't have sex unless it's on camera and they can profit from it. They won't do it. They have no interest in, and OnlyFans models and stuff like that, they don't date because the partner is usually not okay with it, and the jealousy that arises from them getting so much attention and everything. So to them, it's a very strange, again, another shift in thinking and mentality and everything that is probably it's not healthy.
Wait 20 years. Wait 20 years when all those 18-year-old OnlyFans models are now in their early 40s and where they're going to be, how useful they're going to be.
I know.
I mean, no, it's going to be. I know. I read.
But
the article.
I think their point is, I think from what I understand from seeing stuff, because, you know, you go on YouTube and everything, they interview these people, and it's sort of like, well, okay, well, where are these people coming from? I think their whole plan is they're just going to stockpile as much money as they can, so then they can invest it and never have to work. So when they become 40, they're already retired in a way.
I guess
it's strange, but, you know, I don't know. You hope that this is just a means to an end to give them some sort of financial.
Well, what's going to happen? What's going to happen to, like Jay Bling asked a question, what about men's carnal desires? You know, men don't want to date women anymore, but they still we're biologically hardwired to have these desires. Where does that go? Where does that take us? Does
it's
that
a good question.
Increase? Do you have more Columbines? Do you have more, you know, what is going to happen? You know,
it's a good question. I don't know. You know, it's a weird thing. I mean, look, it's hard because we're not in the bar scene anymore. We don't go out nightly to go find something.
But I can tell you that the bar scene is look, when we used to go out all the time, everyone was going out, men and women, for the same reason. And you didn't have a phone. You went someplace to meet people.
Right.
Which meant you went someplace, you walked into a bar, you walked into a club to meet people.
I mean, what's going to happen probably is the legalization of prostitution, like widespread.
Well, I think in a way, OnlyFans is kind of that way. There's just,
but again, no, but where you can like literally go, okay, here's your price. I'm gonna meet this price, and then we're gonna go. We'll meet in person.
Well, what's really interesting, I read an article today. You know, as a matter of fact, I can find it, but it's all about how influencers, like female influencers, OnlyFans models, are being imported into like the UAE,
right?
And the horrible degradation that goes on with these beautiful women that come for a weekend. I'll give you $50,000, and they get horribly abused in all different kinds of ways. There was one woman that her body was like, bones were shattered, and she's been in this hospital for like a year.
Wow.
And just horrible. But anyway,
it's a nightmare. Yeah.
And this is not weird. Dave, this show is supposed to be about fun.
I know. Why'd you keep bringing this up?
Wait a second.
No,
wait, just to get you on track. Look, the return of fun, dude. We're going down a dark path. What's going to happen to carnal desires? My carnal desires are going to be taken care of in the month of July when I'm getting Superman Fantastic Four. And we get Jurassic Park, but I've already seen it. But let me get to this few more. Major Chai Chai celebrates 17 months of membership on the channel, and she also says, "Hi, Dave."
Hi, Major Chai Chai.
Say hi to me.
She says hi to you every day that you're on.
Castle Grayskull asks me if I. By the way, Castle Grayskull has a huge crush on you, and she's asked me. Oh, you know already? Have she gotten?
No, I know. I read the chats. I'm not blind. I know.
Okay, I'm just saying. Have you seen her? Like, we've seen her now.
No.
Well, she should come on the show right now. Maybe she can make a play for you.
That's not what people. That's what people don't want to watch.
Are you kidding? We were just talking about the male, the carnal desires. I think Major Chai Chai and Castle Grayskull. I mean, you know, I don't know. I've got some carnal. She's French Canadian. They have they know more about love than we do.
They have a certain je ne sais quoi.
They do. She's lovely.
Voulez-vous?
Absolutely.
What was I going to say? Well, we're okay. So the return of fun, Rob.
Well, hang on a second. She asked me if I applied to the Montreal Film Festival. I did not. I totally forgot. I've been so running around. I think the date has probably closed.
All I can say is Montreal is one of the greatest cities I've ever been to.
It really is one of the greatest cities I've ever
been to. It's amazing. It's so incredibly beautiful. I used to live about 2 hours away, and the drinking age was 18, so we would go up there, and all the big concerts were there. If we wanted to see like a really big band, we would go to Montreal.
Montreal is the only city that I was openly weeping while sitting at a bar in joy, and people thought there was something wrong with me.
Was it on St. Catherine Street?
I could not tell you where the bar was.
Is St. Catherine Street still a thing there? I wonder. It's been a long time since I've been there, but that used to be the kind of like the red light district of
because I mean Montreal knows what's up. They also have the Fantasia. We were there for the Fantasia Film Festival, which is great.
Yeah, never been to that either.
It's great. But by the way, so there you go. Now, to start the fun, Thomas Logan has a question. He says, Memento Mori, discuss the glorious 28 Years Later. Have you seen 28 Years Later?
I have not. I have not seen Zombie Dong or The Ninjas, but I know they're there.
It's great. 28 Years Later was great. I called it. I said on Twitter, I said, this is some kind of existential masterpiece. I loved it.
I'm very curious about it. I will get around to seeing it hopefully soon, probably next week at some point. It's just funny, you know, Rob. I mean, you know this. It's a weird thing now where it's like if I don't go opening day, then sometimes I'll just like I'll catch it later, and more, which is probably it's not healthy, but more and more you find yourself like I'm gonna do some work at home. I got something at home I got to do, and you just sort of like, stay in, and it's weird because it's like maybe I enjoyed the pandemic a little too much and just became sort of a shut-in. I think a lot of people did, but yeah. Thomas Logan said I'm late to the party. I've
started going to the movie.
I always arrive when I'm supposed to.
Like Gandalf?
Yeah. I bring the party with me. There is no party until I get there.
Well, I feel that way. I mean, I really like going to my local theater. I've been going there a lot by myself. I feel like I spend more and more time in my life by myself, which we'll see where that's leading. But I'll tell you where it's leading. But that's another story. But Rob,
they can see where it's leading. It's all behind you. It's been leading that way for many, many years.
Well, yeah. Luckily, no one will know if this behind me moves. I can move it, and no one will know the difference. But I've found I've really been enjoying going to our local theater. We have a really great local theater here. It's big. It reminds me of the ArcLight when you go in, how it had the big high ceilings. And there's a really nice bar there, and I get the people there are great. It's a Harkins Mountain Grove 16. It's a great theater. All the screens are great. They basically have their equivalent of the Dolby cinemas. They don't have an IMAX screen there, but they still have most of their screens are big screens, and it's really great. So I've been going there a lot. And then they have the mystery movie, even though it's not AMC or Regal, but they have the mystery movie there. So I went and saw Life of Chuck. I went and saw Jurassic Park. So it's good. But I love 28 Years Later. I thought it was, again, it's a horror movie like all great horror movies, that they're about something. And, it's very British. I think a lot of people, it kind of went over their heads. You really have to put yourself. Alex Garland and Danny Boyle made a movie that was definitely a political commentary on where the British Empire used to be and where it is now.
Right.
And it was really, really, I thought it was really, really interesting.
Hey, you know what,
beautifully
Rob?
made.
You know what, Rob?
It was fun, Dave. I had fun watching it.
That's good, because we're getting back on topic. You know why? Because Dieter Bastian's giving you shit in the chat. Giving me shit on the chat. You mean like, someone said, hey, don't forget to talk about Fantastic Four and Superman. And Dieter was like, yeah, oh, you mean stay on topic? Sorry, Dieter. Some of us are a little more freeform.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't make me bring up the bow tie, pal.
Dieter's pretty funny, though. He can hang.
He is funny. Is he intentionally funny?
He is. He's very smart.
I'm kidding.
He's a very smart guy.
I'm going to piss him off tonight. And then
we are doing a show. I just realized I forgot to set up. I thought I set up our show for tomorrow, but I did not set up our show for tomorrow.
Oh, no. All right. So before this turns into, since it's been an hour, before it turns into a 6-hour marathon, which this will not happen. The return of fun. Is it the return of fun? Let's talk about this a little bit. Let's get into it.
Okay, first of all, let me ask you this. Superman has now screened.
Yeah.
James Gunn's Superman has screened. I've talked to people who've seen it. The opinion of this movie, as I would have expected, is very divisive. I really do. People, when you hear people say people are either going to love this movie or hate it, I think that I haven't seen a movie, or I haven't seen this movie yet, but I don't think we've seen a movie in a long time that is going to divide its core audience the way this movie is going to divide its core audience.
Okay. Well, the reason I wanted to bring up the topic is because from my perspective, what I've seen is only a smattering of trailers. I haven't watched scenes. I know there are scenes. I've avoided those. I saw the 3 trailers. That's all I've seen. But what the trailers are showing, and the same thing with Fantastic Four, is while there's still obviously stakes, there is a lightness, not just in the color palettes and everything, but in the tone that it feels like. And it's like, oh, I remember last year or earlier this year going on this big rant of why do superhero movies have to be this, where's the fun in them and everything. So looking at these, I'm like going, okay, so I wasn't the only one who was thinking that. And it's not, it's just like we've had, so many years of heavy, dark, and great stuff within that. And the funny thing is like I go that, and but the Marvel movies are fun. So what am I saying? Maybe it's just okay. The return of fun with DC, but everything just seems so heavy for so long, that they forgot that these things are also for kids as well. That the kids should be able to enjoy them. So to me, it makes me excited because look, I want to see something different.
Me too.
I don't know what to expect. With James Gunn's Superman, but he hasn't really disappointed me.
No, he hasn't
on things. I mean, I like Guardians 2 is kind of clunky in a way.
See,
but
I like Guardians 2
the thing is, I'm so charmed that Kurt Russell's in it. Then it makes it easy for me. It's like, sometimes he gets over silly or he gets this or that, but it's like that people like it, so proof's in there. So it's like I don't want to say I'm excited about Superman, but I'm hopeful. I think I'm going to have a good time. And you know what? Nowadays, if I can just walk out of a theater and it's not Bring Her Back, and I don't want to just set myself on fire afterwards.
Yeah, you should talk. Okay. I think this is important because I haven't talked about Bring Her Back. You were telling me about it the other day when we were talking about doing this show tonight. And, you and I I fucking love Martyrs. I love my extreme French horror. And I like Talk to Me. I thought Talk to Me was really good. I enjoyed it. But with Bring Her Back, tell the folks at home. So Bring Her Back is the second horror film by the brothers. I always fill up that.
The two Aussies, I think.
The two Aussie brothers. And they made Talk to Me after making a lot of the career path that a lot of people, I would think there would be more filmmakers like this, but there aren't, that began making content and TikTok and Instagram reels and stuff. They worked their way up and made their first feature, Talk to Me, which I thought was really accomplished, and actually I thought it was good. Bring Her Back went down a different path.
It did. It went down a much darker path. I mean, here's the thing. I can't argue that it's not an effective film, and it's a good film, and it's truly a
horror movie.
It's truly horror in a very serious, nothing really humorous about it. Performances are great. It's shot great. The effects are great. All of it.
Great.
I mean, for me, it's just I was just so. I mean, this is probably like the best endorsement thing. I was so disturbed by it. I never want to see it again. I was just really troubled by it. So yeah, so that should be a big thumbs up. But for me, I don't know if it is because I don't want to see it again. But again, Martyrs, I never need to see again. It's not that it's not worthy of it. And it's not worthy of the praise, and it's
okay.
It's achievements.
Okay, I got a question for you. I got a question for you. It's right on topic. Martyrs, bring her back. You don't want to see him again.
No.
How many times have you watched The Thing, and how can you can watch it again tomorrow?
Oh yeah, I watched it
because The Thing is fun, but it's very downbeat.
But it is exactly so. There's that's a very good point because I watched The Thing.
Lift your dirty drawers in the kitchen trash can.
Yeah, I could turn it on right now and watch it all the way through. Be very happy.
Do you believe any of this voodoo bullshit, Blair?
Yeah,
Childs.
It's great, and you're right.
Falling out of skies like flies.
And it's funny that you point that out because I'm sure the thing is that when certain people saw The Thing originally, they probably felt exactly the same way as I did.
Roger Ebert and Gene Siskel did
after Bring Her Back.
See, but here's the thing that I would say the difference between Martyrs and Bring Her Back and The Thing is Munsters, Dave. Munsters.
It's more fantastical. It's
yes.
more it's not all this stuff is look there's the supernatural element, of course, of Bring Her Back, but shit's
a shape-shifting monster that can turn into anything that has the memory. Yeah, it that is inherently fun and cool. And it allows you, it's one step removed from human degradation and horror. It's literally a monster from outer space that flew here in a giant fucking flying saucer.
I know.
And to me, so I would say though that this goes into exactly what I want to talk about in terms of James Gunn's Superman. Now, I would say this. I like Man of Steel, and I liked it as a science fiction first contact story, but I don't, and I really love that movie a lot. Excuse me. However, I don't think Man of Steel is a great Superman movie.
I think it's a really good Superman movie, and I really like I really like Man of Steel as well. But the thing, what I find funny.
And Henry Cavill's a great Superman, but you know what? He's not a fun Superman.
No, but because he wasn't written that, because it wasn't written that way.
No, I know.
And the thing is, the thing that I find interesting, and what I like about the fact that we have Richard Donner's Superman, and we have Superman Returns, and we have the TV show iterations, and we have Man of Steel, and now we have this. It's just like a comic run where they get a new writer and a new artist on. Yeah. It's just like comics. It changes. The tone changes. Everything changes. John Byrne recreated Superman for a different era.
Which by the way, there is a sequence, there's a scene in the Superman movie, where Superman comes into Luthor's office and confronts him and screaming at Luthor. That is right out, shot by shot almost, panel for panel, out of one of Byrne's issues of Superman.
See, that's cool, but the thing is, then you get more serious ones and everything. So what I find interesting is, and I haven't actually seen it or read it or looked at it online firsthand, but other people telling me how the fans of Man of Steel and Zack Snyder's vision of these characters and everything are so opposed to anything different. And it's a weird thing because comic fans, they're always malleable. I mean, Batman is malleable. They all these characters could change on a dime, and they always did. They always did in the comic book. So I'm always curious, like why the pushback when in film you do it.
Well, I've been talking about this a lot, and first of all, I don't think Zack Snyder. I think obviously there is I'm fascinated by call them Snyder Bros, the Snyder cultists. And for me, the Snyder cultists, the Snyder Bros got one of the biggest wins in fandom history, which is because of their efforts, they got Zack Snyder's Justice League got finished. You know, and I love Zack Snyder's Justice League. I think it's great.
It is. It's great. And I love Batman v Superman. It's like seeing that in the theater the first time. I like the Ultimate Cut more, obviously,
I watched it 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, but seeing it in a theater opening night, that was an exciting fucking thing to see. It was like, but I was more like, when would we ever thought we were going to see this? But that was the beauty of that time too.
But it was like the Rammstein of Superman.
It was when Comic-Con was really the success, where you just kept going. Every movie, it's like, when was I ever going to see this stuff?
No,
we've talked about the experiences of seeing Endgame and the portal scene, and your jaw just hits the floor. Seeing all of that together on one screen, and that's why I think the thing is, unfortunately, you can only have a first time. So it's like, are they ever going to be able to top Endgame, that moment in Endgame?
Well, I don't know because they had 20. They had Infinity War.
Even if they didn't have 20 films to build upon to build that, but again, that certainly made a huge difference, having been invested in that much. But just now we've seen this mass group of superheroes.
Yeah.
We got a little taste of it in Civil War, and then we got it big. Yeah. And it's just like, so can they, I hope they can, but boy, I don't envy the Russo brothers at all with the amount of scrutiny that they're going to have on what they do.
And by the way,
and what they have to do. And oh my God, it's just like,
it's the most, first of all, it's the most expensive movie ever made.
Right.
Avengers Doomsday is the most expensive movie ever made, to the point where it isn't going, there's no way it can be profitable.
Right.
It literally cannot be profitable. I don't think. Unless, you're looking at a movie that has to make $3 billion maybe to break even. I don't know. And also it's built on a gimmick. It might be cool, but what I find interesting is like, so Zack's, and let's face it, before Zack Snyder had done Superman, before he brought Superman, and you had Superman Returns, you had all the different television iterations of Superman.
And the thing is, the funny thing is, remember when we worked on Superman Returns, one of the big criticisms we heard, it was like, it was too fucking dour. Superman wasn't joyful. Right. He was just spying on Lois Lane through windows and shit like that. But again, so it's weird.
The thing about, look, the like I used to say, and the whole reason Midnight Metal came out of the idea of Zack Snyder's Justice League, and that it was
I know,
dude. and it was. I mean, even the redesign of Steppenwolf was awesome. But the thing about those movies is, it's like going to, they're like a heavy metal album. The problem is Superman isn't just heavy metal.
No.
And the problem with Zack Snyder, I look, Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, you're watching it, and it's very epic, and I love the whole portrayal of Bruce Wayne in that movie, because he's mean and all that. But that film, I mean, you have Lex Luthor giving a mason jar full of piss to Holly Hunter before killing everybody in the Senate,
right?
And if you watch that movie, when that explosion happens and Superman is testifying, the explosion goes off, vaporizing everyone in that room, except Superman standing there with the flames, engulfing him. That is not a 4-quadrant scene.
No.
That's not a scene for children.
There was a lot of non-4-quadrant scenes. But again,
and even when you watch Batman, the Ultimate Edition, where Superman comes home with the groceries and gets in to the bathtub with Lois Lane, she's traumatized because she's seen Jimmy Olsen. Yeah, he's a CIA agent, but she saw him shot in the head, and killed. And it's like, while we, man, it's all, you have to ask yourself, tonally, like when you hear somebody like Star Wars Theory going bananas when Andor addresses issues he's uncomfortable with, going, this can't be Star Wars. The thing is, the tone, it's all about tone.
Sure.
And the funny thing is, at the end of the day, for me, when I was growing up, Superman represented all the fun things you know, whether it was Fleischer's Superman and the Magnetic Monsters, or whether I was watching the Super Friends with Wendy and Marvin, superheroes were like, I could be Wendy or Marvin. Today maybe I could be Wendy too, but I would want to be Marvin and hang out with the superheroes. That was the kind of thing that, and you could have basically Scooby-Doo. You could have the equivalent. Their dog was, you know, and Superman represented the crazy fun of, and I know why a lot of people love Zack Snyder's Man of Steel, but ultimately in the marketplace, it did not work. It did not create the kinds of money they hoped it was going to create. You know, they did. Man of Steel cost $225 million. They wanted $1 billion movie out of Superman. They got one that didn't even make $700 million worldwide.
Yeah,
you know,
and yet they still gave them two more movies.
Yeah,
they supported. They went all in, even though these things were not giving them the equivalent.
Well, they kind of had to, but they didn't. They took the movie away from Zack Snyder, and it was all fucked up, you know. And it would have been that way because the movie was not finished. There was no final cut.
Someone said there was no joy, and the funny thing is, Batman's.
I've been saying there's no.
Batman's a different character. It works for Nolan's, where it doesn't necessarily.
Yes, but do you know what? But Christopher Nolan's movies are crime thrillers. The Dark Knight has more in common with the movie Heat than it does with, say, Tim Burton's Batman. Right,
but remember back in the day, people were complaining about Tim Burton's Batman being too dark.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they couldn't, because they had was the Burt Ward,
Adam West.
So, but it comes right down. Now it's so funny because to me, what James Gunn has been doing, what he's done with Guardians, what he did with the Suicide Squad, what he did with Slither, and what he did with Super. And to a certain extent, he wrote a really dark novel called The Toy Collector that I own. You know, he's able to take his sensibility. He's got a very dark, sardonic sensibility, but he also understands. He worked for Troma. He wrote Romeo and Juliet.
He knows how to like balance it. I think really well. I think he knows a really good different.
Yeah, but the funny thing,
which is what was. You know, Donner, there were serious, heartfelt, very serious moments in Superman the movie, and then there was fun stuff. He knew how to balance it. It's a very precarious, when you really think about something like this, to make like a truly great movie. That, I mean, it's so hard to like please, quote unquote, everyone. It's such a balancing act.
Well, it is, and I think that what James Gunn does is he is a whimsical filmmaker, and you saw that in like Slither. You know, he's making a horror movie, but he knows that the absurdity of the genre, the situations, and yet he does something that's very difficult to do. He creates a universe in each movie where both the situations can be dire, but he also understands the human absurdity that occurs. You know, that there's look at Guardians 1.
He knows how to have
what
fun.
happens in the opening of Guardians 1.
His mother dies of cancer. And you understand, and the kid goes outside in his grief and gets picked up by the Reavers, or which is in some weird way a wish fulfillment for everyone.
100%. And he understands that in the midst of, when you're a child,
of great grief, being transported away. So anything to take you away from that.
And that shows that he understands how to do pathos and whimsy. Zack Snyder cannot do whimsy.
No.
At all.
But I think the other thing is too, I think what I'm hoping.
And by the way, Sucker Punch is not whimsical. I like Sucker Punch more than some other
beautiful.
people.
It's a beautiful moving piece of art. That is more art than it is movie in a way.
But that's
it's one of those great It's one of those great experiments. It would be like, it's probably the closest equivalent in a very strange off-kilter way. Not as good, but of doing like Pink Floyd's The Wall. It's really this. I mean,
and I love Pink Floyd's The Wall.
Yeah, but it's just a very weird.
Why don't we have that 4K? Where is it?
Talk to Roger Waters.
I know. I've got bootlegs of it, but It's not in 4K.
But I think the thing is, I think with Gunn, you know, I think the other difference is that he's not trying to make a reflection of reality.
Not at all. Not at all.
He's making a comic book movie that is in a comic book world. It's a heightened world.
He said it.
He knows it.
He spoke before the screening on the Warner. They had a Warner Lot screening Thursday night, I think. Maybe it was Wednesday night. And he said that Guardians of the Galaxy 1 was his homage to cinema, but that this Superman movie is his homage to comics because he loved them. And the thing is, I think you just made a really astute point. One of the things I've really liked about both the MCU and what Nolan and what Snyder did in their respective universes was they asked the question, what if superheroes really existed outside our window right there?
Right.
And Marvel's humanized all their characters. When they first started making movies, I'm like, I've said this a million times, but were they going to make Captain America, Iron Man, and Thor work? Could they make people believe that they exist in the same universe, that Earth is Midgard and Asgard could exist with the Rainbow Bridge and all that? They did. Yeah. They made you believe that. But if you look at something like The Winter Soldier, it opens where Captain America is jogging and meets Sam Wilson. And that's where they set up the on your left thing is Captain America's.
I know.
You know, and but that's a human scene. It's a scene between two guys. It's not a superheroic moment. It was two heroes of our military, men who served, talking in the middle, just having a conversation. Yeah. One guy works the VA
in a real world scenario.
Whereas Gunn's Superman begins with title cards, and it's like there are I don't know what they exactly say, but like there are 300 metahumans on Earth, and then it says 30 years ago Superman or Kal-El arrived on Earth. 3 years ago, Superman revealed himself to the world. 3 minutes ago, Superman lost his first battle. And then it cuts to Superman falling out of the sky and landing in the snow, which is what we see in the trailer.
I don't want to know this stuff before I see it. I want to go in as blind as I can.
I'm just saying, but it's not.
Stop.
I haven't seen the movie, dude.
I know, but you've seen enough, and
but the point that I was making is that's a great way. That's all you need to know about the world. Well, again,
it's an interesting way to set it up and everything where, you know, where others have tried that and failed. I mean, look, Superman Returns starts with something similar in a way.
Well, it didn't at first.
It didn't at first, but it doesn't. It doesn't.
But the problem with Superman Returns is, you know, the Popcast guys, you should watch this because they use so much of our footage and our documentary stuff. On the Popcast channel, they did a documentary about Superman Returns. They dropped it because Superman Returns turns, by the way, Superman Returns turns 19 today.
It's crazy.
19 today, but they released this video about why it did and didn't, or what about it and how it ultimately didn't work. And it was really interesting because I kind of felt this, and, you know, I had conversations with Mike and Dan and Brian about this when we were making the movie, but I can only ask so many questions. They didn't want me going, well, I don't think they really ever reconciled a lot of the questions in their minds about, like, for instance, okay, when they cut out the return to Krypton, which I always thought was a mistake. I mean, I understand why they changed the movie because the first 20 minutes, nobody said a word. And so if Superman left, was this they consummated their relationship at the end of Superman 2? There was all these nebulous questions about the timeline and motivations and what happened that I think hampered the film.
Well, I think conceptually tying it so directly to the Donner films as if no time had passed was a mistake.
And look, I love Kate Bosworth, but she's 23 years old.
And here's the thing, I understand it, and don't get me wrong. I mean, obviously, we worked on it, so we have some emotional investment to it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in it, dude. And there are things that I absolutely adore about that movie.
I do too.
You know, look, the biggest crowd reaction that they got was because of the suggestion that I gave them. So, yeah, I'll just, but, you know, but yeah, but anyway, getting back to this Superman, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I was really happy when he chose the actor that he chose to play Superman. Because
by the way, like the more I've seen of him on talk shows, like he was on Kimmel, that guy is Superman, dude.
Yeah, but
just the way he speaks.
Was like, I mean, when I saw other things that he had been in before, and I was like, he'd be a good Superman.
He was in Pearl,
right?
He's in Pearl. I mean, he's totally. And you know what? But here's the thing. When the more I've seen of the trailers, you know, I have great big love for Pacific Rim.
Yeah,
I love Pacific Rim.
Yeah,
Pacific Rim does not take place in the real world. It takes place in movie land. It takes place in a world where kaijus are coming from a planet. They're being beamed through a portal to Earth, the bottom of the ocean. We have 300-foot tall giant battling robots that we have made to fight these.
Guillermo del Toro's masturbation to Godzilla.
Yeah, and all of Japanese science fiction.
Yeah,
Now here's the thing. He does try and make you believe it, and you do believe it. You believe in the fighters, you believe in the Jaegers, you believe in the people that he does a great job setting it all up. I love Pacific Rim.
Yeah.
It tickled everything. James Gunn's Superman works in that same universe, the same realm in terms of what he's trying to do. He's going for that silver
same
age.
attitude. Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of people who see this movie and they will not vibe with it. They're not going to hang with the Superman robots. They're not going to hang.
And why do you think that is? Do you think that are they just so locked in on a certain thing that they like? Are they too jaded? Why
you know what? I'll tell you something.
And I want to, like, the people who are watching.
This is a great question.
Do you guys feel that way?
Yeah, I mean, this is a great.
You go full screen and answer this way. I relieve myself.
Okay.
And
not of the burden of your life, I hope.
Well, you'd be waiting a long time. I'll be back.
So here's for me. Here's the big crux of the issue of this movie, and I think it's going to be very interesting because it's going to speak to the time that we're living in now, and that is what are people's attitudes. It's almost going to be like, I don't want to call it political. You know, you're either a socialist or you're a capitalist, you're a Republican, you're a Democrat. But in a way, it's going to be, I think, divisive along belief. Like, if you're a person that understands, I would like, whimsy, flights of fancy, if you understand, if you like Miyazaki, for instance, if you can watch Howl's Moving Castle or My Neighbor Totoro or anything like that, and you can get into it. You know, if you like Pixar movies, or if you can deal with that kind of sensibility, I think you're going to love Superman. If you think that The Dark Knight, you know, and I fucking love The Dark Knight. I love both. I think I'm fortunate in the sense that when I grew up loving all of the stuff that I'm surrounded by, I like all of it. A lot of people don't. And a lot of people want to have that serious Superman, but I didn't grow up in a world with a serious Superman. You know, I grew up in a world as a kid, I'm watching George Reeves from the 50s, who was scooping Lois Lane, and he was a badass, but he looked like either my dad or my grandfather. So when I was a kid, you know, that was my Superman. And so, and I love Japanese science fiction, but as a kid, I also understood that you could like Godzilla, but then you could turn around, and I like the seriousness of Star Trek. I didn't like, you know, when Star Trek got a little whimsy and comical, that wasn't, I preferred the more serious Star Trek. But in Star Trek, you got both. One day you'll get the Trouble with Tribbles. But you could understand that even within the context of the Trouble with Tribbles, it was a serious story about ecological espionage and there was a story underneath that, but the humor came out of the characterizations. And I think that the same thing is going to be true of this Superman movie. And I think I can hear myself echoing. Now it's gone away. but no, I think that's the difference is, if you're not, and I'm not saying it's better or worse to be this way, but if you're not an astute, like, you know what it is, Dave? You can be a total rock and roll snob and not like Kiss.
Oh, many do.
Kiss, but Kiss requires whimsy. Like, I can listen to Metallica, I can listen to Led Zeppelin, I can listen to whatever. But also, as a kid, I loved Kiss too. I love Kiss because you've got you've got a spaceman, a star child, a werecat, a demon.
Yeah, it's superheroes in a rock band.
That's what it is, man. And I think that that's really what we're getting is Zack Snyder's like Metallica, and James Gunn's Superman is Kiss.
Yeah.
You know,
and, I mean, hopefully, and I'd say hopefully for me, because that's much more my speed and everything. But the thing is, again, but I love Metallica, so
I do too. That's the thing.
I really like Zack Snyder stuff, but the thing is, you can't just keep giving that all the time. You have to mix it up. You have to do something different. It's like, I mean, yes, there are people who just want the same thing to eat every day. That's not me. I need variety, man. I need,
also, but there's a time and a place. I mean, the thing is, when you can be serious about, like, look, I'm really serious about Star Trek. But the thing about the original series is, Star Trek's episodes, there's all different kinds of tone in Star Trek episodes. And the worst Star Trek episodes lose the tone. You know, they didn't get it. And for me, so much of what I don't like about modern Star Trek is the tone is off. It's completely unbalanced.
Right.
But in the original series, which is Star Trek, the 79 episodes of the original series, most of them balance the tone correctly, and they veer from being really serious episodes to being romantic, to being comedic. And the tone, though, is consistent throughout, because the characters, if they're in a humorous episode, the characters know the episode that they're in, not the episode, I mean the situation they're in. There's a humor to it, and you have to laugh. It's just kind of, life is absurd sometimes. And they understand, like, it's really kind of wacky that we're here on this planet where they've decided to make their entire civilization over one book that's Chicago mobs of the 20s. Now, we as viewers think that's absurd, but within the universe of Star Trek, they're like, well, this happened, and we got to go with it. And Kirk has to drive a car that's a manual transmission, and Spock turns to him and says, you're an excellent starship commander.
You're a terrible driver.
But you're a terrible driver. You're a terrible driver. Now, the thing is, that's funny. But
to the audience.
But it's funny to the audience, but even within in-universe, it's funny. Because Kirk recognizes the truth of what Spock is saying. Right. And it's a tonal issue, and it's not slapstick. It's not like you're throwing a pie in the face. Kirk realizes that Spock is absolutely right, because he doesn't know how to drive this car.
All right, and then we're cutting this off now because I've allowed you to blather about that thing that should not be named on this show for far too long, and you took advantage of it when I went to use the facilities, you dink.
Dink is actually the name of a girl that's giving Sean Connery a massage in the beginning of Goldfinger, and he slaps her ass.
Yeah, and we
move along, Dink.
Here's your gold star. There you go.
Buddy.
There you go, nerd. There you go, nerd.
I just watch it again. But hang on, we've got some
super chats.
Yeah, we got some super chats. And
David, before we go, yay! Matt Reeves turned in the Batman 2 script. We're talking about the Batman 2 script. David Rose, yay! He turned in the script. I'm sure it's going to be talk about funny. Cool. There we go.
Yeah.
All right, now to the super chats.
Yes, the super chats. Hang on, let me get down to them. I don't know why. Hang on a second. I have to refresh. Refresh that dashboard.
Try Summer's Eve Massengill.
Massengill the douche?
I mean, if you want to refresh. Man, I'm old. Man, I'm old. They probably didn't even exist anymore.
Darth Plato says, by the return of fun, do you mean the return of dumbing down Superman? Saying it will be 4 quadrants.
Okay, what was Superman
it doesn't prove Gunn's Superman will be good. I say reserve judgment. And by the way, Mr. Forklift has celebrated 26 months of membership. So, okay, Darth Plato is definitely challenging us. Just because it's 4 quadrants doesn't mean it's going to be. I don't think it does. It means it's going to be good or bad.
But does that mean dumbed down? Was Superman the movie dumbed down?
No, not at all. But Superman the movie has a definite tonal issue.
But what I'm curious about is Darth Plato's stance on why does fun or 4 quadrant mean dumbed down?
I don't think it does. I think Back to the Future is a 4 quadrant.
I know you don't. I'm curious why Darth Plato thinks so.
Well, he says reserve judgment. I can't speak to what Darth Plato says.
So that's an interesting thing, because I don't think being 4 quadrant, I'm not saying that every movie has to be, but no. I think the ones that are good doesn't mean that they're done. It doesn't mean that every movie that is dumbed down.
I do think, though, that a Superman movie would be better if it is 4 quadrant, because it will be more successful. Part of the reason that none of Zack Snyder's movies, and people have always tried to argue this with me. I'll tell you this. I can tell you for a fact the studio was not happy with how much money those movies made. Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice is one of the most expensive movies of all time. A lot more than people know. And it did not make its money back.
Right.
And they did not. They were competing directly with Marvel, and while they tried to make it a lot faster than Marvel, they expected Batman v Superman, Superman, and with a little smattering of Wonder Woman in there. They thought that movie was $1 billion slam dunk.
Oh yeah, and the thing is, it was funny because maybe it was us movie people. We saw exactly what DC was trying to do: play catch up.
Yeah. And they were trying to force it too quickly. But the problem is, their movies...
They didn't have a plan.
But the Zack Snyder movies are not fun. I love Batman v Superman, and I have fun watching it, but you watch it, and I watched it the other week, and I'm thinking, I'd seen it in a while, I'm like, Jesus Christ. This movie is so relentlessly... I mean, it goes from one apocalyptic moment to the next. Christ, the whole anti-life equation scene when Earth's being turned into apocalypse... Could that be more depressing? I mean, it's just like, come on.
The other thing is, at that time, they didn't have a plan. Marvel had a plan, and they were sticking to it.
Yeah.
We can all debate that Marvel, after that, didn't have a plan, or their plan was haphazard, or they were just spread too thin.
Yeah, Marvel was spread too thin. The Disney
all we keep hoping now is that they're trying to get a plan again, but I don't know either. They are. The funny thing is, it was like with the disappointment of what came after Endgame. However you feel about it, yes, there are some good movies, and there are some not so good movies, and then there's some.
They went down the multiverse path was the wrong
path.
Yeah,
and trying to correct that, but it does. But the funny thing is, none. And I know we've talked about it. You've talked about it ad nauseum, where it just doesn't feel like the build up to Doomsday, which should be a feeling of a plan completing, is a desperation to correct course.
Yes, and not only is it a desperation, it's the ultimate. They're trying to leverage the Avengers franchise, their most valuable. One could argue, other than Avatar, the Avengers franchise is the most valuable cinematic franchise of all time. I'm talking about as a subset of the MCU. Both you now have 4 Avengers movies that all the first 2 grossed basically $1.5 billion each. Infinity War made $2 billion and Endgame made $3 billion. But
again, ultimately, and I know you'll agree with me. Yes,
you have four. But if you think about that, 4 movies average out making $2 billion each.
Right, but
that's insane.
Yeah, but for being a devil's advocate here, hopefully with most of our audience, which is very large right now. Thank you guys for hanging in with us. Money doesn't. It's the money isn't the important thing.
Well,
but we're not talking.
No, I know what you mean.
What's important is that they were making good movies that were satisfying the audience.
Well, yes, and they did a very, very. If you look at the 23 movies, so for those of you who don't understand or don't know, not you understand, the Infinity Saga is considered Iron Man 1 all the way to Spider-Man Far From Home, which is the movie that came after Endgame, which is sort of the coda to the Infinity Saga.
Sure.
Those are 23 movies where if you look at those films, the fact that you have 3 trilogies within that, you've got the Captain America trilogy,
Iron Man, you got Captain America, you
Iron
got
Man
Thor.
and Thor. That was a brilliant. So you have 9 films. Of course, other characters are in those movies, but 9 films of those 23 that make you love those anchor characters. Those 3 guys, Tony Stark, and Steve Rogers and Thor. Thor Odinson. You love those characters. And by doing that, that's an unprecedented building of love for an audience. The audience, I mean, I remember seeing the first Avenger, and I really liked the first Avenger. It's a really nice movie. It kind of moves along.
It's such a natural progression from The Rocketeer that I can't be charmed. I cannot help but be charmed by it.
It's total, but you know what? I totally agree with you. It's a complete. It should be on an endless double feature with The Rocketeer. But The Winter Soldier is stratospheric. The Russo brothers and their students of action films. You get to that movie, and that becomes one of the great popcorn entertainments of all time. Mm-hmm. And then making Avengers 2.5. In Civil War. And again, what Marvel did was they took something that happened in the comic book. They can't adapt. And Winter Soldier, they took Brubaker's run. They changed it, but they kept the essence of what Brubaker did with Bucky, which was amazing. And then you go into Civil War, and they changed it. I mean, in the original comics, the New Warriors were fighting these villains, and a school was blown up, and kids lost their lives, which basically caused the registration to happen. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it was the Sokovia Accords and the fallout of Ultron, what happened in Age of Ultron, which was brilliant, but they put it, you still get to pit Steve Rogers and Tony Stark, which was a brilliantly done. That led into, well, you had Ant-Man and you had Captain Marvel, but it led into Infinity War.
Like,
fucking brilliant. I mean, to me,
like, you haven't been around for a while. You missed stuff. We broke up, like the Beatles. I mean,
we're all about that superhero life. Infinity War and Endgame, I would argue, are the greatest comic book movies ever made in terms of taking what the comic book medium actually is and putting it on the screen. Look, I think The Crow is one of the greatest comic adaptations ever done. But in terms of...
but the funny thing is, when you really look at The Crow, the movie is very different from the comic.
It is, because the comic book is kind of small. The movie...
Smaller. I mean, it's become one of the grand adaptations that, that, again, has a much larger ripple effect on things than I think it gets credit for. Yeah. At least at this point.
I totally agree. The Crow is monumentally
but again,
influential.
It's an R-rated movie. It's not for everyone. It's not for kids. It's violent as fuck. But I agree with you. I mean, I think that whole... But I think... Look, you don't get Infinity War Endgame until you get all the stuff that came before.
Yeah, because you have to make people... You can't do Infinity War and Endgame without Guardians 1. If James Gunn hadn't made Guardians 1 and given us Groot and given us Rocket, you could not
grown to. They just did it. It was the patience. It was the taking their time.
Well, they also had to introduce the tone. At first,
and variety of very different tones throughout all those movies,
and making it work. And it was it was a genius move for Kevin Feige to tap James Gunn, who had only directed 2. He looked at Slither and Super, and he's like, this guy has the sensibility to take Guardians of the Galaxy. He knew they've got everybody they need to support a director, and James Gunn understands. He'd worked in the studio system, so he understood it's a collaborative.
It was still a big swing. It was like
huge.
Wait, really? That's cool.
Even James Gunn will tell you it was a huge swing.
But I'll say this too. Again, this gets at a little more of the minutia of the business sort of side of it and everything like that. But I will say this too. It was a very shrewd move to connect and tie James Gunn with Peter Safran. I've met Peter several times on set of James's films.
Well, I worked with them on they were on the specials. Yeah, Safran was an executive producer of specials that I worked on in 1999.
Yeah, he's a very smart guy and cares deeply about the good of the film and the story and everything else.
Oh, so he's brilliant.
So it's like that also bodes well. That's the thing. Gunn is a story guy. He's a story guy. He's not just doing it for look. That kaiju that's in there, that's not in there just to like, oh, let's throw some weird shit in there. It's all
wait to see where that kaiju comes from.
But that's the thing. He's a story guy, so it's not just thrown in there for window dressing. It's there for there's a purpose to everything. The fact that the fact that he's putting in Hawk Girl and Mr. Terrific. This character, I'll be honest with you, characters, I've never read a comic book with Mr. I have no idea who several of these characters are, and I'm kind of like, cool. I don't know who's the guy. Who's the guy wearing the goggles and stuff, and I don't know. And at first I was like, really, Crypto and everything, but then someone was like, that's his rocket, and I'm like, you're a fucking genius. People love their dogs. This is such a, if nothing else, but I guarantee you.
Where's the dog?
The thing is, I know, and I haven't seen that. I know that it's more than just throwing in a dog to dog lovers out there.
Well, no, but
there's always a purpose for what he does.
It is, but that also
look.
It builds the universe.
The man made Polka Dot Man work in a movie. Why would that in any world would Polka Dot Man work?
He put Starro in that movie.
And Polka Dot Man had an arc and pathos. Like where
so did King Shark.
I know this is it's the thing is it's like see it before you judge it, guys.
Well, but here's the thing.
See the whole thing.
But here's the thing. There are people that it doesn't matter how good it is, they don't want that iteration of Superman.
Okay.
They don't want the whimsy. They don't want the fantasy. They don't want any of that. I mean, literally to the point where
they don't have to have it. They can just sit home and watch Man of Steel on repeat. They don't have to have it.
But that, see, to me, I as an imagination connoisseur, as the audience of this channel, I think that's a problem, because what that does, and what I would hope for people to look, I don't want to tell anybody what they should or shouldn't like. People should love what they like and not apologize for it.
Sure.
However, I do think that when it comes to things like stories and entertainment, the more open-minded you can be, the thing is, you need, it seems silly to say this, I've been saying this a lot on this channel, you need to learn how to watch a movie. Just like you need to learn how to read a book. Knowing how to read does not make you literate. And watching a movie does not make you movie literate. Everybody can watch a movie, but that doesn't mean are you really truly getting what's going on. And I would say this. There are a lot of people that can't hang with Miyazaki. They can't hang with Japanese anime. They don't like the way it looks. There
I'm
are
not.
people.
I'm not an anime fan. I mean, well, I don't know. Here's the thing.
By the way, can I give you? Can I give you?
No, you already did.
Oh yeah, I told you about Pluto.
Give it to the audience again.
So I got this because I was watching Monster. One of the greatest a couple of the greatest televised science fiction things that I've seen that don't get enough credit is Torchwood: Children of Earth, the third season of Torchwood. That's 5 episodes. I'd never seen Torchwood before, other than Captain Jack in Doctor Who. I'd never seen Torchwood. It's 5 hours of the finest televised science fiction of the 21st century. The animation that's on Netflix right now, if you're a fan of things like Blade Runner and the idea of Cylons and all that, Pluto is an 8-episode anime that came out in 2023 that's on Netflix, is one of the greatest televised science fiction series of the 21st century. And it deals with the same kinds of things. Now, it is anime through and through, but it's also a detective noir story. But it is so smart and it is so well done but there's people that they don't even like the way animation looks. They can't get past it, you know, and I understand that. I get that. That doesn't mean you're wrong or whatever. But the thing is, what people are rejecting about Superman already is they just don't want this particular kind of superhero story. It's not their flavor. It's not their style. It's not what they want. And I totally get that. But what's really interesting is because it's not what they want, they're saying that they hate it. And there's a lot of things that I don't like. There's a lot of tonal things that I just don't like. I don't dig like camp. I don't like things that try to be campy. A lot of people like things that try to be campy. Campy to me is something that has to organically happen. You know, you're not going to get me to love something that's there's certain humor I just don't like, and that a lot of people like that I don't. I'm not a Three Stooges guy, and I know a lot of people love the Three Stooges. But what's really interesting is there are now people that actively are spewing venomous hatred toward this different style of Superman movie simply because it's not to their taste. And for me, it's like, hey, if you don't like something, don't eat it. You know? Yeah,
but the thing is, you know, this is the world we live in, where it's like now the internet has given everyone kind of a pedestal and a voice to express. And look, good for them. It's up to us whether we choose to listen to it or not, and be affected by it or not. And that's the thing. It's like everyone's entitled to their opinion, as they always are. You don't have to agree with it, and it's not going to change my world one way or another. I'm going to make up my own mind. And the thing is, I would rather walk into something open to enjoy it. Why? My thing that I find curious is why you would ever like spend your money going into something to hate it. Why waste your time, and why waste the money? It's just for some sort of weird potential validation that you get is like, see, I told you this is bullshit. It's like, okay, but I mean, again, you could have spent that time doing something that you enjoyed and liked. I mean, that's the weird thing. I think so much of the time people spend finding things to be angry about or finding things to hate, where it's like, I mean, I know this is all fucking frou-frou and, you know, whatever, but it's like, can't you find something that you could like instead? Wouldn't that better? How is this? I guess the thing is, it's like actively hating on, say, this movie, just as an example. How is that bettering your life?
I don't know.
Now let's talk about the other one.
Well, wait. There's some people that have things to say that I would like to delve into. Hang on. There's a lot of people have a lot to say here. People are.
This is good. This is good. I'm glad that they have a lot to say.
No, they do, which is great. First of all, the Gilk man, not the Gill Man, but the wait, is it Gill Man? Let me hang on. No, it's the Gilk Man.
Okay.
Says, I just wanted to say I love your takes on things. I love how you're on the John Campea show, and also loved how you did a video with Geeks and Gamers. I'm glad you do, but a lot of people didn't. I think I was sad for those people. I hope to meet you one day, and I loved your True Noir audio series. Thank you so much.
That's awesome. And if you do get to meet Rob, you're in for a treat.
Well, thank you. Thank you for making it safe to be a geek again. Ooh, I like that. Making it safe.
Oh, dude, there's your new catchphrase, man. You're making it safe to be a geek again. Well, but that's good.
I like that.
You can be the poster child for that.
I like that. It's good. Thank you for that one.
Right.
Castle Grayskull says, Robin Dave, please come on up. So, free.
Oh, right on. Speaking of Castle Grayskull, you know the other one that I'm really hoping for? I hope, God, I really want Masters of the Universe to be good.
We saw some of it at CinemaCon. I mean, they showed only behind the scenes. Guy Dias is the production designer. It looks, I never thought I would say this about a Masters of the Universe movie. It looks amazing. The design work and everything. They showed the costumes, like the costumes for Sorcerer. Idris Elba's Man-at-Arms. Dude, it looks so cool.
I'm excited because I love this. I've always
they have the perfect director, Travis Knight, who did Kubo.
I know, but I love it. I always like Krull. I love this combination of medieval and sci-fi together. I love that stuff. Krull, which is coming out in 4K, which is crazy because I wish that movie was better, but I probably will get it in 4K because I haven't watched Krull in a very, very, very long time.
Me neither. But you know, when it came out, it was all right. You know,
great James Horner score.
Great James Horner score, and it had a lot. It has a great Derek Medding stop motion crystal spider in it.
It's epic, and it's like I love what it like.
Oh, dude, Lou
Ferrigno Hercules movies that took place in sci-fi, and he throws a bear into outer space and just weird shit. It's like,
dude, Star Crash,
fucking Sword and Sorcerer. It's like all
message from space, bro.
I'm telling you, all this stuff is just like it's. I'm so hopeful for that, and maybe we'll get to Montreal someday.
We got to go back there. Apparently, we have a place to stay. So I'll sleep on her floor. I don't care. You can have her bed. Darth Plato says, Snyder made a different take on Superman instead of carbon copying previous iterations of Superman. How people feel about it is fair game, but don't punish Snyder for the effort to delve into being different. I'm not punishing him. I really appreciated it. That
was the whole thing that I was saying. It's like different writers and artists grabbing onto the comic book after another run. I think that's exciting. I just think it's like, cool, we had that. Now why can't we have this? And why have? By
the way, we had three of those, and we had four.
I just don't get why people have to be up in arms because this is not that. It's like, why do you want to stay with just that? Everything should evolve. Look how, like my beloved horror series, you run out of shit to say on these things. You have to change them. You have to evolve them. Sometimes they're better, sometimes they're not. But it's like, you know, they're interesting tests of different sensibilities. It's like, cool. If it's not for you, watch something else.
Darth Plato goes on to say, why does God need a starship? He doesn't. Why does Superman need Superman robots? Well, I mean, if you're Superman and you have the Fortress of Solitude that's monitoring the universe,
I mean, someone's got to clean up his mess.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Crypto's leaving little, you know.
Well, that's actually that's more true than you know.
Kryptonite muffins around, you know. Someone's got to clean that up. You think Superman's going to come up with a dishpan, a little, you know, mop and broom?
Well, and Superman robot. I mean, here's the thing. That why would Superman need robots? Well, if he's monitoring the world, which
crypto poop. That's it.
Well,
that's why.
Well, I'll leave it at that. Mario Lopez from Portugal. Hello, Mario. Please say hi to your mother for me. Star Wars and DC need to be more serious and dark, not fun.
Why?
Well, I would say they try that, but I would say it didn't work. You know, from a monetary standpoint.
Why do they need to be more serious? I mean, Rob's beloved Return of the Jedi has Ewoks. That's fun. I mean, he loves that. And he loves it so much. He loves everything about it. Yoda was basically, you know, I mean, he was funny. Yoda was funny in a way.
But I think Yoda was a great addition to Star Wars. Empire Strikes Back is the greatest thing ever.
But he was funny in it. It's like, so why does it have to be all dark and serious? Why? I'm curious. Just my opinion. I don't think.
Here's the funny thing. This is what I don't get.
Chewbacca isn't like all serious.
Where in the comics? Here's the thing. Where in the comics, in the years that DC has existed, was DC really serious? I mean, The Dark Knight Returns was a very serious comic.
I mean, you got moments. You got, you know, the Swamp Thing had its
Swamp Thing again, but that belonged to Swamp Thing. But then Swamp Thing could be in a Superman comic,
right?
You know,
in a Batman comic book.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a question for you that I have. We're diverging for a second. We're taking a side quest here. Do you think the Swamp Thing movie with James Mangold's ever going to happen? No. I don't.
No, and no, I don't, because I don't think it's going to. I mean, look, I never thought a Man-Thing would be in the MCU, but we saw him in Werewolf by Night. I never thought that'd be a Werewolf by Night thing, and seeing Man-Thing was dope. And the thing is, here's the thing. That's been my
after Endgame, it's my favorite thing that Marvel has done.
Here's the thing. How, knowing what Man-Thing is, how have they not incorporated Man-Thing into, like, Loki, who now controls all the different dimensions? How is Man-Thing not more of a thing in the MCU?
Because they haven't set him up as the guardian of the nexus of all reality.
I know, but why not? He was great in that.
And the funny thing is, Rob, you know, with Werewolf by Night and everything, there were people. I was surprised because I was like, who cares besides me about Man-Thing? And if you know me, I have a giant-sized Man-Thing right up there.
Kevin Feige produced a Man-Thing movie.
I know, it was awful, and it broke my heart. Remember,
Brett Leonard directed. People forget that there was a Man-Thing movie.
We were in New Zealand when we heard the news. I was heartbroken because that was my. This is how weird I am, guys. Man-Thing movie was my dream project. That was my dream project. Now I'm just like, I'm just glad we got him in Werewolf by Night. But the thing is, there were people who saw Werewolf by Night and hated what they did with that character.
Well, the fact that how I hated what they did to Moon Knight, one of my favorite Marvel characters.
I know.
Great action figure, but
really, I haven't seen it. Show it to me.
Well, I've got two. Actually, his hand fell off, but
wow, that is really cool.
It's awesome.
But I want the Mark Spector that. Remember the comic book where he basically he fought the serial killer that wore this green rubber mask. Do you remember that one?
Come on.
That's cool.
Mr. Knight.
But that's the Moon Knight that I wanted. The one that fought the serial killer, and that I think it was Neil Adams drew it.
Bill Sienkiewicz.
No, this is before. It was like a one-shot thing, and it was Neil Adams, and he drew a Moon Knight comic, and there was a serial killer with a hatchet and a green rubber mask. Back in the 70s.
The Sienkiewicz dude.
It wasn't Sienkiewicz. I still have it somewhere.
All
I can show you. It was definitely Neil Adams.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Sienkiewicz did the Werewolf by Night versus him, which was great.
Yes, he did. The episodes 29 and 30, or issues 29. Fucking dope.
One of the greatest covers ever. Nerd talk.
Darth Plato goes on to say that Gunn's Superman movie is not a Superman movie; it's a Gunn-verse movie. First of all, come on, you haven't seen it yet. And
what does that mean? I mean, look, here's the thing. Some people are just not going to like what James Gunn does. It's fine. It's cool. With this or any other movie,
they're not.
They don't dig his stuff. That's fine. It doesn't have to be for everyone. I'm sorry. It's just
I know somebody. So John was talking about this on the show. There's another person. I know somebody who's seen this movie. Somebody who I'm friends with, that I respect, that I really like, known him for a long time, hates this movie.
She hate horror movies too?
No, the person that John was talking about is different.
Someone else.
Someone else. Right. Someone else. And here's the thing. It's because they have a preconceived, like, look, they're not Miyazaki fans. You know, this person, you know, does Miyazaki's too weird. Howl's Moving Castle. This is a film for people that you have to be, as I've said, I said this about The Life of Chuck. There are people that hate The Life of Chuck, and there are a lot of people that love it. There are people that don't like Amelie, one of my favorite movies of all time. I would say that if you like Miyazaki, you like Amelie, you like the recently released Life of Chuck, if you understand or have a sense of whimsy to you, you're going to like this movie.
But here's the thing too.
It's a different flavor.
You know what they always say to us as filmmakers when you get a bad review or you get a good review, you're like, right. I would rather have people be divisive on it than just go, okay. Yeah. So, look, I haven't seen Superman. Who knows? Maybe I won't like it.
Yeah.
We'll find out. But I'd much rather go in with an open mind than if I had a closed mind about it, then I just wouldn't go at all. It's not, and the funny thing is, you know, Superman it's not like my end all be all. This is the movie that I'm dying to see this summer. I don't even know if I have one now. Which is weird because it used to be like, oh my God, I used to be so excited. But it's like, it's another superhero movie. Let's hope this one's good.
Yeah. Well, okay. Now let's talk a little Fantastic Four, Dave.
Well, we have a couple more super chats.
We do. We have a couple more. I will get to them.
Well, yeah.
Sayanagiri has been a member for 31 months. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thanks for now, let's see. I'm just catching up with everybody. Our friend Thomas Logan says, James Gunn's a fraud. He tried to get Nicole Perlman's name taken off Guardians of the Galaxy when, in fact, she wrote 95% of the movie, which is why the WGA sided with her. Okay, first of all, let's talk about she's co-credited. She is co-credited as the writer of the film. She went through the Writers Guild arbitration process. That's why she's co-credited.
Go full screen while you do this. I'm gonna answer some chats while you go.
If she had written 95% of the movie, she would have received full credit on the film. The fact is, James Gunn is not a fraud. He's been writing movies. I mean, I was a producer on a movie he wrote back in the late 90s called The Specials that has an incredible cast. Craig Mazin, who co-created Last of Us, directed it. And the fact is, James Gunn doesn't need to prove he's been writing movies for a long time. And Nicole had written a draft of that script before he even came on board the film. So, and it's not about the WGA siding with anybody. They went through their process of arbitration that happens when more than one person works on the movie, and it all worked out correctly. And he went on and he wrote the other two movies. And if he was a fraud, he wouldn't be where he is. I mean, I understand you can hate him, but that's not the business. In the case of arbitrations, works. So, and again, if she'd written 95% of the movie, and I would say to you, do you know who wrote Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan? Jack Sowards. But he really didn't. Nicholas Meyer wrote Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan and does not even have screenplay credit. So, whenever you hear these stories about what went on, understand that the business works in strange ways. Nicole got credit. James got credit. Everybody got the credits that they needed. And if you hear that, oh, James tried to get her name off the movie, the fact is it went through the proper arbitration channels. Both of them got credit as they should have. So, Cyan's been a member. I said that. And then we have a performing artist. says, if Gunn makes a live-action Justice League film like the Justice League Unlimited animated series in the 2000s, he'll have the first $2 billion film. The first $2 billion DC film. Maybe. You know, we'll see what happens. Tony Reyes, how you doing, buddy? Why I believe some will have a problem with Superman is the lack of imagination. The good news, Superman could reignite imagination and wonder back into the cinema, which has been missing from recent superhero movies. That is good. And then we've got Big Disc Energy says, Dave is here. Can I put you back on camera, Dave?
I'm back.
Okay, Dave, you know you love when you have Big Disc Energy coming at you.
Well, Rob, I think Dieter's the one who has Big Disc Energy.
Okay.
I mean, but I appreciate it. No, thank you, Big Disc Energy, for the very nice words.
Chris Ortiz says the DC New 52 and Rebirth runs were hella serious, and the current Absolute universe makes the Snyderverse look like Disney World. It's true. I agree with that.
It's funny because DC's always been the more. I always thought, even as a kid, DC was always the more serious comics.
Really, it was always Marvel to me, man.
No, I always felt like DC was the more adult, more serious comic books. Maybe it was the time that I got into them and stuff for the ones I was reading.
Probably later, but I mean, like the X-Men, they were always persecuted. The metaphors there. By the way,
they were more colorful and bright and fun and stuff like that. I wasn't reading, Batmite and shit.
Big Disc Energy asks a question: what is more important, length or girth? Unfortunately, I wasn't blessed with either, so I have a different answer. Dave, what would you say? Length or girth? By the way, are we the ones to be saying it?
Maybe Big Disc Energies thinks we are. I'd say girth, because if you know how to move it, if you know how to use it.
Yeah, well, yeah. But I would say this. You have to perform according to your gifts and give what you're given. I mean, you have to learn other things. If you don't have those attributes, if you don't have
length or girth,
yeah, you got to be cunning linguist. But look, I think you know what it depends.
Cunning linguist is good, but it's never gonna totally replace length or girth.
I don't know. When it comes to girls, it could.
From what I understand, from what I've known, you want a good balance of both.
Yeah, and also, it's a partnership issue. You need both sides. A lot of people like different kinds of things.
What does Big Disc Energy think, though?
Yeah, I don't know. Big Disc Energy has to tell us. I mean, this is also a very male-centric question, too.
Well, the women want to know.
The women already know.
But what's Major Chai say, too?
She's a mom. I don't think she can answer that question effectively.
She's a mom. She can definitely answer the question. See, this is why you have me on, Rob, because I can make you laugh. I make you laugh.
For 30 years, you've been making me laugh, Dave. But that's a good thing. That is a good thing.
It's not the length or girth, but how you wield what you got.
Yeah. By the way, that Tony Reyes question, the lack of imagination, which I think, look, you know what it is. I think. By the way, he sent it. That was a $20 super chat.
I know. How nice.
I think that here's what I think. I think that people need to be more open-minded, and when it comes to flights of fancy, as an imagination connoisseur, I'll give you an example. I used to there are things that I used to hate Westerns, or at least I thought I hated Westerns.
Now, why did you think that? Can you set that up? Why did you think?
I'll tell you why. Because I like spaceships, and I might have seen like Bonanza as a kid, and I didn't like the iconography of Westerns.
Until you realized a lot of those stories translated into science fiction.
Yep. And I'll tell you, I had an epiphany. I was at my friend, late great Sean Fanning. I was at my friend Kelly Goto's house. We were partying. She lived in West LA on Bundy, right off Bundy, and Bundy in Santa Monica. And it was one of those late nights where I just crashed at their house on their couch. And I like woke up at 5 in the morning and I turned on like HBO or something. And The Searchers was on. I'd never seen The Searchers. And I started watching it. Classic Western, John Wayne, Jeffrey Hunter, you know,
directed by John Ford. And if anyone's seen The Fabelmans, that's the guy that David Lynch plays at the end.
Yeah. And Warner Archive released at the end of last year an incredible disc, The Searchers, in 4K. It's amazing. I was watching the Searchers, and dude, I was fucking captivated.
Oh, it's amazing.
It's
got a great commentary with John Carpenter.
Yeah, well, I hadn't heard it yet. I hadn't heard it yet. I'm watching this movie, and that ignited in me a love. I was like, oh my God, because I realized I thought Westerns. I didn't realize the timeless, iconic nature of Western stories, that they weren't just cowboys and Indians, that they had a lot more going on. And that led me down a path. It led me down a dual path where I could not get enough of Westerns. And I was watching like the Man with No Name trilogy over and over again. I was watching Italian Westerns, but I was going back and watching things like Winchester 73 and My Darling Clementine and McCabe and Mrs. Miller. And then I was going back and watching classic stuff like Stagecoach. I just started watching Westerns. And my Western jag, where I must have watched 100 Westerns, so many Westerns. In 1992, I went with Wayne Mogilevsky to see Unforgiven. Because I'd watch like Outlaw Josie Wales and High Plains Drifter. And I watch,
Pale Rider.
A Pale Rider. I mean, all the stuff in the 60s and 70s. Fucking High Plains Drifter.
High Plains Drifter is a fucking horror movie.
It's a horror movie. It's so great. Paint the town red and call it hell. But I go into the theater. I go into the Chinese right there on Hollywood Boulevard to see Unforgiven. Opening day. And I was sitting there watching this movie, and because I had just seen all these Westerns, I'm like, oh my God, I totally understand what they're doing, what he's doing. He's deconstructing the entire Western genre. And when it got to the moment where the chick that's in The Crow, the mom, comes out and goes, well, Ned, you know, he's out there with the Schofield kid waiting to, Ned's dead. And Clint Eastwood hasn't had a drink in 10 years. And,
oh my God,
you know,
yeah.
And he's trying to contemplate, Ned's in front of Greeley's. And when he takes the swig of liquor, this is after the conversation. When killing a man, you take everything he has and everything he's going to have. All this is the most mythic shit ever. Nobody kills a king. People kill presidents. This whole movie, I was totally, completely affected by this movie. And he takes the swig of the whiskey, and I'm just sitting there, and I had one of those whooshy moments, like, no, I am your father. When I'm like, oh my God, you know, and I'm watching every Western movie come to this moment where William Money is drinking this first swig of liquor, and I'm sitting in the Chinese theater, and I'm literally having a moment. Like, my entire body is electrified by not only the entire Western genre, but the movie that Clint Eastwood has made, and I'm just like, oh my God! And I knew this is not going to erupt into a John Woo Gunn ballet fest. But I knew what I'm watching is an entire genre, not being now it's a joke. We're going to subvert your expectations. This was a subversion that was earned. You know, it was all about the entire myth of the West. William Money was a myth that was deconstructed throughout this movie. And now there is no myth. You're going to take, you know what? It's a hell of a thing killing a man. You're going to take everything he was or everything he has and everything he's going to have. It is ugly. It's a guy being shot in a fucking toilet. And I was like, so there for it. It changed my life. And I remember when the movie was over, I turned to Wayne Mogilevsky and I go, this is the summer. And I go, that movie is going to win Best Fucking Picture. Because I knew. I saw that movie and I was transformed by it. And I'm like, that movie's going to win Best Picture. And it did.
If Rob could only like take his stuff and work it into Hollywood and his knowledge and work it, you'd be huge.
Dude, by the way, I've never said that about a movie. I've never said that about a movie since, but I'm going to say that about a movie now.
I know Project Hail Mary.
Project Hail Mary is going to win Best Picture.
I hope.
I haven't even seen it.
I haven't read the book yet, but I'm probably going to read the book beforehand.
Dude,
but the thing, they're like diverting a little bit, guys. Bear with us here. The Western and everything. I mean, the great thing about Unforgiven is, like, you know, this is after a long time where the Western was not a thing, and then luckily because of that movie, we got Tombstone, we got 3:10 to Yuma. I mean, some of the remakes and everything like that, but we got the Quick and the Dead, which is a blast of a Western. I think one of my favorite, and the thing is, I'm with like, I've always like grown up on Westerns because my parents like Westerns. So, you know, True Grit, the original True Grit, Coen Brothers True Grit also is great.
It is great. And you edited the John Wayne tribute.
The John Wayne thing, where it's like I had to revisit. I mean, I'd already seen, but True Grit. But then the Cowboys by Mark Rydell is such an amazing Western. And then you get Wayne's last movie, The Shootist, which is an amazing film.
Coming out on 4K from Arrow.
It's an absolutely fantastic movie. With Lauren Bacall and Ron Howard. That's great. I'll tell you, my favorite, Walter Hill has done two of my favorite underrated Westerns.
And one must be, you better say The Long Riders.
Long Riders is great, but it wasn't Long Riders. It's Geronimo.
Well, that's a great movie.
And Wild Bill. Wild Bill is such an underappreciated movie with such an amazing performance by Jeff Bridges.
Wild Bill is great, but I will say, dude, I love The Long Riders.
The Long Riders is fantastic.
By the way, Thomas Logan, Perlman threw a fuck James Gunn party after the arbitration because Gunn lobbied for her to lose credit. Your boy Zach Stentz was on the WGA panel. Here's the thing. You can't lobby for somebody to lose credit. You're going through an arbitration process. Gunn was a WGA writer. The script was a WGA thing. What happened was what was going to happen. The system worked. She got her credit. She got her money. But James Gunn directed that movie and went on to make 2 other Guardians of the Galaxy films. So you can get mad at James Gunn. It's so weird because people get angry with people they don't know, and they hear from afar what happened. And it's like, look, what happened with the Guardians of the Gun? The Guardians of the Gun. Oh,
there's a movie.
There's a movie.
Guardians of the Gun. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna shift. I'm gonna shift to do an action movie called The Guardians of the Gun.
There you go. It's a good title. But what happened with that script situation is exactly what was supposed to happen. Arbitration worked. It went through. Zach Stentz was on that panel. And what was supposed to happen, the way the WGA arbitration system works, is exactly what happened. But James Gunn directed that movie. And that movie was not an easy movie to make, nor was it a sure thing. So think about, you know, Nicole wrote a script that didn't get made right away. Didn't get made right away. They had it. But it wasn't until James Gunn, who came on that project and rewrote it, that it actually got made. So...
Hey,
that's how it works.
Going back to Westerns for a second, I'm gonna tickle your fancy, Rob.
Ooh. Oh yeah.
Get ready. Get ready. You know what one of my favorite Western things is?
No.
Spectre of the Gun.
Which is wait, Dave, did you just bring up a
I didn't say where it's from. I'm just saying.
Well, because it's about the Clantons and the Earps.
People know what Spectre of the Gun is. It's really good, and I love what I really love about it is the visual. Yeah. I love the blood red backdrop.
Okay, this is, by the way, this is Dave Parker talking about how much he loves the Star Trek episode from the 3rd season, which is amazing.
Spectre of the Gun. I also just read. You brought up Nicholas Meyer, which goes in hand with this James Gunn topic that Thomas Logan brought up. I just finished listening to, and he narrates it, his book about his movie career.
No, wait, I'm sorry. Who?
Nicholas Meyer.
Oh, yeah.
Great book.
It's a great book. You know,
really great book.
Look, he should have had a bigger career than he had. I mean, I love Time After Time.
Yeah,
You know,
but that's the thing. You listen to the book, he admits he's not the easiest person to work with.
No,
and I respect him for that. And the thing is, what he likes, the things that he likes, are not in fashion. So
right,
I get it. And the work that he's done on movies that we didn't even know about.
Oh yeah.
Fatal Attraction. He wrote the shooting draft of Fatal Attraction and didn't get credit for it.
Right. Yep. Oh,
I mean,
and that happens a lot. People don't understand how much that happens in Hollywood. How many people work on scripts and how many people get, paid to come in.
and not get credit for it. Gets a good payday, but not credit for it, which is crazy. Yeah. Hey, you know what we should talk about now?
Fantastic Four.
Let's talk about Fantastic Four. That new trailer came out this week, which was very hopeful, very, it was fun. And you go, okay. Now you had my attention. Now I'm interested.
Yeah.
And it was just more because it gave us a little more bit of a feel for kind of what the movie is without giving anything away. I think it did what a really good trailer does without really giving anything away. And I don't know. I liked it. I've always wanted a good Fantastic Four movie. And the thing is, I find I find Josh Trank's take on it very interesting.
It is.
I think you give that movie 10 years, people are gonna go, look, it's a mess, but there's some really, really interesting stuff in it.
I also think that movie was, and again, I can't speak to this. Josh Trank had made Chronicle, which is a fairly low budget film. And then he gets tapped to make Fantastic Four. I think the guy was probably out of his depth and nervous as hell. And
I think so. And wanting to, it'll be interesting to see what he says.
And the studio was again like DC. They were second guessing Marvel.
But again, I think probably he was not. The problem is what they wanted to do with that Fantastic Four is put it in line with the way that John Watts was doing Spider-Man. Those things were of in line, and he was like, I don't want to do that. So ultimately, I think the problem is not Josh Trank. I think it was the choice of having him do that movie was the wrong call.
I do, and I think it was. Look, and this is the problem with Hollywood.
I'm saying for what they wanted. I think in a lot of ways, 3/4 of it is a really interesting science fiction fantasy movie that then just because of meddling and everything, just sort of like, I don't know what's happening at the point. But I think 3/4 of it are interesting. I wouldn't say they were ultimately charismatic enough. I mean, for the Fantastic Four as a thing, but I think Michael B. Jordan cast as Johnny Storm as the Human Torch was a really good call at that time.
I do too. Michael B. Jordan can do no dude. His performance is Smoke and Stack and Sinners, man.
I mean, he's just a great actor. He was great as Killmonger, and they should have just made him the Black Panther.
And he was great in Creed as well.
Afterwards, I think. But it's a weird. I think, for better or worse, I would love to see what his. That would be one. Even more so than Zack Snyder's Justice League. That would be one where I'd be curious to see what Josh Trank's full vision of it was, just to see.
Look,
if we could live in a world where that could happen.
But here's the problem with Hollywood in general. You have you make a Chronicle or you make a Safety Not Guaranteed, and then you get tapped to direct $100 million franchise movie that you're not ready or equipped to direct. And you made your independent movie where you had all this control. You're sitting in the edit bay you're making it perfect the way you want it, and then you take the job because your new agent that when you get an indie darling, and then you take this job that you really don't have control over. You don't know your career yet because you've only made one movie. And so, like Colin Trevorrow, I made Safety Not Guaranteed, $1 million movie that Spielberg loved, so let's let him direct the new Jurassic World movie. And none of these filmmakers get to hone their craft. I mean, God bless that you can get somebody like Robert Eggers, man. You know, you might love her.
I mean, he would be so diametrically bad to do a quote-unquote mainstream movie.
Yeah, but it's so great because when you see Robert Eggers, look, it might not have made a ton of money, but I fucking love The Northman. You know,
that's my favorite of his movies,
bro. That movie is fucking dope as fuck, and I love The Witch. I think I watched The Witch, and I'm like, it's a masterpiece of atmosphere.
A masterpiece of subtle cinema. I like to call it. It's so
good. It's so good. And then he goes on and makes The Lighthouse. You know, he was able to forge a career and keep his quirkiness. And he goes in and gets $90 million to make The Northman. He almost could have derailed himself, but then he goes and makes Nosferatu. He's kept his integrity. We need more filmmakers like this. And
but the thing is, you know, what saved him is he had someone like Chris Columbus backing him.
Yeah, of course, you need that. But we
how rare is that? It's rare.
It's rare. But you know what? You have somebody like a Roy Lee who stays behind the scenes putting all these movies together.
Oh my God, I don't know, when does that guy sleep?
Dude, I don't know.
His name is on so many things.
Yeah, but let me tell you something. I don't know how he does it. That guy finds the best scripts in Hollywood. I love that guy. I love him.
He's got good taste. And the thing is the things that he, for the most part, I mean, he's very smart because he does attach himself to big things.
But he finds. But
the thing is, he doesn't
attach himself. He finds shit.
Or he finds.
He's playing 4-dimensional chess. Roy Lee.
Yeah, but some of those things are like very big and populous movies. But then the thing is, he's looking for things that most people aren't making anymore because they're not based on an IP.
No, but he's also creating. You know what? He created an IP. I know him a little bit.
No. I know, but that's what I'm saying. But the thing is, he's looking at it to create. But it's like he's grabbing things that aren't existing IPs, and that's what makes him smart.
So smart. He did the two things. Like he was the first person that was in Asia going, wait a minute, I can get the remake rights to all these Asian horror movies, and we can remake them. Infernal Affairs. I should get the rights to that. Cut to Martin Scorsese directing.
No. That's the thing. He's very.
He told me. I asked him. I said, how'd the Lego movie come up? You know what he told me? He was playing Lego video games with the characters in the video games. He goes, I think
this should be a movie.
He goes, we could make a movie. We could do a Lego.
I'm sure it was the same thing with Minecraft.
Well, yeah.
The funny thing is, he's attached to Minecraft.
Dude, same thing. He found. Dude, he's.
And the funny thing is, so Minecraft went on HBO last week?
Yeah.
I didn't see it in the theater and stuff like that, and I was like, this is so not for me. I've never played it. I don't know what this is about or anything like. I have really no point of reference to Minecraft except I've heard the word and I know it's blocks. That's literally it. I threw on the movie one night thinking, I'll watch 15 minutes of it or something. I watched the whole thing. For what it is, it's way better than it has any right being.
Of course.
It's fun. If you're just looking for a fun time and you're open-minded to it, Minecraft will fit that bill. It's so much more enjoyable than I expected it to be, and I was like, wow.
So check this out. So Roy Lee is a producer of How to Train Your Dragon, executive producer, How to Train Your Dragon, which is in theaters now.
Which is a very good movie, but it's pointless.
Okay. It doesn't matter.
If you've seen the cartoon, you've seen this movie, and it beat for beat.
Okay. Weapons. That's August.
And I'm curious about it. I'm not.
No, but he's the executive producer of that.
Yeah,
the long walk in September.
Hopeful. hopeful.
Dude, that trailer, I saw the trailer on just this gigantic
I know.
screen.
I'm hopeful, but you know, it's a tough fucking thing to adapt.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like they pulled any punches. I've wanted to see that movie for 45 years.
I'm not saying about pulling punches. It's just a tough thing to adapt.
It is, but it looks like.
But no. Like, look, if there was a producer working in that level that I could potentially work with, it would be that guy. I would be so blessed to be able to, like, instead of scrounging around with these fucking low budget charlatans that, you know, are permeating the fucking world.
By the way, Clarence Maxwell asks if I could direct a superhero movie, what would I pick? I would have said Moon Knight first.
You could still do it as a movie.
I don't know. And here's what I would do. I would adapt issues 1 of Moon Knight. I would have done the 2 Stained Glass Scarlet issues and the Black Spectre issue 25 of the Men Sienkiewicz runs. I would have taken all of those stories and intertwined them into one movie. That's what I would have done. The Stained Glass, I said Silk Spectre, Stained Glass Scarlet, and the Black Spectre storylines.
Do you know what I would do?
Sienkiewicz runs. But hang on, I can't do that now because they fucked up Moon Knight. They fucked up Moon Knight. So if I could do any superhero comics, and this is actually doable, I would fucking want to do Omega Men for the DC universe.
Okay.
Omega Men.
Off the top of my head, there'd be 2 that I would want to do. Not that he asked. Not that he cares. I would do Evil Ernie.
That'd be good.
With Lady Death and all that shit. They've already kind of done Man Thing, so it's like it can't quite like jump on board of that or do another Swamp Thing movie or something. I kind of want to do Shang-Chi the way I know what Shang-Chi is, because
Bruce Lee meets James Bond.
Because I really didn't like that movie at all. I'm sorry guys, I'm going to say this right now. I don't think Simu Liu is a fucking leading actor. I don't like him. He doesn't have the charisma to be fucking Shang-Chi. We met when we were doing Hills Run Red. We met Rain, who was the star of Ninja Assassin. I'm not saying he's the greatest actor in the world or even a good actor. That guy's more Shang-Chi than fucking Simu Liu will ever be.
By the way, Scott Bartholomew says shade the
you just skirted over my controversy.
No, I mean, do you want me to get a look?
Because I know you wax on Shang-Chi on the John Campea show so much.
I do. I like that. Look, it's a wuxia movie. I like it. Is it the Shang-Chi that I grew up reading? No. Is it the Doug Mensch, who wrote the Moon Knight movies that I love, Moon Knight comics I love, also wrote Shang-Chi, and Paul Gulacy, one of my favorite comic book artists of all time.
I want Enter the Dragon meets James Bond.
Well, that's what Shang-Chi was, and it was fucking awesome. Master of Kung Fu. That shit was dope as fuck. The problem is it was a product of its time.
So what? Bring it back. You don't tell me you can't work, because Quentin Tarantino would make it work.
Look, he would make it work, and he would probably said it in the 70s.
That's right. And what's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Because the Fantastic Four, let's get back to that, is set in a fictional 60s sort of world.
Dude, I still want to bring back the Atari Force, and there's only 20 issues of that. I love the Atari Force.
Oh, I would also, you know what? Actually, okay. Time out. If I'm really thinking about it, there are two.
I love when you get drunk on the show. It's like there are two. It's like Chuck Woolery, 2 and 2. 2 and 2.
2 and 2. Dan Schweiger, 2 and 2. That's for you.
He was on Love Connection 3 times.
Twice. 3 times.
3. And he went on a girl. He went on it with a girl I ended up dating, a girl named Bunny Sklar, who is the lead singer of an all-girl heavy metal band.
Okay, so the 2 that I actually really would want to do that haven't been done. ROM, Space Knight.
Oh, dude. That'd be the
or best. The Micronauts.
Which I have right here. I have the omnibuses. Dude, how great.
I love those omnibuses. You could just gift those to me. That'd be great. Thank you. Thanks.
No.
Thank you.
You cannot have my omnibuses.
But I haven't read them. Anyway, I would love to do those too. Let's go back to Fantastic Four, 60s.
Fantastic Four. Yeah, we should do that.
So, how are you feeling about the Fantastic Four? You probably
do you want me to be honest?
Yeah. No, I want you to lie through your teeth.
No. I have to tell you, and I've alluded to this, or I've said this. I have not felt anything that they showed us on Fantastic Four. I think the Fantastic Four trailers. Here's what I don't see in those. They always said that people have always said that, and Stan Lee used to say that the idea that the Fantastic Four are a family is what their strength is. They have not shown in any of these trailers, other than like, oh, the Thing's gonna lick his fingers because Herbie's gonna make. They've never shown any, or they've shown Sue Storm kiss Reed. We're gonna get through this. They've never shown me a scene between two characters having a conversation that I'm like, that's interesting. I want to know what's going to happen because, are we okay? I don't know. It's the most generic pablum ever. And I love the look of it all. I love the retro futuristic Tomorrowland in the 60s feel of it all. Even Pedro Pascal doesn't bother me. I see the characters. It's all. There's nothing in any of these trailers, nothing in any of them, because they're all taken from the same scenes,
right,
that gives me a compelling reason from a humanistic standpoint. Tell me why these characters, other than what I already know about them, I have not seen anything that makes me go, I got to see that movie. All of it is this generic, serviceable. I mean, it's like if the movie opens with "Welcome to or you're to the so and so show, welcome to Fantastic Four," and they give you a background. It has been with the milieu of it, the early '60s milieu and all that. They have given me nothing in any of these trailers, and I tell you, I'm so hungry for it because I want to love this movie. But other than, okay, Galactus. We know Galactus is coming. It's like I've been reading John Byrne and Jonathan Hickman's runs. I mean, both of those runs are classic. Byrne's run on Fantastic Four in the 80s was quintessential comic book nirvana. And I am waiting. There is nothing. There has been nothing in these trailers, nothing that has got me very excited. I think the marketing for these movies has been terrible. Because they have not, other than the fact that, okay, we know they're a family. We know who's in the Fantastic Four. But where's, like, you know what I want? You know what I want? This is what I want in any trailer. A snippet of it. The scene in Heat, when Robert De Niro and Al Pacino are sitting face to face. They're not even moving. There's no blocking. And it's all I want is that exchange. Let's say you got me boxed in. One exchange. Give me one line from one line from the other, where I'm like, oh, I gotta fucking see that.
Okay, but who in Fantastic Four, who's that exchange with?
Well, I don't know, because I haven't seen the movie. I want to see Pedro Pascal as Reed Richards come out and say something to the effect of, I couldn't tell people what I knew about the universe. My intellect makes me have to keep secrets. But we've broken the bonds of time and space, and we've sent out a message to people that we didn't want to know that we were here. And they've heard that message, and it's my fault. And I don't know what to do about it. Or some shit like that.
Okay, fair, very fair. And you know what? I agree with you with everything on the trailers. It looks fun. The movie looks fun. It looks like a return to fun. But the thing is, I can't say that, I have any fucking clue what this movie is. And let me ask you this. How do you feel about Pedro Pascal as Reed Richards? Honestly.
Okay. I haven't seen enough to have a, I'm not one of these people. Okay.
I don't get him. The only movie that I think that I really got him in was The Unbearable Weight of the Nick Cage movie.
He was great.
He's great in that movie.
Do you know where else he was great? He was great in Game of Thrones.
I never saw Game. I didn't watch it. So
he was.
That's the thing. That's the thing I'm missing. I didn't watch Game of Thrones, so I don't know why everyone goes crazy about Pedro Pascal.
Well,
I see everything else, and I'm going. He's not that good looking.
He's not good in The Mandalorian. I do not like his voiceover as the Mandalorian. It's so generic. It's so generic. I did like him. I did like him in Antoine Fuqua and Denzel Washington. Not The Exterminator. That's Robert Ginty.
The Equalizer?
The Equalizer. The Equalizer 2. He's in The Equalizer 2.
But The Equalizer 2 was the worst one.
It was, but I kind of liked him.
It's like 1 and 3 are the good ones, and 2 is kind of dog shit with a fucking hurricane.
Yeah, well. But
it's fun.
They haven't convinced me. When he has not done, he's not been charismatic. He's not been fun. I also thought that John Krasinski in Multiverse of Madness wasn't a good Reed Richards either. Even though he's in there for a small amount of time, he was the fan favorite that they put him in. But I want, you know what? I wanted to read. To me, Reed Richards was George Reeves in The Adventures of Superman as Clark Kent.
You know, at a time, who would have been a great at a time, but here's the thing. These characters, because also, especially modern day, they're all fucking white people. It's a very difficult thing to cast now.
Yeah.
At a time, Clooney would have been a great Reed Richards.
Clooney would have been, too bad he was in Tomorrowland. Clooney would have been a great Reed Richards. He would have been, but even Clooney, he had Reed Richards.
Someone
to
said
me,
Guy Pearce would have been an interesting Reed Richards. I don't know if he would have been a great Reed Richards. I don't think that's really his thing. It's funny because what I think Trank got well, but he was too young.
Yeah, Miles Teller
was Miles Teller.
Look,
but the problem is I don't get here. This is a very interesting thing going into this Fantastic Four movie. That the only actor out of Fantastic Four that I know is Joseph Quinn because of Stranger Things. I don't know the others from anything else. I haven't watched any of the other shows that they're all known for.
Right.
Which, my bad, but there's only so much time in the day. I can't watch all these fucking things that everyone goes crazy about all this time. The guy who plays the thing is like cool. I'm glad someone explained to me that the thing can grow a beard, so I knew what that extended chin was. I'm curious, is it Ralph Ineson who's playing Galactus? Who's playing Galactus?
Yeah.
So the voice is great. I really want to bring this up before I forget it. So, Rob, I have a prediction about the end of this movie.
Oh yes, okay. You have a theory
that I'm sure is most people will go, duh, you stupid fuck. And I'm like thinking, I'm all so profound. I've come up with this. Because at the end of Thunderbolts, spoiler guys, the end of Thunderbolts, they tease the Fantastic Four. I think at the end of this movie, I think Galactus wins. I think he eats that world and the Fantastic Four escapes. It's the only escape because Galactus wins.
I agree with you.
And it gives you huge stakes for them when they finally come into what Doomsday or something. It's like our world was fucking destroyed. They have this whole thing that they have to deal with in that movie. I think Galactus wins at the end of this movie, forcing them to escape into another.
I have to say I totally agree with you.
Was that not a profound thing? Was that like everyone's going, yeah, dumbass? Of course, that's what's happening.
Well, that's why the Silver Surfer is a female, because the Silver Surfer of the 616, our universe is Norin.
It's going to be the male. It's going to be the male. You're going to be the man.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm like, people are like, why is the Silver Surfer female?
I know,
it's not our
guys.
universe.
Yeah, everyone's going, oh, you guys, you're all fucking. They're all like going, yeah, how profound, you fucking idiot. I know, I'm an idiot. Look, I'm a simpleton. I'm a simpleton.
Well, I mean, why would? Here's the thing: they're going to make, according to reports, but I don't necessarily believe. Well, Reed Richards is the star of the Avengers Doomsday movie. I'm like, yeah, because there's no leader of the Avengers. So who's going to be? I mean, you got multiple teams. All this. Look, here's the thing: I want to see Doomsday only because it's ridiculous. The fact that now you've got the Fox X-Men. You know, which it's just so silly that they did all that.
I know it'll be fun. I know, but it's a problem, isn't it? It's a problem. Yeah, guys. At least, yeah. Well, I gotta love me. At least, yeah. I know. I'm not the Forrest Gump of the show, but I'm close. I know.
No, you're not.
I know.
Look, you don't have to know.
Everyone else here was smart and going, of course Galactus is going to win, and that's why they go off. I thought I had some real.
It's okay, Dave.
I thought it like boom.
But no, I think it's going to be. There's going to be different. It's a different universe. I mean, look. At the end of the day, my problem with all of phases 4, 5, and 6.
There's no real stakes because they just go to another universe.
Yeah, there's no more stakes. I mean, at the end of it, it's like, okay, we already know what's going to happen. They're going to go to Battle World. The universes are going to be combined into one, whatever, and you're going to have a whole new universe and reboot, which is fine. But you know what? I don't care. Some things need to end. You're going to start the X-Men over. You're going to do whatever. Oh, I don't care. I just don't care. Days of Future Past was great. I loved X-Men 1 and 2. The problem with this is that people forget, dude, we've been watching superhero movies for 25 years since it's been today. Superman, well, now it's the 29th, but the 28th was Superman Returns 19th anniversary.
It's been 25 years.
A quarter century. I mean, it's like the Western. We're done. It's why I quit reading superhero comics. I read them for 35 fucking years. There was no more. It was all being rebooted, and nowadays
you're still reading superhero comics.
If they're good, I'll buy the omnibuses. Yeah, I did buy all the Hickman X-Men run just to see what it was. I like the Judgment Day miniseries, the Eternals, the Avengers, and the X-Men series. I thought that was pretty cool. They had a great reason. It had a great premise. I thought
okay, but here's a question for you.
In the comics,
but. Going back to our main topic and everything, do you like the fact that at least Fantastic Four looks a little pithy and kind of fun?
Yes, I mean, look,
as well. And if you do you feel like having fun again for an audience, for a cinematic audience, like bringing fun back to not just the comic people, but to the wider people, is that important? Or is that not important? Should it be important or not?
Well, I think it's very important. Dude, we live in a world, social media has allowed a lot of very powerful bad actors to shape our culture for the better part of 15 years. And it has been, every single day you have very well-funded opposing forces shaping our reality with this tool that was created that we haven't even had it for 20 years. And it is designed by powerful forces to make all of us irrelevant. And what I mean by that is they don't need the human element. They want to set up systems for humanity to exist within. And they have to deal with the fact that there's, 8 billion people on this planet or whatever, that they can't just come out and eliminate everyone. But what they want to do is eventually put us all into capsules and put us in a virtual world. They don't want us, you know, that's I mean, that's the end game. They don't want, because if you're very wealthy, what they don't even understand is that, let's say they do that and we all become part of the Matrix or whatever. The world itself will then no longer be worth living in. Where's the flavor? Where's the baker that you go that makes your favorite bagel? Where's the little tiny, it's just a weird, it's a weird, did you watch the movie that the guy from Succession directed called Mountain, not Fountainhead, The Mountainhead?
Yes.
Did you watch it?
Yep. That
movie was so depressing to me because these four fucking guys, the way they talked, you know, and what was funny was it was like you had a James Bond megalomaniac, but they didn't even have their underwater city or their floating orbital space platform where they were going to eliminate the planet and bring 12 beautiful specimens of women and 12 beautiful specimens of men to repopulate the world. These guys were douchebags. They had no game. They couldn't walk into a club and pick up a pretty girl and take her out for a wild night on the town and wake up in some
which is why they think about world domination. It's Elon Musk.
But they think about world domination as a concept,
right,
not as something they're actually going to feel. Like, they don't know what it's like to walk into a room and not know, like it was a night out in LA in the late 90s. Whatever comes our way, you never knew what was going to happen. You never knew if you planned to meet at a bar in West LA, you'd wind up at a party in Hollywood, and you would wake up in a mansion in Malibu wondering,
how did I get here?
What the fuck happened? I mean, that was the fun of it. That was the world that we lived in, and we had a lot of fucking fun.
But the thing is, that world can still exist. That world still exists. You can have it. Well,
no, because everyone's looking at the that world only existed because you did not have a phone to look at. You were not looking. Oh, can I be somewhere else?
Trust me, that world still does exist. It just doesn't exist for us because we're older.
No, it doesn't exist because everyone has a phone. No one, the places and the things that we got up to in the 90s would never exist. It can't exist because nobody would allow it to happen with phones around. There was no record of it, which is what made it fun. All the late night places I knew where to go, that you knew where to go, all the crazy shit that went down only went down because no one had phones with cameras in them. As soon as there was cameras, none of that shit would ever happen again.
Look, if you look for it hard enough, you can still find it.
Yeah, but it's still different because there is an element.
Well, of course, it's always different now. Yes, of course. Things are always going to change and evolve and everything.
And everyone's like, now, it's just a different world. It's a much less fun world than it used to be because...
But again, what our challenge is this. Our challenge is why we're doing this right now. Here we are on a Saturday night. Look, we could be out there. You and I could be out there in our different spheres. We could. We don't. We choose not to. We choose to be with our people, which are watching us now, and just blathering about silliness because all of this is just silliness. But it's fun, and I'm having fun looking at what these people are saying and engaging. And
also, you and I have been friends for over 30 years. And they're engaging with us, which is crazy because I'm clearly thinking I'm profound when I say Galactus is going to win, and everyone goes, "Yeah, dumbass. What planet have you been on for the past 20 years?" I'm like, "Oh, I see. I'm learning. I'm learning things too." So it's like, hey, what we should all be doing is like doing this all in person. In a mass club of people. That's what San Diego Comic-Con's for.
Well, I can't go anymore. It's too expensive.
Well, I just drive. I've been driving back and forth.
You know, once you get actually like super funded, and you can get a hotel room and stuff. Let's go. Let's do
super fun, dude. I'm so leveraged to the hilt.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just like we have to like do this. So we do. You do a observations. You do a midnight metal each day. You do a different live show, and it's a party, which is not what everyone else is offering. Forget being at the convention. we hook up with the hotels and we fucking do the.
We did that last year. It was fun. Major Chai Chai was there.
We host the parties. We should do a midnight metal party.
Well, yes, I would love to do that.
Make it happen, man.
Look, the next thing I'm going to do is we're probably going to self-distribute White Devils. I've looked into it. I'm like, why am I waiting?
That's not a Comic-Con party.
But what I'm saying is White Devils is something that I'm going to first show to this audience. You know, you probably have to we'll charge like $8 to see it because we'll use it.
Let me ask you guys, if we were Comic-Con and we got a bar somewhere, not Dick's Last Resort, not something fucking stupid, something cool. We charged a small cover charge, but it was an official sanctioned midnight metal party.
We could do that. There's not enough time. We don't. But we would.
No, I'm not saying this time. I'm just saying. Whatever.
People would go, Dave.
Would you guys come? Would you guys come?
Dude, we would do audience would come. We could do a meetup.
We would do a show. We'd get a band to play. We'd do a dating show. Whatever it fucking took. Would you guys come?
By the way, hang on. I got some more super chats. Hang on. Thomas Logan says, he's quoting Zach Stentz, the thing that I'm still angry about was Gunn was very clearly leaking stuff to the media circles to undermine Nicole's credit.
Wow, he's just got a hard on for this.
No, but I understand why. I mean, I get it. I understand, and that's the game. That's the business. I mean, I guess because I've been in it we've been in it for the better part of 4 decades. It's like, that's not surprising to me. But the thing is, here's the thing. It's not the media that was going to make that decision. It was the arbitration within the WGA. They have very strict rules. They follow those rules. And, you know, James Gunn was the director of the movie. He's working with Marvel. He had $170 million on his shoulders. And it's like, if I had $170 million that I was responsible for, I would say, fuck everyone else. I have to make this movie for the studio.
If I had $170 million,
I don't need some woman who's bitching about credit. And it's not because she's a woman, and it's not because she's bitching about credit. It's the fact that she doesn't have any responsibility. You've written a script. You were developing it at Marvel. It didn't get made. It didn't get made. And then James Gunn comes along and is able to get it made. Nicole got her movie made, and she got her credit on the Guardians of the Galaxy, and that movie made $750 million. It is not show friends. It is show business. It is cutthroat. It is difficult. It is incredibly hard. And the fact that people are like, uh-oh, somebody was playing the game better than I was. You shouldn't get mad at people for that. You should laud them for that and say, good for them. Now, I would ask you, this is a good question, Thomas. I love you, man, but I got to say that these people, if you're not in the business and you're making these comments about how people play the game, everyone knows Hollywood's cutthroat and ridiculous. It's like high school. It's crazy, and there's a lot of money involved. But you know what? James Gunn spent that money wisely and made Guardians of the Galaxy. You know what? If you had invented Facebook, you would have invented Facebook. And now I'm going to look. I want to see. Let me just look and see. Now, you could say, rightly or wrongly, hang on. Let's just see. I'm just curious to look into this. Guardians of the Galaxy in this horrible, awful, cutthroat business. Nicole Perlman.
Take this full screen.
Are you going away again?
I'm going away again for a minute. Everyone wants to. Most people want to come to the party, Rob.
Okay, well, yeah, okay, but hang on. I'm looking at this, and I'm looking. So, Nicole Perlman. Let's look at Nicole Perlman's credits. As a writer, she has 6 previous credits as a writer. Her first credit as a writer was Guardians of the Galaxy. Then she wrote a short film called Raising a Ruckus in 2017. She wrote a short film called The Slows that was made in 2018. She got a story by credit on Captain Marvel. She got a story by credit on Detective Pikachu. And she wrote another short film called Short. Now, some people who are cynical, and I'd be one of those, might say that her battle for the Guardians of the Galaxy credit, which, by the way, was par for the course, that was going to happen anyway. So she got that credit. She got that on a $750 million movie, okay, which she made money from that. After that, she wrote 2 short films, got a story by on Captain Marvel, another Marvel movie, got a story by on Pokemon Detective Pikachu, and then wrote a short film in 2019. For the last 6 years, now hang on, that's not fair. I'm only looking as a writer. Let's look at her credit as a producer. She's an executive producer in pre-production on the new CIA television series, which I think is an offshoot of FBI, which could be very lucrative for her. So good for her. But I mean, I do have a pet peeve, Dave, when people who are outside of the industry, who have only read trades or what it drives me berserk when people talk about this stuff. And I'm no defender. Writers are getting fucked over. There's nobody who's getting more fucked over in the world than writers. But on the other hand, and by the way, Zach Stentz is one of my oldest. He was my first supporter in the industry in terms of, and as an entertainment journalist writing for places like Entertainment Tonight, Zach Stentz did a lot for me. He's been a great friend. I would like to point out that his first feature script was because of me and Carrie David, which was Agent Cody Banks. And I would like to say if Zach's and Ashley Edward Miller's Cody Banks script was the one that we wanted to make, that's the one that MGM bought. If they had made the script they bought, that franchise would have made $200 million. But they decided to make it for tweens. So just so you know, Zach Stentz, I love the man, but I am the only single card credited producer on Agent Cody Banks, even though it's only a co-producer credit. I'm just saying that we did get their first professional sale for them in the feature world. They went on to write. They co-wrote Thor. They co-wrote X-Men First Class. Just saying.
Look, all I'm going to say is in defense of
Dave, can I put you full screen for a minute?
Yeah.
Let's
go, guys. All right, here we go. Because Rob's gonna go drain the main vein.
I am going to drain the main vein.
Look, in defense of Thomas and his opinion and everything else, I think it's like, look, you're entitled. You know what you know, and you're bringing it up, and that's fine, and that's good. But I don't know. I don't have a fucking dog in this race, so who knows? It's like Rob's right. Writers get screwed over all the time. It sucks, but you know what? People get screwed over in life all the time. I mean, right? I'm sure all of us can relate to, like, in one facet or another, getting fucked over by someone for something, whether it's in business or friendship or whatever. So it's like, you know, unfortunately, life ain't fair. That sucks, right? But I love the fact that there's so many people here. It's amazing. And what do you guys want to talk about? Let's talk about something else. What do you guys been listening? Have you been listening to anything good lately? I know for me, one band that I told you guys about a while ago, Bloodywood, is on tour. They're on tour with Baby Metal, which they did a song with, which is kind of crazy that they're on tour with them. My other, not that everyone cares, but my friends from Chaosium, their new album is done. It comes out in September. They've been sharing some of the new songs with me. If you like that stuff, it's really fucking great. Has anyone seen anything good lately? Any cool bands or anything like that, I would love to join people at San Diego Comic-Con for a drink. It's just, you know, when Comic-Con exploded, when it became huge, really huge, it became so difficult to get a fucking hotel room that it took the joy away. It was like, if I have to be like 5 miles away and I can't just walk from wherever my hotel is to the convention center, for me, it became, I guess, a privileged bummer. I guess that is. So, yeah.
I know privileged bummers.
But that's sort of what it did to me. Look, I tried, man, and we only lost 20 people. As I was talking on my own. I just ramble while you're gone.
But that's okay, Dave. It's our show. Because
I'm the simpleton of the.
But that isn't. No, you can't look at it that way. You know how many shows?
I know. Dude,
by the way, can I tell you, there's 414 people watching this show right now. We have 212 likes.
It's amazing. I thank you guys so much. I mean, I know we don't do this consistently or anything like that, but you know, guys, I'm here for the scintillating discussion of our topic of why. Okay, Rob, why do we need hope in movies again? Do you think? Why this topic? Why do we need fun? Why do we need fun instead of, or do we need fun? Do we need fun? I think we do.
Okay, here's what I'm. Here's the thing. I can only talk about storytelling. In my mind, movies are the greatest art form of all time. They take all of the previously existing art forms that human beings, whether it's dance, whether it's architecture, whether it's story writing, all of those things. With theater, you take all of the art forms with the added extension of technology, which didn't exist. So when we got the first feature film that was made in the early 1900s, in Australia, by the way, it was a Western. When we had that happen, movies are our art form. I mean, they've only existed. I mean, sound movies, we're going to celebrate the 100th anniversary of sound and film in 2027. But it's how many people can say that we alive today, we can go back to the beginning of the art form of cinema. It's ours. It belongs to our time, first of all. And what other art form gets people from all different walks of life, all shapes, sizes, colors, creeds? Nowhere in the world will people gather and sit next to people and not judge them. You might you might be the most racist motherfucker in the world.
Well, I have one place.
Okay, well, hang on. Let me finish. You asked.
Sorry.
So in a movie theater, people will gather and they will sit in the dark next to one another. They will forget who those people are. All they know is we've all come together to experience the same. We'll have the same experience, the same theatrical experience in a movie theater. And it is a wonderful, for that reason alone. And when you walk out, you can talk about it, you can think about it. You've had a collective experience with perfect strangers. And you've been given this representation of your culture or other cultures if you're a foreign film fan. It's an amazing, magical thing. And what's happened is our culture, especially in the 21st century, for various reasons, has paid less and less attention to that experience. The movie-going experience that was so important to the 20th century is being supplanted as user-generated experiences or experiences like great video games like Ghost of Tsushima or the story mode of Grand Theft Auto or Helldivers or whatever it is you're playing. You're the center of attention. You're the person playing the game. Now, I would say that it's more... the thing about movies is you had to be outside yourself. You sat down and you forget who you are, and you allow the movie to play out. That is a skill that you learn that our civilization is... We are a bunch of fucking navel gazers now. It's like, me. Here's my identity. I'm going to tell you what my identity is. Because you can't fucking look out and learn something from the world. You want the world to look at you. I'm a performance activist. What do I love? What do I think is right? No. That's fine. That's the world we live in now because of social media. But the thing is, art of any kind, reading, music, is about looking outside yourself. And by going to a film, you are, first of all, it's inherently an optimistic act because you have to go and you're hoping that will be an entertaining experience. And it's not about you. You are going to have an experience. Yeah, you want to have that experience, but you are going to a place. You are giving yourself over to others that hopefully will show you something illuminating, enlightening, entertaining. Whatever it is you're looking to get out of it, it's something that's not about you. It's about somebody else giving you an experience that you have to bring yourself to. You have to meet that experience. And that is inherently something that our culture needs. But nowadays, you know, it's like people putting up their fucking phones when they go to see a concert. What are you doing, man? What are you doing? You can't record that concert and have it sound good. You're too far away. You're not experiencing. You've gone to a concert, and what do you want? A little video memento of, I was here. Why do you need to feel it? You know, when I saw U2 I saw the original Joshua Tree tour in 1987. I went up to Vancouver. Elizabeth and I went to the Rose Bowl, and we saw it again. And we had pretty good, I mean, we were sitting in the back, but we were sitting right up, a little elevated, right at the stage. And they fucking played Bullet the Blue Sky. I mean, it was, dude, it felt like I was Michael J. Fox at the beginning of Back to the Future, plugging in that gigantic fucking speaker, and I went ba-bow, and I got blown through the back wall, or that old Maxell ad where you go, when the Edge was just fucking shredding the Bull Sky. Ah! It was fucking metal. And I was like, dude, I was feeling, I put my arms out. And that fucking bass and those gigantic speakers, I was being hit wave after wave after wave. I am so glad I did not have my fucking phone. They're playing the song. This song. No, man, I was feeling that shit. My eyes were closed. I was like at a fucking revival in the Deep South. Hallelujah. With some Irish guys. We don't have that anymore.
We do. Here's the thing. You know, everyone's taste is different. So we go to the communal experience.
You know what? My experience, though, has been that all girls taste pretty good. It's true, though. Sorry. So what were you going to say?
I mean, there's more need to be said after that.
No.
I think going to the movies and going to a theater is a communal experience that someone's going to get something from. Someone gets something from every movie. We have this rare phenomenon, though, of certain films that permeate mass audiences. Like the first time I saw E.T., where everyone was in sync with that movie and felt the emotion of the movie and the emotion that the audience was feeling fed into the actual film as we were watching it. We were transported into it. I think the transporting yourself into something is a really important factor on this.
I totally agree.
I think that exists can exist in movies. It definitely exists in concerts because it's a select group of people who are going to see something, a specific band that they love or that they like or that they're interested in. So there's this collective energy of investment into what's happening there. And funny enough, the only other, one of the other places that this exists in, of course, is going to church.
Yeah.
Which is why I always say the theater, cinema is my church. Because it's like, it's my religion. So, yeah. So, like, for me, it's like, I get it.
The only thing is, you're not being judged by what movies you watch. You know, the thing about what's interesting is
I mean, I think you potentially are always being always
not by the Almighty though, or maybe the Almighty is judging you.
But after the fact. But the thing is, if you're worried about being judged and stuff, then you're not going to church. If you're going to church, you're going because you want to be there. You're going to the movies because you want to be there. You want to. The thing is, all these things, these three things. And I'm not a super religious guy. I don't go to church anymore. But these are all celebrations. And that's the thing. I think movies, going to the movie, we take it for granted now. I don't know if we take it for granted now. It just seems that way.
Well, it's become I think it's ordinary. I got to tell you,
it's much more normalized where it's not as special. But the thing is, it's like if you when you go, and the thing is, I don't go as much as I used to because the things that are coming out are less interesting to me. But when I go, I want to be transported. I want to be invested in it. I want to be transported. That's what I'm going for.
I just want to say, like Thomas Logan, who I've just been admonishing in the chat. Thomas, he went and saw The Brutalist multiple times. And when he went, he would take pictures of the theater that he was going into, he'd say like second time. And I got excited. I got excited that he was excited. Like, oh my God, somebody's actually because, a lot of the time I don't post as many, but when I go into a theater, I find myself, I take, like Thomas was doing, I take pictures of like when you see the name of the movie above the door, you want to take pictures of it and stuff.
Yeah,
but Thomas, like he the Brutalist, seeing it in 70 millimeter, gets excited. We were having Sinners, people going to see Sinners in 70 millimeter, and whether you love Sinners or not, it became a zeitgeist cultural event when you had Ryan Coogler. Look, I was talking about this on a show. Those meme videos with people making with babies. They use dialogue or something.
Yeah.
There's one from Sinners, and I love this scene in Sinners when one of the main characters has disappeared and comes back, and they're all outside. One of Smoke and Stack. There's only one left. Spoiler alert. And the guy's going, "Yeah, let's go back inside." And so just open the door, let me in. But it's done as like babies.
Babies, yeah.
But it's the voice. Why you gotta ask that? Like, I need to be polite. And no, you've been coming in and out of here all day long. Why you gotta ask that? And then she's like, I don't know the name of the actress. She goes, "You're dead." And that's one of my favorite scenes of the year. Because it took vampire lore. It's just a simple scene, but the thing is, it's so well acted. It's so well done.
That's why when I said earlier, when it's like, well, if I miss opening weekend, sometimes I just will wait and just not see something. And I think it's because if I'm not seeing it with that opening crowd energy, which I love that. I mean, you and I with the stuff that we make when we get to make it, we really haven't had that. We've had that experience if we've had it very limited, or we've had it at film festivals, that sort of collective energy of people who actually want to see your movie and are excited about it.
But at least we got it. A lot of people didn't.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is, it's a very addictive energy. I get it. Like being there on opening night on a movie that you had even a small part of, and you're in a packed theater, it's very exciting. It's really, really exciting.
Dude, when we took Hills Run Red to Seattle, you know,
or Spain, or
I mean, to go to Sidious, we took that movie to the two
Fright
places.
Fest. I mean,
the two places that meant the most to me in the world, Sidious and Seattle, and we got to take Hills Run
But
Red,
I'm
a movie
saying,
you directed.
But the thing is, I mean, even if I'm going to a movie that a friend of mine made, that's opening night, that collective energy, it's what it is it's the collective energy of everyone, whatever movie it is. Now you might not like it, but boy, I love when it's like, oh, it's something that really, it's not to just hit you. It's hitting everyone, and you can feel it. You feel that energy. It's just like a concert. You feel that energy in the theater.
Oh, it was dude. It's amazing. There's nothing better. Like, you know, I've been seeing a lot of movies by myself lately, and I've been going to our local theater, which I really love. And they have a great...
you know, here's the thing. One, let's not stigmatize seeing movies by yourself, because here's the thing.
I wasn't stigmatizing.
But you've like, I'm saying
only because not necessarily. There's other things going on. I don't mean to judge going to movies by myself. There's a reason why I'm going to movies by myself. That's going to cause a big headache in my life.
Okay, so you're insinuating something else, but what I just want to say for everyone is, like, going to see a movie by yourself, one, if you're the kind of person who wants to talk to the other person during the fucking movie, you're that person, which is annoying. But the thing is, like, you go, you're never alone. You're part of a group seeing that movie.
What I wanted to say, though, is it started at the beginning of the year. I've been making a point to go see, because doing work and stuff, I wasn't seeing enough movies in the theater, and I love my local theater. So this year, starting like January, the first time was I went to Companion. You know, and I went to Companion. I had read the script because of Roy Lee, who produced that too, executive producer of that. And they moved. I got to see it in that gigantic screen, and there was like 10 of us in the theater. And I loved Companion. I loved for what it was at scale. You know, smaller, but what? And when I came out, the people that saw it, we all sat there. Everyone that was in the theater, we were hooting and hollering. We loved the movie, and we're talking after the movie. We don't know each other. Like,
but that's the great thing about it.
Yeah, and then a guy, the manager, or one of the team leaders, came over. He recognized me from the channel, and he was talking. And this was on a Friday, and the following Tuesday they were showing The Thing in the theater. And no one had seen The Thing. And I'm like, you guys,
you got to go see The Thing.
You got to go see The Thing in the theater on this gigantic screen. You have to go.
It's the greatest thing ever. Yeah.
You know, and they're looking at me, this movie is 42 years old or whatever. I'm like, you got to go. Just don't. And it was an amazing. And so I'll tell you, when I went and saw F1, well, it's not Friday. I went and saw Friday. And it was really interesting. So there's a girl behind the bar. I mean, look, I'm a grandfather. I'm not hating on girls at the bar. But there is a girl at the bar that knows her genre cinema. She's excited about it. I first started talking to her when I was there to see Life of Chuck. And I keep seeing her. And then the guy comes over. So we talk. We have like a relationship where we talk about movies. And she knows what's coming. And she's a horror fan and all that. And then I was sitting next to this other girl that I, didn't know, who is from where I live, and we started talking, and she was there because she works for the VA and Kaiser. She works in health. She was going to see a double feature. She saw F1 in my theater earlier before me, and then her name was Sarah, and then she was going to see Megan 2.0. And we had this really nice conversation, and she was excited, about movies. And I'm sitting here, and the reason I've been enjoying myself going to the theater again is because I'm just talking to people that are excited about movies. None of this divisive online bullshit. It's they're like, yeah, we're in this beautiful venue, the Harkins Mountain Grove 16, beautiful, gigantic. It's awesome. And everybody, I'm going there now just to hang. I go to the bar like an hour early just to talk to people. not the cute bartender, but other people that are coming up to me like, "What are you going to go see? Well, and what are you planning on seeing?" And they showed like Final Destination Bloodlines in Spanish. So there's a lot of course, I hope Ice doesn't know about this theater, but there's a lot of people coming, and I talk to them, and they're like, "Well, what are you excited to see?" And it's everybody who goes there. The theater's always busy. Apparently, it's one of their biggest theaters. It's like the Burning 16 for AMC. And I go there, Dave, and I have to tell you, man, it's made me rediscover my love of movies. And in their giants, and I go, like yesterday seeing F1, people were like, "Fuck yeah." By the end of that movie, people were like, "Fuck yes." I mean, it was awesome.
Movies are that's the thing. You can everyone likes movies. So you can talk to I got a haircut today. I was looking at my barber's like little station and stuff. Had some horror stuff. I go, "Oh, so you like horror movies?" Whole time talking about horror movies.
I shouldn't drink this, so I'm gonna drink it anyway.
What she's seen and everything else. It was great. I mean, that's the thing. It's like we just talking horror movies. You can talk, and that's
what we used to do. Like, what happened?
Well, you're doing it now. So what are you talking about?
Well, I mean,
it's happening again, Rob. So it's there. That's the thing. That's the nice thing about all of this. It's like it's still there. There's still people there.
It happened before. It will happen again.
I'm a little luckier because I'm closer in town and stuff. It's like, well, I can go to the Egyptian. There's people who love movies.
I know.
The New Beverly is there. The Vista is there.
Dude, did you get your tickets for Kill Bill: The Whole Bloody Affair?
No.
It's playing at the Vista from July 18th to the 28th.
Well, I'm going to look it up now.
And by the way, I saw, that was the print they showed at the New Beverly whenever the only time they showed it. And I saw it then. By the way, Scott Bartholomew says we need a remake of Race with the Devil. Moriarty.
They tried to
Drew McWeeny wrote that.
Like the one of the producers of Good Will Hunting and Feast.
By the way,
can I tell you? Make that for a long time.
Can I tell you my Race with the Devil story?
But do we need to really remake it? Can't we just do something in the spirit of it?
Hey, I have a DVD, or actually a Blu-ray that has Dirty Mary, Crazy Larry, and Race with the Devil.
Ooh. Throw your girth down, Rob. I have the same Blu-ray.
Isn't that a great Blu-ray?
Yes, it is.
Do you know Drew McWeeny wrote that?
Yes, I do.
So here's my story. I've told this before.
Oh God.
It's May 27th, 1977, Friday. Star Wars opened 2 days previous. My dad takes me and Gardner Morelli. Actually, it's Saturday. It's Saturday the 28th. So Star Wars opened on May 25th, which is Wednesday, Thursday the 26th, Friday the 27th. It's May 28th. My dad takes me and Gardner Morelli to see Star Wars. I've been waiting for this movie. I've seen the commercials. It's my movie. Nobody should know about it. I'm 10 years old. My dad takes me down to the theater, the UA 150 on 6th and Blanchard in downtown Seattle. There's something I've never seen before in my entire life. A gigantic line around the block. It is very apparent to me and my father that I'm not getting into the film. And I was about ready to pitch a fit, to have a huge... I don't usually do this, but this was an exception. I've been waiting for Star Wars for a long time. I was going to have a huge, entire meltdown. And my dad knows I'm going to have a meltdown because... I would scream at my sister when she would talk during Star Trek. So my dad knows I'm gonna have a So you know what? We're not gonna get into the film. We're not gonna get in. I'm not gonna get into Star Wars. But my dad says, okay, why don't we drive up the street where there was the theater district, there's the Coliseum, there's the town, there's the music box. Maybe there's some movies that you want to see. We drive up, we go past the Coliseum, which is an old Grand Theater, and you know what's on the marquee, Dave? The Car and Race with the Devil.
Race with the Devil.
And I said to my dad, I'm like, Oh, because I had seen an ad for the car. I was like, Dad, that's about a car that's possessed by the devil. And so my dad says, well, that seems just like what 2 10-year-old boys should see. So my dad got us in. I didn't get to see Star Wars until the next day. But I got to see the car, and the car was fine.
The car's great.
But Race with the Devil, dude.
It's chef's
Race with the Devil. Since that day when I was 10 years old, I've wanted to make my own satanic cult. We're everywhere.
Well, Rob, now you have your own satanic cult. It's right here, right now, and you have some super chats.
Well, you know what? I certainly haven't been availing myself of that because there's been no virgin sacrifices here.
But well, you haven't been taking advantage of, but you have your own cult, so super chats.
This is not a cult. This is our cult.
This is okay. This is our collective cult right now.
Hang on. I'm okay.
Owen McCabe was the one who said super chats leaving soon, so I assume.
Okay. Hang on.
I'm just taking care of business.
Actually, Mr. Z. First of all, yeah, there's a couple things. Hang on, I'm going down. I need to. Scott Bartholomew, that's why I said we need a remake of Race with the Devil. Stubble McShave says, I watched Becoming Led Zeppelin. Really enjoyed it. By the way, have you seen that? It's amazing.
I went to the theater and saw that. It was amazing. It was great. Absolutely fantastic.
Scott Bartholomew asks, why in the fuck was Star Trek 09 so successful? By the way, it was not. People say it is. It cost $175 million to make and another $50 million to market, and it did not even break $500 million worldwide. Anson Mount for Reed Richards, says Darth Plato. That could have been great. I mean, Anson Mount's a great actor. Major Chide, well, I think
I don't know him. I don't know him.
Well, so he was in. You have to see what the train show. The train show. Hell on Wheels. He was great in Hell on Wheels.
Okay, I need to watch that then.
Major Chai Chai says the retro futuristic production design is what's holding my interest for Fantastic Four, which is great. I love that. Then we have Scott Bartholomew also says, would love to see more Ditko and Kirby in the film. We did see a glimpse of Galactus's ship in this new trailer.
We definitely saw a lot of Kirby in Ragnarok.
Oh yeah, Ragnarok's the most Kirby thing ever. Thank God.
Which was great. I mean, that's why that one works so well, because Taika Waititi really did embrace the Kirby aesthetic.
Yes, and they should. That would have been really cool.
And that one, I mean, you have to correct me. Was that movie like Kirby and Will Sampson Thor aesthetic sort of blended together, or am I wrong?
No, I don't.
I'm probably wrong.
I don't think. Come on, don't get all self-conscious on me now. No, I think it was definitely more of a Kirby aesthetic.
Definitely.
You know,
and it had Man-Thing in it.
Ragnarok did?
Dude, the tower.
Oh, yes. Yes, you're right. You're right. But you know what? They should have focused on that more, because it was badass.
Well, the Contest of Champions was a thing in the comic books that they kind of like. But how are you going to do that? I mean, come on. Bye, Stubble McShave. I know
Stubble's going. By the way, Stubble's one of the great people. You know what Stubble loves? You know why I love Stubble? He reads. He loves literature.
Dude, I think a lot of this group here reads.
Stubble McShave has sent me boxes full of books that show up on my doorstep. Wow. The Dresden Files. I think he sent me every single Dresden Files book, which are great books. They're great palate cleansers between other books. It's true. So yeah, people are talking to you. They're talking to you in the chat, Dave.
Look, I'm answering people in the chat.
Westfer Robin says, speaking of horror movies, oh, this is a good one. Speaking of horror movies, are you looking forward to seeing the film Weapons?
I am. I'm hopeful, and I wasn't like, I didn't jerk off all over Barbarian. I was like, Oh, so it's just a fucking people under the stairs thing? This is
Dude, at
dumb.
my age, I'm just happy I can jerk off every day and it works.
You only jerk off once a day? If you're
No,
not
I
getting
don't.
laid?
I would jerk off.
Wait, if you're not getting laid, you're not.
Whoa.
How many times a day?
Whoa,
if you're alone, Rob,
whoa.
it's like,
Dude, it's part of the creative spirit.
at least 3 times a day. If
At
you're not
least,
with someone,
at least, even if you are with someone, makes you can
God,
last longer.
I mean, I'm blowing dust at that point because I'm old, but fuck, whatever.
Speak for yourself, buddy. All I can.
Hey, Brett Pierce is here. Hey, Rob, I didn't tell you.
Wait, is Brett Pierce here?
Brett's in, and I didn't tell you. So several weeks ago,
Does Brett want to come on to the show?
I don't know.
It's been a long time.
We're wrapping it up. But several weeks ago,
wrapping it up.
I'm wrapping it up. Several weeks ago, I went to Monster
Dude,
Palooza.
aren't they making the Wretched 2?
Hey, would you let me finish?
All right,
Now you're interrupting me.
I'm sorry.
Several weeks ago,
dude,
I met
buddy.
Brett. I met Brett at Monster Palooza.
Oh.
And it was awesome. I met him and his brother.
2 of the nicest guys I've ever met in the business.
So awesome. It was so great to meet them. It was like, oh, finally. It was the first time we met. I was with Mike Mendez, who they already knew, of course, because, Mike gets around. That fucking whore. No. Did you leave, Rob?
No, I'm still here, Dave. I went in full screen
okay.
on you I want to showcase you.
Oh, hi, everyone. I'm Dave. Hi, I'm Dave. Hi. I don't know what to say now.
So you met the Pierce Bros.
They were awesome, and
Did
they were
talk
talking
about the Wretched too.
Well, they're prepping. They're prepping, man.
Can't wait.
It's called the Wretched Devours. He said.
Oh, I love that.
Fucking yeah. They're not. I love that. They're not doing the Wretched 2 Part 2. They're going the Wretched Devours.
But is it the
awesome.
Wretched Devours, or is it just the Wretched Devours?
Well, what I'm seeing there is there's no colon, Rob.
Okay.
And have you checked your colon?
Okay.
Recently,
I realized I walked into that.
You practically spread the cheeks into that one,
dude. You know me. I mean, come on, femdom. It's all good.
Femdom. I'm all about findom. Just give me money.
Hey, man. All I can say, Los Pierce Bros are the greatest guys in the world.
Hey, man.
And by the way, Dieter Bastian got them Wretched media books from Germany.
Hey, man. That's cool. Hey, man. That's cool.
So Brett says it's called The Wretched Devours. By the way, you know what? That movie's actually great.
Oh, I really like it. Wretched was great.
It's great. It's a great movie. And beautifully, the locations, I mean, shooting on the, like that, there's that whole scene in the docks, with the water. It's great.
No, I'm super excited that they're getting to make it, and that they're making something again, because they deserve it.
Yeah, they do. And fuck the people that didn't want it. They look. They have a werewolf movie that should get made, man.
What?
They have a werewolf movie that should get made.
I'm all for that. We need a good werewolf movie too.
Yeah. Yes, we do.
We haven't had one in a long time.
You know what, Dave? I think we need a werewolf movie that bites. And by the way, for all of you people looking into IP, there is a novel by Glenn Duncan, and the way I say that, look, I've been touting the fact that Project Hail Mary is going to win. By the way, it's going to win Best Picture in 2027 for the 2026 year. People think I'm going to say it's gonna Christopher Nolan's Odyssey is going to be amazing.
And what does this have to do with anything we're talking about right now?
Well, I'm going to tell you.
Oh, okay.
Because RSA or Scott Free owns Glenn Duncan's book, The Last Werewolf, which became a trilogy. Dude, that book is great. No, it's great. It's too, it's not too down in the dirt for you, man. Too erudite.
That's right. It's too classy.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, because Ridley Scott's head is up his own fucking ass.
No, it's
fucking Gladiator 2 bullshit.
The man's gonna die soon. He wants to make as many movies as he can. Come on.
Look, I'm all for that, but come on. The
Martian's a banger.
The Martian is his last banger.
It's
great, and it's great.
It is great,
and the extended is great.
The extended version of The Martian might be my favorite science fiction film of the 21st century. I know, Children of Men. I know. Say what you want.
Rein them in,
dude. Project Hail Mary is going to be the movie of 2026 unless they pull it up to the end of this year, which they should because it'll win all the awards. Most impressive thing I saw. By the way, do you know Amazon Studios is also, as an aside, F1 is being released through Warner Brothers, which means they had Minecraft.
Hey, say goodnight to Major Chai Chai. She's leaving.
Well, I'll see you in the morning. Major Chai Chai, I can't believe you're still here. But Kelray said Robert Eggers' next movie is...
That's true. We got a new werewolf movie coming. Werewolf from Robert Eggers. Werewolf.
Well, it's not going to be Robert McCammon's The Wolf's Hour adapted, but okay.
Too much of a peer review. Do you know that there is a graphic, what they call graphic audiobook dramatization of The Wolf's Hour on Audible?
I did not know that.
It's a dramatization of The Wolf's Hour in Audible with music and performers and everything.
I had no idea. Do you know there's an incredible audio adaptation of Max Allan Collins' novel, True Detective, called
True Noir?
True Noir, The Assassination.
It's called True Final Destination Detective?
No, it's called True Detective.
Oh,
anyway.
I thought it was called True Noir.
By the way, the True Noir screenplay is amazing.
I thought it was called True Noir, not True Detective.
The book is called True Detective.
Oh, but
we couldn't use that title. And you want to hear
something? You're talking about True Noir.
Yeah, here's something really crazy. So the book that we adapted, the original title is True Detective. So Nick Pizzolatto, who created the HBO True Detective series, is adapting the Mike Hammer novel that Max Allan Collins is the executive producer of for Skydance.
I knew that.
Well, there you go. Scott Bartholomew says he needs a remake of Caligula.
Why not?
At least he liked to fuck.
I mean, Rob does think of himself as the Bob Guccione of the internet.
What? That is not true. I don't even have an OnlyFans account. I can't even watch or actually make videos for OnlyFans.
No one. What do you mean you can't watch?
I don't have an OnlyFans account.
You can. What do you mean?
Don't you have to? If you want to watch OnlyFans, you have to have an OnlyFans account to get into the site to watch the ladies.
Yeah, I get,
dude, they're all too young, man.
You're probably right.
I watch MILF porn.
Ew.
I don't like young girl porn. I don't like it.
Ew.
Oh, come on. I like to watch.
Rob likes gray porn. Okay.
Come on, man.
I think I need to go.
A silly goose says, Rob, tell us about the scariest dream you ever had. Dave, I want to hear from you too. Yeah. Do you have scary dreams? I have scary dreams all the time.
Oh, I had one that was terrifying. It was awful. Yeah, okay. I had one that I remember that is terrible. That is awful. It was very. But the thing is, it's not going to sound like anything here. I literally had a dream where I I fell through a mirror and I went into complete blackness, complete darkness.
Boy, you play a good game, boy, but the game is finished. Now you die.
I was being earnest here and you're being a dink again. But nice Phantasm reference. I always appreciate a good Phantasm reference.
Still one of my favorite movies of all time. Don't care. Say what you want. Love it.
People who don't love Phantasm can't talk to me.
They
Sorry.
don't like whimsy. The people who don't like Phantasm are not going to like James Gunn's Superman.
Yeah, they just like, you don't like fun. So there you go.
That's right.
So I go into this black void, and here's the thing. It was a lucid dream, where lucid dream is where you're very aware of everything and you have control over things. I couldn't move, but I could feel my body. I couldn't move. I was very conscious. It was all black. And I was like, this is hell. That was my worst nightmare.
Wow.
It was awful. It was awful because it was like being conscious but being in complete darkness. Like you can't see anything, but you still feel. Can't move. There you go. Rob, what's yours?
I don't really have, well, you wouldn't know tonight, but one of the drinking, while I love to drink, I don't like to go to bed drunk, to be honest, because my subconscious is so supercharged and full of stuff that one of my favorite things to do is sleep, because my dreams are so insane all the time. And I have to say, when I wake up in the morning, I feel totally invigorated, and I really wish that I could record half the stuff that goes on in my subconscious. Only because, I mean, I love dreaming, but I've never had I haven't remembered a bad experience or a horrible experience. I have lots of crazy dreams, but my subconscious is it doesn't work when you drink. That's why I really don't drink much anymore. I just drink lots of water.
This is funny enough. It's like when I do this, I'll drink.
Yeah. I mean,
and then honestly, guys, now I don't drink unless it's
totally.
This is like the first time I've drank in probably a month.
Yeah, I don't drink anymore, specifically because I love the dreaming experience. And literally, when I wake up every morning, I like bound out of bed, and I have to say, like, I drink
bound out of bed. You're old. You don't bound.
No, I do. I drink. To be honest, I drink about.
I want video proof of you bounding out of bed. Then.
Well, I bound up because mostly it's a dog thing. They have to kick me out of bed, but I drink about 8 mason jars of water a day.
That's it.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that on the average.
No, that's good. That's good.
Because I do it like I drink. I finish one, I put them down. So I have 2. I have a rotating.
Do you lucid dream?
Yeah. Oh, dude, totally.
I do too. A lot.
Yeah.
And a lot of the time when I lucid dream, I fly.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Because I know I can. Because when I'm lucid dreaming, is like I have the ability to fly, so I fly. And I barrel roll. I do the whole fucking thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of my dreams are mostly I don't have nightmares. I mean, to me, nightmares are interesting, so I don't. But most
of the time I don't get scared. It takes a lot to get me scared in a dream.
I do. I have a lot of apocalyptic dreams.
I do not.
Dreams where my whole fear is civilization is ending, like civility. Like people will come to your doorstep. Someone will knock on your door. You'll open the door and they'll gun you down and just take your house. You know, very Mad Max, very post-apocalyptic, savage. That's been my whole. That's why, you know, the zombie apocalypse, seeing Dawn of the Dead. I used to have like Dawn of the Dead dreams for a year when it wasn't about the zombies, it was about the fall of civilization. That's the thing that scares me the most. And I see it happening now. The fact that people are really mean. There's no civility. I mean, civility is a made-up concept. And if human beings aren't buying into storytelling, they're not buying into civility. And you know, I now see we live in a world where people will kill you if they don't like you. And there are people that will support them doing so.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, there we go. Rob, you can continue, but it's 1 o'clock. I'm cutting it off.
All right, Dave. You know what I'm going to do? If you're going to leave...
You're gonna bring in someone else.
I'm gonna do a rando.
You're gonna replace me.
Why don't you stand?
There's no replacing me, but I get it.
What if we brought in a rando and I kept you here just for 5 minutes?
Okay, 5.
Okay, yeah. So people out there, what I'm gonna do, if you have a good camera and you have to have a microphone or something. You can't just be a schlep rock. I used to bring in people, we called them just randos. I'm going to put a link in the live chat. And this link is going to allow you to come on to this show live with me and Dave.
But you better be fucking interesting, because I'm only here for 5.
You better. I'm not going to bring in Dieter. Dieter's going to be on a show tomorrow or today. I mean,
he's not even on anymore. He's sleeping. He's getting ready for tomorrow's show.
No, he's not sleeping because in Germany it's the day. It's already the daytime.
Well, then he's working his bow tie.
Oh, Brett Pierce says, "Put me in, coach."
Oh,
I'd love to get Brett Pierce in here. Hang on one second.
Good, because he can take over for me very easily.
He can. Hang on. Let me. Yeah, Brett Pierce. He takes precedence.
It's either Brett Pierce or David Pryor. If David Pryor here, then
is David Pryor here?
No.
Oh,
I'm just saying, if he was, he'd be another one.
Wait. How do I wait? Let me see.
How do I bring in someone
Hang on,
else?
Brett. I'm going to see if
wait.
Jesus Christ, give me a break. I'm going to go to. I'm going to see if I have his email.
Wait. Is he? Wait.
Oh, you didn't. Hang on. Let me just.
I'm not good for another 30.
I didn't say you have to be good for another 30 minutes, but if Brett Pierce is going to come in.
Peter the Cat said, please don't go, Dave.
Okay, Brett Pierce, I do have his email, and guess what I'm going to do?
Bring him in, coach? You're going to bring him in,
send him a
coach?
show link.
Oh, you know what speaking of coaches, you know what I watched, guys? If you have Disney Plus, you know what I watched the other night?
Okay, Brad, I think I just sent you a link. I hope I did.
I watched Miracle again last night with Kurt Russell. So fucking good. Hockey movie. I know. Crazy.
Yeah.
So good. Have a little more of that.
Funny? I have a triptych, by the way. I have a triptych frame here, and all ready to go. So if Brett gets the email, I can, in fact, put him in. Put him in, coach. He's ready to go. Would be cool. We'll just have to see if he gets it. I mean, he might. I don't know. Because there is a delay. There is a delay.
Rob, what's the latest bad good movie you watched?
Okay, what have you watched? What have you watched?
I watched this week. I think it's going on HBO very soon. I watched Death of the Unicorn this week.
Oh, what'd you think?
I was so surprised how fun it was. I had such a fun time with that movie. It was really good. I really enjoyed it.
Oh, wait, hold on, Dave. We might just change the whole pallor of this conversation.
Oh, there he is.
Okay, it's time to bring another ne'er-do-well into this.
He's a very do-well. What are you talking about?
No, dude, it's midnight. We're ne'er-do-wells. I mean,
he's a very do-well.
Yeah, get it. I get it. But
Do
we
you,
have
do,
to, like...
do you get it? Do you get it?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is a big treat. He's been on the show before. He hasn't been on in a while. But
he's going to give us he's going to give Rob all the exclusives.
Well, he
on
hasn't
the Wretched
sat down.
Devourer.
He left. He's not sitting down.
Hey, he's following my lead.
He's coming back. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the Los Pierce Bros, Mr. Brett Pierce. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome him to Midnight Metal.
Thank God.
How you doing, buddy?
He can't hear us. His headphones are in.
Okay, his headphones aren't in, but we can continue. He's here, so
we can just whap. No, he can hear us. He can hear us.
You can hear us. Well, can he talk?
Hi, boys.
We can't hear.
Hello.
We can't. He can't. We can't. We don't have the right. We don't have the right sound, or you haven't had the microphone.
No, I can hear him. I can hear him.
Can you hear me? Okay.
No, you can't hear him.
I can hear him.
Oh, no. Wait, Brett, can we hear you?
I can hear you.
No, we can't, dude.
I can hear him.
Oh,
you can
It's
hear
funny.
him?
I can hear him.
I can't.
I can hear you
I
guys.
cannot hear him.
Can the audience hear him?
No, because he's not on the thing.
Oh,
Do we have your microphone coming through the system? Maybe not.
I believe so. Let me see. Hold on.
Because, well, don't worry, kids. We're going to get him in here. It's going to work out. This is a live show.
It's not a 6-hour stream, guys. Well, maybe it is, but it ain't going to be with me. I'm telling you right now.
We'll take...
And they're saying...
Wait. Now we can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me? Okay.
Yeah, cool. But can you jack up your volume a bit?
Jacking it up.
There you go.
Jack it up, man.
You fit right in, Brett.
Okay. There we go. Good.
Okay, one of the Pierce brothers are two of the greatest guys in the world, and your dad too. Your dad.
Oh yeah. Oh, thank you. That's really sweet. My dad's had a tough time, but he's making it work. So
I just want to say it was you guys came to see Tango Shalom, Burbank 16. I met your dad at the bar. It was funny. He was much younger than I thought he would be. He looked, and meeting him, because he was so integral to you guys making the movie and stuff. It was so great.
Yeah.
What a great, your father's, just please give him my best. He's an amazing guy. It meant so much to me that you guys came out and that he came out to support Tango Shalom. That was really cool, man. Thank you.
We love it. Anything indie is it's where our heart's at, man. It's the best thing in the world. It's honestly, I just love I don't know. I love anybody that makes something even though you shouldn't, because it's just too hard to make anything. So,
well, assume for the one of the things about The Wretched is during the pandemic it became the #1 movie, box office, and you guys got a lot of heat on you. And by the way, deservedly so. It's a great movie. Thanks, good. Man. Tell the audience that might not know, because it's been a while. Tell people about what is The Wretched.
The Wretched was this little movie at the time that my brother and I made. We were really into witch folklore.
Was this your second feature?
Yeah, our second feature. The first one we made was for $200K. It was a very tiny movie, and The Wretched was felt like our first big swing, but it was small to most people. It was for $2 million, and we made this witchy, basically the basic premise was a kid next door kind of discovers that the woman that lives next to him is eating children and nobody else knows about it. And babies getting eaten. So good. So we loved it. Yeah, so it was very, very simple. We just did and we put it together completely by ourselves. It was us and crew of 60 people, but all independent, just put together in Michigan where we grew up. And we made this little movie, and it came out in drive-ins, and it did really well in the pandemic, which felt a little weird, but was really cool at the same time. And but at the same time, everybody embraced it, which was really, really cool. So it's kind of where we're making a second one, just because we loved the concept so much that we just wanted another swing at it. We wanted to do something cool with it again. So.
Well, you know, when I met you guys, when we started, we had some drinks in Pasadena and stuff. You went through, like, you became like really hot for a while. You went through the whole Hollywood machine.
Oh, yeah.
And you made a great film that made money, but what happens is then you become part of this. Oh, well, you have to meet with you guys. You went through it all. When I saw that The Wretched 2 was getting made, I was so fucking proud of you guys because so many people, it's fucking hell. People don't know what it's like. You think, oh my God, I got some heat on me. I made a great movie. And like, can I do another one? Is this not enough? But you guys went through, you had your werewolf project that was great. And
yeah.
I didn't read the script, but you told me about it. And I was like, fuck yeah, man, let's make that. And I was excited about it. You were pitching that, you know, everything was happening. Tell us about, look, you're a success story because you're making The Wretched 2. It's The Wretched what?
Devours.
The Wretched, which by the way is a great fucking title. And if you've seen The Wretched, it's great. Don't change it. Don't let anyone take it.
Good. Like, we feel really good about it, but we love the title.
It's fucking great. And The Wretched's great. So tell us, I'm curious about your journey. Like, you make this movie, the pandemic, it becomes a crazy thing. You have to go to all these meetings and talk to people, because I did the same thing. I talked to people for a year, nothing happened. You know, but you got to finally go back to your roots and make it happen. But what was it like? What happened? What's been happening in the last 4 years for you?
I mean, honestly, the last 4 years, we've been writing for the studios. That's what we've been doing. We've been writing horror films for them. It's been great, but last summer we finished a rewrite on something we owed, and we were turning it in, and we were just like, we were like, oh, we should start working on some other script we should write and stuff. And I was just like, I'm really tired of waiting for other people to make.
Oh my God! Yes,
that's what it was. It was
worst.
Like, we're really tired of it. So we're like, I was just like, hey, Drew, to my brother, I'm like, we plotted this movie a number of years ago. I'm just gonna like write a script really bad, or really quick. Like, I don't care if it's bad, but I'm gonna like write a draft. And we were just like, maybe we'll put this together. And that just started coming together way quicker than all the other stuff. And all the other stuff's been great, but it's just, Hollywood's great, but it's really slow. They second guess themselves. They trip through things. They take forever to make stuff. And we just realized we're like good at just putting together ourselves and putting stuff and making it happen. So we're like, let's just make it happen. Let's not worry about what's like the other projects. If they happen, great. But this one's going to happen now. We're going to put it together. So
are you beholden to financiers? Are you beholden to a studio? Or are you going to do what you've done for your first 2 features and just go make it?
We're just going to go make it. We have our financier is one of the same people that were on the first movie. They trust us.
They must have been happy with what happened to the first movie.
They are happy. They're happy. But more than anything, they're letting us make the movie we want, which is like the best thing in the world. Most people don't get that. And I mean, we've been up and down through development on so many different things, and it's so nice to just be like, the person I'm worrying about, like, are they happy with this, is just my brother, not like 10 other people. So it's really, I don't know. It's a great position to be in.
Look,
I have a question.
Go ahead, Dave.
Before I leave, I just have a question. Brett, what do you think makes a good horror movie?
Oh, I mean, honestly, like, what makes a good horror movie is somebody that loves the movie so hardcore they're making it. Like, it's just about somebody loving it. That's the honest truth. I don't care if it's PG-13 or R-rated or whatever. It's the person making it. I have friends like this. Like, there's just like, if somebody absolutely loves what they're doing, that comes across more than anything else. You know, it's like you could like. Hollywood's always trying to like figure out like what's the magic trick to make a horror movie, and the magic trick is a really good filmmaker that's super passionate about what they're doing. It's the real. that's the part they sometimes forget about.
Well, let me ask you this. In terms of the business, how do you feel? I mean, we're talking about post-streaming wars. The Wretched now is, you made it, well, it came out, what, 5 years ago, 4 years ago?
5 years ago. 5 years ago, yeah.
So 5 years ago, and the landscape has changed. Horror, however, has gone up. I mean, the value of horror films, especially low-budget films, being theatrically released. I mean, Zach Kreger, when he made Barbarian for $4.5 million, he got his huge deal to do Weapons. That's coming out on August 8th.
Stop chilling.
No, but look, I'm just trying to tell
good,
our
though.
audience.
It does look good. There's been other horror movies besides Roy Lee's horror movies.
No, but I'm also okay. Yes, that's not what. But horror has done quite well. Whether it's international.
Oh, Roy Lee, if you watch this later on, like we would all love a chance to sit in a room with you and talk.
I mean,
I know Rob talks to you a lot.
Those Pierce Bros sat in a room with Roy Lee too.
The rest of us work like dogs. We'll fucking work for you.
Okay, excuse me. It's a big horror film coming out from Warner Brothers. The point I was trying to make is that horror has still it has a viable economic place in the industry,
like it always has. It's never changed.
It's never changed, and yet, it's still some of the hardest things to get made at the studio level, especially original horror.
Yeah.
So my question was: you've worked now, you've got a lot of rewrite jobs, a lot of studio jobs, but then you go back and you have to bet on yourselves again. Make your own franchise that you own, like James Wan did, back when they were making Saw 1. Yeah. So how do you feel about, now that you've played in the industry for a while, how do you feel about the state of movies and where we're at in terms of, are you optimistic about the studio system? I think we might be on the renaissance of a new indie film boom. I don't know.
Oh, I think you're right about that. I mean, I just feel that, I've always felt this way, is that the studio system is great. Like, people put stuff together and they try to make it happen, but it's, like I said, it's very slow. But I have, outside of us, there's so many film friends of mine that I have that I just think are super talented. It takes very little to put together like a good horror film. Like, if you can cobble together between a $500K budget to like a $5 million budget, you can do amazing things. And I just feel like, I know everybody's like paranoid about AI right now and stuff like that, but I actually kind of feel like we're in this weird, unique space where I think independent movies are coming back. And
I do too.
I think it's because we're in this space where everybody's so scared that we're not gonna get the things that have artistic integrity, but the artistic integrity is in the independent space. It's always been there. So it's that's where we've always gone at, and I think other people are going to go the same direction, and I feel like that's where it's going. So,
well, in your experience working with the studios, and not to slag off on them, but I've always felt that studios are coming to you that already made a movie, and they're judging. They're judging you on whatever different levels, but you've actually. My problem with how the studios work today is they don't have practical knowledge of how movies are actually made.
Yeah.
And
well, also, if I may, Rob.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I've heard this not just from us independent people who are struggling to get things made, but I also heard it from bigger people within the industry who are specifically genre, that those people that you're talking about also don't have an affection or love for the genre,
right?
that I think is needed to actually nurture really good genre product.
Well,
product is crass, but you know what I mean.
But you have someone like Walter Hamada, who left Warner Brothers, who now is over at Paramount, who his mandate is he loves horror as a genre. And while you talked about Roy Lee does love horror as a genre. I mean, everything from Strange Darling. He's got The Long Walk. He's got weapons coming out. I mean, but look, I've dealt with it. I love the guy, but he has a very specific brand of horror that he wants. He doesn't love monsters. He doesn't.
But I mean, Roy's the best kind.
He's got incredible taste. Yeah. Incredible taste.
He trusts his own taste and instincts, which is
proven to be right.
Yeah, no, he's right. No, and like you want that to happen everywhere, but Roy is unique in that way. Like he's always been good about trusting what he genuinely likes. You know, and like we've talked. Like the hard part is everybody always wants to like say these execs are terrible or bad, and like I meet a lot of really great execs that really are tapped in. The honest truth is, when it comes to like the end game where it's like they talk to their boss, like your movie is decided on a 5-minute conversation. Like you've pitched to them like multiple times. You've done a great job. You love it. They love it too. They're a really great exec. They get the story. And then they pitch to the person one above them, and you know it's a 5-minute conversation that you're not involved with, and it just doesn't happen. And
you know, I gotta say,
that's the way it works sometimes.
If people want even just a cursory idea, I think, maybe you can correct me. If they watch the studio on Apple, they'll see the craziness of what it's like. In a painfully realistic way. You watch that show, anyone who's been in the industry for any time watches that show, go, fuck, I know.
Everybody thinks it's like over the top, but I watch that show and I'm kind of like, oh no, this is 100% out.
Well, it's
painfully real.
The problem with that is what I love about that show is it shows the schism between the people that actually have to make, like, nothing in the studio. If you watch that show, none of it has anything to do with the actual day-to-day of making a film. Nothing. They have no idea. They don't know. None. And by the way, when I worked, my first job was working at Warner Brothers for Bill Young, the senior vice president of production. And it was, I was a kid, 21 years old. Actually, I just turned 22. And I'm watching a studio that has no idea how movies are made. Really. I mean, they know, they see how much money is being spent per day. And they watch dailies. But they have no idea what happens actually on set. And when they would go to set, the studio executives are bored to tears because they're not understanding what is happening, even though you've got 100 people, all, or low budget movies, less, but doing this stuff. And it's a bizarre industry. It's a weird, because the people that are deciding, the tastemakers, what movies are getting made, are entirely removed. They have no understanding at all of what it cost. Like the Wretched has scenes on a waterfront, you know, where docks and people, like, when I watched your movie for the first time, I thought to myself, how was this permitted? And where would they point the cameras? And what did they have to do to be? And how long could they be on the dock? And how long was the daylight there? Like, I'm thinking, there was nobody. People watch. They don't give a fuck. They won't even think twice. They're like, whatever. But from my perspective, I would think, what did you have to do to get that? And there's a complete disconnect in the motion picture business from the tastemakers or the agents or the this or the that. They only see the finished product, which is alchemy, apparently. It's magic. Like, they have no idea what's happening other than someone like the Tuck Speedman was supposed to get a DVD player, according to Tropic Thunder, in his thing. But before Flaming Dragon took him. I mean, people are making deals about things that have nothing to do with the actual vagaries of producing a film on a day-to-day basis. So let me ask you this. Now you're going back and you're making The Wretched Devourers, which I fucking love. I gotta get used to it. So now you're going back to doing it, and you control it. You've gone back to your... You already show that your movie has viability. They had German media books. It's the world over loves The Wretched. You're going to make this film, and this... How much control do you have over the making of the film?
Oh, 100%. It's just... I mean, honestly, right now, it's just, I mean, like, to, like, break it down is, it's just my brother and I storyboarding in a room, putting together the whole movie. We just hired casting. Effects people start next week. But it's all us. Like, I mean, honestly, we've always known how to put this together, because back in the day, we made no-budget movies with our friends. So we know how to, like... We treat this exactly the same way, even though we have a bigger budget than we've ever had, but it's the same thing. We just we prep as much as we can, because preparation is key. That's the only thing that makes a movie bigger and better, and you can make it for cheaper, kind of type of thing. And that's what we're doing again, like we did on the first movie. So it's like, I mean, it's the best. Like, I'm so happy with the situation we're in, just because the person who's paying for this movie believes in us, and he wants us to make the movie we want to make, and that's very rare.
And they believe in you because you earned their trust.
Yeah.
That was the thing. You earned their trust. I mean, that's the way. And by the way, that's how business works. You know, you're a startup. You guys are a startup. You're a movie startup. You're not a tech startup. You're a movie startup. You made a film. It worked. I mean, it was your second feature, but it worked, and it traveled the world, and people love it. And who doesn't love a movie called The Wretched? So let me ask you this, because why not? We'll talk about AI. There's a lot of things you can do with AI.
Yeah.
Do you think that AI has a place in what you're trying to do?
Not with what we're doing, just because it's, I mean, what we're putting together is just us. It's homegrown. It's what we are. I'm curious to see where AI plays its part in filmmaking over the next couple of years. I'm trying not to be negative about it right off the bat, because it's inherently going to be a part of it no matter what. But at the same time, like, I mean, I've spent so much time with my brother trying to make scripts and stories work. That's really hard, and I can't imagine AI ever taking that over, because, like, nobody knows if a script really works until you, like, show them the movie kind of type thing. So, yeah, so I don't know. In a weird way, I guess I was worried about it like a year ago, but now I'm not worried about it at all. Maybe it's because I'm just in the thick of it, of trying to make something work so hard, because I'm kind of like, I can't imagine, like, AI coming in and fixing my movie or making something cheaper or better or making it work. I'm just kind of like, the only thing that make it good is if I really think about it and push myself and make sure it's a good movie.
Yeah, it's all hit and miss too. Every prompt is like, oh, I want to change this, I want to change that, I have to change the focal length of the lens that the AI shot this on. I mean, it's all crazy.
Yeah, it's weird times, man. I know everybody's like freaked out and all this other stuff, but I'm also kind of like, you know, the hard part is really just to tell a good story. So, like, you can freak yourself out about, like, if I use AI or I don't use AI, or like it's going to take over all these jobs. It's like the really hard part is telling a good story. So if, like, you're really good at telling a story, if you use AI or you don't use AI, that's the real key. So, like, let's focus on that.
Brett, let me ask you this. I mean, obviously, people that make movies are film fans, and the premise of this show tonight that Dave brought me, Parker brought me this, about fun. You've got Fantastic Four and Superman coming out. You know, two big, I don't know if you were a comic fan growing up.
Oh, I'm a giant comic fan, man. I go to the comic book store every week on Wednesday.
Okay, so you're still there. So how do you feel about Gunn's Superman and Matt Shackman's Fantastic Four?
I'm super excited about Gunn's Superman, just because I love like positive, happy Superman. Like, I'm super excited about that. Yeah. I love the idea that we're finally, like, it feels like it. And I haven't seen the movie yet, but, like, when I see the trailer, I'm like, oh, I'm in the DC universe, like the universe I jumped into when I was reading like Grant Morrison's JLA. There was all these people like flowing around everywhere, and like it feels, I don't know, it just feels right. Like I really hope it is. Love Fantastic Four. I love the idea of like, I've always been a Fantastic Four fan. I love the idea of like the first family and all this other stuff.
Me too.
But I will have to say the trailers in general have felt a little dry.
Me too, man.
Yeah. So I'm hoping the movie's really good, but every time I see the trailer, I'm kind of like, I hope it's good. You know, it's like, that's the way I feel. So, but every time I see a Superman trailer, I'm kind of like, I'm in.
I know, right? I know. So what is the, I mean, you know, it's interesting. The Wretched.
Rob, hold on. I gotta tap out.
Oh.
Okay. All right, Dave.
Guys, it's 1:30. I'm tapping out. I'm old now. I'm old.
I gotta go soon too. I gotta do up our show tomorrow, so it's all good.
But I'm gonna let you guys talk for a little more. Thank you everyone for watching. Appreciate it. Love the fact that we've got so many people here still watching, especially for Brett.
Hey Dave, it was good seeing you at Monster Palooza, by the way. Man.
Great to see you there.
Can we, like,
great to see you.
Just get some food. And
I know.
Cool.
Yeah,
absolutely. Seriously.
Dave's a good hang.
Yeah.
What are you saying, Rob?
Oh my God! Everything is double entendre, Dave. We've only known each other for like 33 years.
I love it, but I hate it.
Yeah.
You know what's funny about that? Where is that CD? Where is it? Did you give that to me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I got to say this. So Dave Parker gave to me a Penthouse Forum CD of stories acted on CD. And that was the best. That was the best. That particular story. But a woman actress from the European.
I love it,
but I hate it. I mean, and that we're still joking about it 30 years later.
Have a great night, guys.
What's Penthouse Forum?
I know.
Yeah.
All right, take it easy, guys. I'll see you later.
All right, Dave. I'm putting Brett first and foremost here. You're here. I'll tell you what I'll do, so you can see it.
Yeah.
You can see the live output from the show. So that's
nice.
there you go. So Brett, let me ask you this. I mean, I'm curious. I'm just curious about like this. Like it's great hearing from you talking about the state of the industry. What has changed from making the Wretched 1 to making the Wretched 2? I'm just going to call it the Wretched Devours, right?
Yeah.
So, which is a great title. So I don't want to get it wrong. So you're making the Wretched Devours right now. What has changed for you guys in terms of filmmaking?
I mean, I would like to say something different, but really hasn't changed. Like, all we did was write for the studios for like 5 years, and then ultimately realized like, oh, we know how to put this together anyways. So kind of type thing. So like for us, it's just, I think we've gotten better at writing and putting things together. We've just gotten tighter, you know. It's like we've gotten to practice trying to make other people happy with our own writing.
Sure.
That we've just like been like we're really brutal about our own writing, but it's the same process. Like we've just raised the money and we're storyboarding every sequence, and we're working with the effects people, and we're working with some of the people we worked before to like put together the movie and just be like, hey, we're making this movie for X amount, but we're trying to make it feel like double that. And the only way you can do that is by putting in the extra time before you make the movie. You know, it's like most people are, you know, the one thing that's free is your own time when you make an independent movie. So we've been working on this since last September, and we're going to start shooting. Yeah. We're going to start shooting at the end of September, coming up in about 3 months. We've just been boarding, designing creatures, designing all the effects work, putting everything together. It's all prep. It's all like homework, but it's like homework that you love because you're trying. And then it just becomes the fear of like, can I pull this off? Do we have like we got the schedule to the movie like a week ago, and we're gonna do 30 days. Like we looked at the schedule and we're like, it's got to be 31. We're not gonna pull this off. We're like, we need one more day. So we added a day on the schedule. We figured it out. We went through the budget and like figured out how we could make it work. And like we're shot listing, so we know how many shots we pull off every day. It's just
wow.
I mean, it's like homework, man. But it's the homework because I do it with my brother. He's like an amazing creative. He knows how to tell a story visually. He's very like we're really hard on each other, so we're trying to push each other. Like I love the first movie that we made. I'm super proud of it, but like the goal has always been like murder that movie, make a better movie, make
sure.
Like for us, we're always telling ourselves like, and I mean I love Alien and Aliens, but we're like this is our Aliens to Alien type thing. Like we're gonna make a bigger movie,
and it's yours. I mean, you control. It's your franchise. You created it from the beginning. I mean. Yeah. You know, I would ask you this. I mean, we now live in a world where, say, the Terrifier franchise, crowdfunding, you know, it was a very low budget movie that later became, with the 3 films, it made a lot of money, and it was an indie project and all that. But do you see, you know, the wretched, call it a franchise? I don't want to, you know, call it a franchise, but. Because I think the first film, what I loved about your first movie is I thought it had such integrity, and it was so, like I always say, it was authentic. You know, you guys made a movie that was authentic to you guys, and it was something, it was so much fun, and it was so, I loved it so much. I loved the way it was shot. I loved where it was shot. I loved the actors. I loved the creature design. I thought it was such a breath of fresh air at the time that it came out, because it represented what true indie horror was when I was a kid. Like we have a new, you know, two brothers, but it was a voice of indie horror. And how do you feel about the state of indie horror? And I'm going to give this to you for a few minutes because I too need to drain the main vein. But I ask you a question.
I'll do it. Yeah.
If you could opine on the state of indie horror and what does it mean in today's age, how do you feel about it? If you could give me a couple minutes.
Yeah, no, go for it and drain the main vein. But I mean, indie horror is the source of independent film more than it's ever been. Like, I have such a large group of friends that make really good stuff, or at least have good stuff in the back burner that they're trying to put together. It's like truly the avenue of the most like passionate people that want to make things that they really want to make. Like, I mean, even on our end, like making The Wretched and making the sequel, it's just purely from Drew and I just can't not make this movie, so we have to make it. And there's so many people like that, and that's what independent horror has always been. And it's like owned this space for like so long. And it's just such a weird thing, though, is like most people, you know, like most people don't realize that like almost even every studio film you see that comes out that's like wide released, it's usually from some like independent filmmaker from a couple of years ago. Like even Megan 2.0 that's coming around now, like Gerard made Southbound a couple of years ago. Like every one of these people are just like people that were like hustling their asses off just probably a couple of years before you saw the one film that they put out in major theaters. So like I've just always felt that like independent horror is like the one thing that is moving independent film more forward than anything else, just because it's these people that are like crazy about like wanting to tell their stories. Like none of us make these things because it makes us money or pays well. We're just kind of like, we love this so much. And that's what's kind of great about it too, is because like films like The Terrifier 3 and 4 and all this stuff is these huge audiences show up. And what's really great about them is they're always willing to give all of us a shot. They're always willing to like try to hold us up, even if we're a little cheaper than something else, or like not quite as expensive, or like not released by a major studio, they're willing to take the shot with us. And like, that's a unique situation. It's like the only genre that ever works that way. Like, nobody else gets that kind of benefit, you know, kind of type thing. So like, every time Drew and I make a horror movie, like, we're just like, it's funny. Like, the only thing you ever think about is like when we're on set and we're like shooting the movie, we talk to each other, and like my brother and I sometimes like, hey, just like think about like, we'll be at this festival next year and we're going to get to show it to these people. Like, that's the fun part. You know, that's the reason you're making it. You're not
damn right.
Yeah. No, it's true, man. You only make things because you're excited to show them to people. Like, you know, it's the best part of it. You know, it's like, so like, we talk about that shit all the time. We're like, I don't give a shit about like if we make money or if we're broke or we do okay. It's like, I just want to like know that I made something I'm proud of, and other people are kind of like, yeah, I fucking dig that, man. You know? So, yeah.
Well, that's, you know, it's funny that you say that, because I mean, I've worked on a lot of projects. I've got a lot of stuff made, which has been good. I haven't had any great commercial success, but you know, I've still, like, I'm really proud of this audio drama I'd never done that I really worked on it. But there's, I busted my ass for a year. But what I think people will never quite get, and you just touched on it, is, hang on, I'm going to put us both in the frame. What it means when you've made something, we're making it for an audience.
Yeah.
You know, you're making a movie because you want, the same way that we wanted to see movies when we were kids. It was about seeing it with an audience, and you don't make things in a vacuum. You make things presupposing you have an audience. And it's not because we're arrogant or like, well, we just have something to say you don't. We just want to tell these stories going, isn't this fucking awesome?
Yeah.
And we share the story. And what I loved, you know, we spent a lot of this particular time tonight talking about whimsy and talking about, I think that people get locked into, they only like certain things. I mean, when I was growing up, I liked all different kinds of things, especially genre cinema. I mean, growing up we live in a world where you get Japanese horror, like Matango, you know, Attack of the Mushroom People or whatever. It's like, I love that movie. I thought it was great. I'm not going to not watch it because it's called, you know, Attack of the Mushroom People, Matango. It's not some. I love the fact that I'm getting some wacky Japanese shit. I didn't know. Not shit like it's bad. I mean, Japanese coolness,
well, like crazy shit.
Yeah, and I was not getting this from America. You know, no one's making the Mysterians in America. They're not doing that. They're not, you know, Inashiro Honda or EJ Tsuburaya, the effects maestro, is not scoring and making, you know, they're not doing American shit. And sometimes I'd get a Danish ripoff of Godzilla and Reptilicus. When I was 6, I'm like, that was amazing. Am I going to buy the Vinegar Syndrome 4K? Probably not. But still, it's great we live in a world, and I feel the world now today doesn't feel the joy. And horror, you know, horror, like I will. When I was reading Fangoria magazine, I saw pictures from Phantasm, Don Coscarelli's Phantasm. I was so excited. And my dad took me the Saturday that it opened to the Crossroads Cinema. He sat there with me. He bought me the ticket because it was rated R, and I'm like 12. And there's the scene where Tommy's in the graveyard and the lady in lavender kills him, and you see the boobs and all that, and they fuck, and she kills him. And I'm thinking, I'm 12 years old. I'm like, we're 5 minutes in. I'm like, this is the greatest movie I've ever seen in my life. And my dad got up and left. He didn't make me leave. Not like when my mom made me leave from Fantastic Planet. I mean, he let me see it, and I watched Phantasm, and I was captivated. That movie, he made it over like 3 or 4 years. It was totally low budget. I'm seeing it in the theater. I love this film. I was not comparing and contrasting it to other movies at the time.
Yeah.
When I saw The Wretched, I felt kind of the same way. I'm like, you guys, it's kind of gonzo. Like, you guys went for it. You knew what you were doing. You made this film. You had a great creature design. You had a great fearsome witch. Yeah. And yet you had a good, it's kind of E.T.-esque in a way.
Totally.
The family story, you know.
We love Spielberg, so yeah.
Yeah, and what I loved about The Wretched, and I've always loved about The Wretched, is that you guys, I'm always talking about authorship. You guys you succeeded in making the very film you set out to make. I at least I feel that way.
Yeah.
Do you feel that way? And how important how important do you think that is for independent filmmakers?
I mean, I think it's the only way to make a movie. I mean, The Wretched is us. It's my brother and myself. We made the movie we wanted to make. It's clearly, like, if anyone ever sits down and talks to us, it's clearly us. Like, it's 100% comes from a place of, like, this is the movie we want to make. That's who we are. And that's any movie. That's the way it's supposed to be. Like, I run into, like, ever since The Wretched came out, which is weird, Drew and I meet with a lot of independent filmmakers. They're like, how did you guys do it? Like, how did you, like, so much success? And I'm kind of like, it's not really like a secret sauce. We just made the movie we wanted to make. That's what it was. And a lot of them are, like, trying to be strategic. Like, I'll make a horror movie because that sells. And in my brain, I go, like, no, I made The Wretched because I was obsessed with, like, weird witch myths about Black Annis and the Kaliak and all this other stuff, and I thought it was really cool. So we started writing a story around that.
Dieter Bastian from Germany says, the title will be in Germany, The Witch Next Door 2 Here.
Yeah. It's going to be that. Actually, sometimes Drew and I are like, why did we call it The Wretched? Like, The Witch Next Door is a pretty good title.
Well, you know, Dieter knows what's up. So
yeah. Well, secret, like, going back into making this is us being like asshole independent filmmakers. They're like, the movie can be titled The Witch, the like triangle kind of deer head symbol. They're like, that's gonna title the movie. The Fantasia Film Festival, like, what do you guys call in the movie? And we're like, we're going to call it the symbol. Like, guys, please.
Like, what are you, Prince fans?
Yeah. We like, The Wretched. Like the big bait. Ultimately landed on, like, The Wretched. It feels like something more. You know? So this is really funny. So,
but no, it seems like you're excited though.
Oh, we're super excited. I mean, honestly, like, the thing we get excited about is, like, we love making stuff, man. Like, we jam.
Dude, I know.
Like, the stress of making something when you, like, just know it's coming and you're, like, putting it together. You're telling the story you want to tell. You're, like, building all the sequences. You're, like, working with the effects people to make it kind of work. Like, all that stuff's, like, super exciting. Like, it's the best part of it. It's weird, but it's like you work years and years to ever make that kind of happen, and it's such a small window, and you just have to enjoy it while you do it, because, like, Drew and I always talk about, like, even with this one, we're kind of like, maybe this is the last movie we make. We don't know, so let's treat it like it's the last movie we ever make. I mean, with AI, who knows? You know.
Well, yeah, but I think that, you know, you're offering an audience your point of view. Look, I rail on about authorship. What you guys are doing gives the audience that. And by the way, the fact that you did get great German media books of your movie proves that it's not. Yeah. Excuse me. You're touching the world, not just.
Yeah.
This place. Sorry.
Gesundheit. Yeah. No,
I've only been on this show now we're coming up to hour 5.
Oh, nice.
Or hour 6.
No, I mean, it's I mean, Rob, you've done the same thing. You've been an independent filmmaker forever. You know, it's the same thing.
Well, you know, it's funny. We have our new movie, The White Devils, that I've shown the trailer for. I just decided, and Gabe and I decided, who made Tango Shalom, that we're going to self-distribute it. I mean, we owe no money on it. We don't owe anybody anything. So we have this little micro budget movie, and I'm like, I'm going to show it. I think I sent it to Film Threat. We got a great review, and I'm now thinking I'm going to use this channel. And I'm the first people that a few people I've sent it to. I'm going to use this channel. I'm going to set up a screening. Like, we have no money to market this movie. I know I can wallet, but I'm going to have like a screening. We're going to have a screening of The White Devils, and I'm going to charge the audience here like $8. Would you come in and pay us $8 or $10 to see this movie? And Gabe and I'll talk about it and if we can get 5,000 people to watch it. And pay $10, and we'll have a big, long, like on Vimeo, we'll have enough money to, because you send it to people, and look, as you know, film festivals Steven Soderbergh would never sell Sex, Lies, and Videotape today.
No.
Nobody would take it. No film festival would take it. Nobody would take it. And we have this little micro-budget movie. I'll call it micro-budget. It's less than $500,000. I think it's an important film. I'm a producer on it. But it's not going to be booked into 3,000 theaters. Yeah. So, but I've been working on it. In addition, I'm doing my audio drama and doing the thing. I'm making stuff I love. And like you guys, you had to go through years of dealing with writing for studios, and people are telling you. But what I love about what you guys did was perseverance. You could have given up and been like, I'm going to become an accountant. But no, you can't.
That would never happen.
No, it would never happen. And you have a father like you have, and you have, and it's an amazing thing. Yeah. I love the fact that you're making a second film. And by the way, in a franchise you own.
Yeah, actually, that's the weirdest thing is everyone's like, oh, yeah, it's a franchise, and it doesn't really click with us, like, to think that way. We just see it as, like, oh, we get another swing at, like...
Okay, because we're all idiots. We're all idiots. Oh, my God, I got to make another movie. The thing is, to me, what I love about The Wretched, the first film, is, I talk about watching movies at scale. Most people don't think twice. They're comparing Coscarelli's Phantasm to Apocalypse Now. Yeah. It's the same amount of time, and they're watching it. It's like, well, Apocalypse Now is 2.5 hours, but Phantasm is not even.
But like a 2 hour and a half.
Yeah, they don't care. Yeah. When you're watching something, it doesn't matter. No one's aware of. I look at Apocalypse Now, and more than ever, I marvel at it. Because that movie would never, ever, ever in the history of humanity ever get made again. Nobody will ever do that. It's in like Lawrence of Arabia. It's all CG, whatever. It never get made again. But what you guys are doing also is unique in the sense that you guys get to have another bite at the apple with your own concoction. Yeah, which is pretty great. You and I talk about, like we talked about it earlier, Colin Trevorrow makes Safety Not Guaranteed for $1 million. He gets scooped up and has to make Jurassic World for $150 million. Does he get a career after that? I don't think so. Yeah. You look at the people, Robert Eggers was smart. You guys are smart. You work for the studios, get paid for rewrites or whatever, but no one's giving you money to make your movies. What do? You return to the thing that you made. That's yours.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we just knew, we had a really good idea for making another one, and, we were super passionate about it. Like, anything, even with the studio stuff, everything's always about, oh, man, I'm into this. Let's write this, or let's, try to convince them to make this movie. That's the only way to do it. I know 100%. There's some filmmakers, and I don't fault them for it, some filmmakers that will, direct something that they don't, open directing assignment, they don't feel super confident about the script, they go make it. Don't fault them for them, because everybody's got to make money. It's really hard to survive, especially if you live in Los Angeles.
Oh, yeah, my God.
Yeah, so I don't fault anybody for it.
By the way, Westifer Robin says, Brett, hi, Brett, who would be the one actor or actress that you would love to work with in a horror movie if money was not an issue?
Oh, man. Ooh, that's a really good question. Well, this isn't money. Drew and I really want to make a movie with Kate Siegel. We really want to make a movie with Kate Siegel. We love her. Yep, we do. We just I feel a kinship with her. I think I love her. It's a weird thing. Like, I've realized this as a filmmaker. It's like, I can respect somebody's like acting craft and all this other stuff. But when you like talk to somebody or meet with somebody and you just feel like you're like, we should make a movie together, that's somebody I want to make a movie with. Because I think
Have you told her that?
Well, she was attached to a certain werewolf movie for a little while.
Dude, you guys got to make that. Fuck, man.
Yeah, I want to make that movie. But, like, I just feel it. I just, like, I hope it happens at some point because I think she's just creative in the right way. And, like, I can just feel her passion. And, like, when you have that feeling, like, you know, there's great actors I would love to work with, but I only want to work with somebody that really wants to make the movie that we're going to make. Like, right now, we're about to go through this process. We're going to start doing casting next week. And the big thing for us is just, like, the most important thing is, one, no assholes, no jerks, and people that really want to be in this movie. And, like, number two, they're a good actor. Those are the first two things is no assholes, and they really want to make this movie. That's really important because making movies, like, you know this, it's hard as fuck. It's so hard.
Dude.
Like, you want somebody on your team more than anything else. Yeah.
I spent the last year of my life making an audio drama, which I'd never done, and I am so proud. I mean, I have to say that working with Max Allan Collins, the writer who wrote the whole thing, he entrusted me with it, and I had I call her my professional wife, my casting director / supervising producer, and when I read the script, I'm like, I can't just call my friends up, and we started, working with people like Katie Sackhoff, for instance. I didn't think I'd be working with Katie, and she actually, going through agents and all that, but she called and she requested, she goes, can we talk about this part? And I called her up, and she was totally into an audio drama. And I felt like, I'm sorry, it's only an audio drama. And she's like, but the script is so good. And I'm like, I didn't write the script. I'm just making it. I'm directing it, and I'm going to have to edit the whole thing. But
that's what matters the most.
What was so fun was she was so cool. She had to do an audio sex scene. Yeah. And I was like, it's pretty graphic. I told her, I said, and I'm like, I've never directed that kind of thing before. And she was totally into it. We had this. If I make more movies, I would hire Katie Sackhoff to be in everything. Because she was terrific in the audio drama. But the fact that she cares, like, and Michael Rosenbaum, they both have audio podcasts. I didn't know Michael Rosenbaum. He was not our first choice necessarily. And we couldn't, all these names we were casting, they were all busy. And I finally said to my casting director, to Christine, I said, look, let's just do it the old fashioned way. Just send me voices. It's a voice thing. I don't. Yeah. And what was amazing was, actors, when actors are great, it's fucking magic.
Oh, dude. It's like, you're like, did I write that? Or is that in the script? It's really good. Whoa. It's better than I thought. Yeah. It's great. Yeah.
I get this. I'm listening to these things, and then I hear this one voice, and I was like, I heard a story. There's a story that Stanley Kubrick was looking to make a new film after Barry Lyndon. And he was reading books and everything, and his secretary talked about how there was silence in his room, and then after like 15 minutes, she would hear a thump as he threw a book against a wall. And then one moment, he stopped. There was no thumps against the wall. It was all quiet.
Yeah.
For hours. And then it was The Shining that he was reading, and that's what made him want to make it. Yeah. And for me, it was kind of like, it was a different thing, but I'm listening to these voices, and I hear this one voice. It was Michael Rosenbaum, from Smallville. I wouldn't have thought, you know, we were looking for some A-list actor to anchor this whole thing, and I listened to this voice. I'm like, that's the fucking guy. Like, that guy gets it. It didn't matter about money. It didn't matter about anything. I'm like, that guy. You know, that frisson. When you get it, it's the greatest thing in the world. And then we went through the negotiate. Dude, and you could, and you know, it's exciting because they've taken what you've written, or in my case, what I was directing. I didn't write it, but when you hear it, and you know that it's collaborative, and you know you can work with them, it's the greatest thing ever. And I have to say, for those in the know who are still up, Michael Rosenbaum is one of the most talented, dedicated, professional, and nicest people I have ever worked with. And Max Allen Calden's called me up and goes, I've written a screenplay. Because it's all based, and I hope to make the movie. And the first thing they're going to say is, we don't want me to direct it. They don't want Max to write it. They're going to have it rewritten. And they're not going to want Michael Rosenbaum to star in it. And I'm like, then no. No. Just like you guys. I'm going to say Los Bros Pierce are making The Wretched. They're making their next movie. I'm following their lead.
Yeah.
But so now that you're in the casting phase, what are okay, tell me about that. What are you guys looking for?
I mean, honestly, for us, like, it's not cast dependent to make the movie, which is rare.
No, but in terms of characters and performances?
Yeah. It's more about just the right person for the part. It's the thing that we, like, believe in it. We did the last time. Like, we had a weird experience making the last movie where our casting director was not pro some of our choices because and I think in some cases because, like, maybe they weren't as famous as some other people that we might have cast.
Sure.
But we felt they were really good for it. This pass, it's the same thing. Like, we just want to find the right people for the part. So if somebody just, like, it's the same thing you said, like Katie Sackhoff or Michael Rosenbaum, they, like, just feel so right when you hear things come out of their mouth from doing it. You're just kind of like, yeah, I'm going to do that because they're that person and it's going to work. And my job's going to be easier. Now I can just worry about everything else. They're going to be that character. That's the thing you're always looking for is, like, my girlfriend's an actress and we talk about it all the time. Like, acting is not always like how good you are. It's like, do you solve their problem? Do you fit the part so much that they can't say no? And that's what it is more than anything else. Like, when you hear somebody that's right, you're like, you can't see anybody else. You look for somebody else. Like, some people might be like, what about that person? You're like, no, that person, they're going to fix my problem. Like, we can shoot this movie and it's going to be good. It's going to be what we wrote or what we need. That's the gut instinct of that whole thing. Like, names and all this other stuff, it can matter. But I actually had a friend of mine the other day. I just talked to him because I was talking about, like, we're making The Wretched 2. It's a step up for us. It's different. It's a larger budget movie and all this stuff. I'm like, how should we treat it differently? And he's like, it's not any different with actors. Like, just find the person that's right for the part. And you know, it's going to be people sign on for watching somebody that's good at the part they're playing. So like, that's what they're going to be into, not because it's, you know, Colin Farrell. They're not just necessarily watching for that. They're watching it because that person as that part is exciting in the trailer or the things they've heard about. So that's the most important thing.
I also think we also live in a time where actors, when I saw Hugh Grant in Heretic.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if Hugh Grant would have done that movie 10 years ago. Or his people would have let him. But, you know, to me, the great litmus test is I watch celebrities on the Graham Norton show or clips on YouTube.
I love Graham Norton.
If you can hang, I mean, I think Graham Norton is the litmus test. If you can hang on Graham Norton and you like the people that you see on Graham Norton because he liquors them up and he gives them, he's not about, if you like the people on, I think Graham Norton is the great casting coup. If anyone looks, watching people like Hugh Grant on Graham Norton, I mean, his sense of humor, all of it, it's great. Have you found that since you have The Wretched 1 in your quiver, that when you're going after people, the fact that you have that makes it more appealing to them to come to work on. You might get people that you wouldn't have thought you could, not to spill any beans or anything, but
yeah, I get what you're saying. I think that's I mean, Drew and I grew up in Detroit, Michigan. We're very Midwest, so like when we were going into putting Wretched 2 together, Wretched Devours, we were kind of the first questions we asked casting directors were, is there negativity about doing sequels? Is there a negativity about being a horror movie? Is there negative? We were just like, we were seeing all the problems with us.
right.
And the casting director goes, you guys are fully financed, number one. Number two, your movie did well and everybody knows what it is. Okay, we're kind of like,
Yeah, but you guys don't know that. That's
yeah. Well, we didn't realize. We're like, oh yeah. You're right. Yeah. Okay, type thing. Like we had to hear that. So it's we'll find out over the next few weeks. But you know, our casting director has encouraged us that it's not such a big deal. Or it's not something we should worry about because we're no longer like the guys that have barely made anything. We made something, and this is the follow-up to it, you know. So, and
not only did you make it, it became a cause celeb during the pandemic too.
Yeah. I mean, and we worked on cool stuff with other people, with like really good people. Like with it, I mean, honestly, our biggest hurt is we developed something with a filmmaker and a writer that had made things we admired so much, and it got so close to being made, and the only reason it didn't get made is because the production company studio we were at, the person that was there got let go, and the movie just ended in one day. But it's a script we love, and we worked with these amazing people that we admired so much. That was
Can you get the rights back to it?
Maybe. Might come around and turn around at some point. The hard part for us is we're like, Drew and I always look at it, we're like, that's a fucking good idea. That would slay. How is it not getting made? You know?
But that's people don't understand how how frustrating it is. Like you have these great. I'll tell you a story.
Yeah.
20 years ago, when I was making a lot of money for my DVD production business, I was trying to spend money to produce things like comic books. And I was paying for them to get made. I released a 4-issue miniseries called Living in Infamy that Ben Rabb and Derek Hughes created. They become very successful in television in the interim 20 years. But there was another comic I wanted to do with a great writer. And we published one issue for Comic-Con, and then I got sued, this ridiculous lawsuit. It practically ruined my company. I probably should have killed myself.
Yeah.
But I paid for this comic. A couple months ago, 20 years later, my lawyer calls me. And when my lawyer calls me, you have to pay for that. You know, he's calling me. He goes, hey, what is this thing? This comic book, 20 years ago, you did this thing, and they want to buy the rights back from you. And I was shocked. But it was money. It was something I had paid for 20 years ago. But we never finished it. Like I had done a 4-issue miniseries. I'd only done 1 issue, and the writer never finished it. We never wrote. It was very, so the rights were very nebulous. And I was presented with an opportunity. You know, now you can crowdfund things, comic book, you know. And what am I going to do? Am I going to hold them up for a lot of money?
Yeah.
Or am I going to be am I going to be a dick? Yeah. Or am I going to think to myself, okay, I'll get some cash that I can put towards something else. And I was thinking it bothered me that they called my lawyer first, that the creator didn't call me up and go, hey, I want to do this thing. Because I would have been like, cool, dude. But he called my lawyer, which means he triggered me to have to pay money that I didn't necessarily have. I'm mortgage poor. But he made me, he forced me to pay money to engage, which I thought was kind of fucked up. And it was a 4-figure thing. So, long story short, I feel okay. I made a payoff deal, whatever, go with God.
Yeah.
But it bothered me that I didn't get a phone call going, hey, I know we haven't talked in a long time, because I always admired this guy.
Yeah.
I was a fan of his. I didn't, the animosity that we might have had was, I'm sorry about that. But it was a great lesson to learn that my lawyer got the call and I really wish, and of course, I'm the first guy that says it's not what you deserve, it's what you negotiate.
Yeah.
But I really do wish, like you guys have been nose to the grindstone for years. I mean, nobody I still want to see your werewolf movie. Only because you told me about it, and I'm like, fuck yeah, dude, I want to see that shit.
We're really happy with it.
I am a big fan of your unmade werewolf film, and in my mind, that's a no fucking brainer.
Yeah.
But the fact that you're getting another film off the ground and that you've made some money in the interim, this is fantastic. And I consider you family. You've been on the show. It's all good.
Oh, yeah.
But people have always asked me, I do feel that ultimately this show or anything I do on my channel is about, no one watches my Designing Hollywood podcast. I've done like 70 of them. I'm interviewing.
I've watched it.
Well, I mean, I interview. Nobody cares, and I'm like, shit, man. There's been so many times I'm like, I'm trying to share the art of filmmaking, and nobody watches. I don't get paid. I don't get, I do it because I love movies, and but I've always thought you guys, this is such an amazing thing that you get to do this film, and I'm so excited. And you deserve it, and you guys are the best.
Thanks, man.
Come on, dude. You guys, first of all, The Wretched fucking rule. It really is great. I really love The Wretched. It's so... And by the way, it's at scale. It's not fucking Aliens.
Yeah.
It isn't. It's not Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
But it is in that niche that you guys carved out for yourselves. It's really... It's a great horror movie.
Yeah.
And you created a great character.
Oh, thanks, man. I'm so proud of that movie. We go into this one thinking and I say it all the time, my brother is like, I want to kill the other movie because I love it, but I want to kill it. I want to make a better movie. But I'm super proud of it. It's the thing you realize, anytime, and I'm sure you've dealt with this, you make a movie, you made, Free Enterprise. Years later, you realize that movie has so much to do with who you were and when you made it and what was going on.
I can't even get it. It's been out of print since 2006. It's sitting on a shelf for almost 20 years, and I would, but you're absolutely right.
Yeah, it was just it's the coolest fingerprint about who you were when you made it in some ways. You don't realize it when you're doing it because you're just trying to make something that you're proud of and you believe in and you love it, and you don't know if it's going to work till you get to the end. But a number of years later, you look at it and you're like, man, that's so me. It's so cool. It's such a weird, it's such a cool reflection you get to do.
No, and if you get to do it, I mean, it's funny because people are always saying to me you're so casual about what you've done, and I'm like, well, I'm just a fan. I'm like, ooh, I get to make a 1/8 scale model of the submarine car from The Spy Who Loved Me, which I put pictures up on Instagram. Isn't this fucking awesome?
Yeah.
And so, I'm sure with you guys, it's hard. It's hard to get people because people perceive you differently. They think, I don't know, directors are. Should we all be wearing berets and
Yeah. Oh,
it's such a
everybody
weird.
Thinks Drew and I are rich off The Wretched.
Oh my god, dude!
We're just kind of I still live in the same apartment I live in when I made The Wretched.
Nobody, people think we're all rich. I'm like, we all get fucked by our distributors, first of all, and there's very few people are rich, and the funny thing is, I once heard someone say about the wine industry. You need to have a small fortune in order to make a big fortune in the wine business, meaning you already have to be rich. If you don't already have a small fortune, don't get into the wine business.
Yeah.
And I feel that way. I feel that way about Hollywood. Independent filmmaking is not what it was. Like, you can't, go rent a CP16 and shoot something. John Carpenter could have made Dark Star and have somebody buy it and go, let's make this into a feature.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, like, now nobody's shooting for, like, you're lucky if you shoot more than like 14 days, which is crazy because, like, it just takes time to shoot a good movie. The time is the biggest thing. It's not like talent, it's time. It's how much time you have to shoot that movie. It's like, it's like.
Well, so I did this audio drama, and Max Allan Collins wrote a screenplay based on a novella, same character and all this.
Yeah.
And I read the script, and I'm like, okay, so we're going to shoot this it's going to be a 30-day shoot. And everyone's like, well, why can't we do it in 18 days? I'm like, no. No, we can't.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, I'm like, what you don't understand is we are competing with $200 million movies.
Exactly.
And that $200 million movie might be 2 hours long. And so might our $2 million, $5 million, whatever.
Yeah.
So you have $200 million movies competing with $5 million movies. They're both 2 hours long. So the thing is, the expectation from the audience is they have to feel that they might, you get Red 1, where you get The Rock looking for Santa Claus and all the special effects. Or tonight, I just watched, last night now, I watched Steven Soderbergh's Black Bag. I hadn't seen it. I
haven't seen it yet. I heard it's good.
I loved it. I had no idea it was like a drawing room story, where it's basically characters literally sitting around a table talking to each other. Totally riveting, like a David Mamet thing, kind of like My Dinner with a Super Spy kind of a thing.
Yeah.
I loved it, and he shoots his own stuff, edits his own movies. I mean, this movie is not Endgame or Infinity War. And I looked at it's the same amount of time, but I'm still riveted because it's the story and the movie. And that's where it comes down. That's where it comes down to. And so doing The Wretched Devourers, is it The Wretched Devourers? I'm still trying to get it.
It's The Wretched Devourers.
I got it. So The Wretched Devourers, which, by the way, is a great, first of all, it promises something.
Yeah.
Someone's going to get eaten. People are going to die.
More than one people get eaten. So.
And by the way, that's as a child at heart, crazy witches eating people, devouring. That's it. That's what I want to see. Yeah. With your character design, bring her back, bring it back, bring them back.
Our only person back from the first movie is the woman who played our witch creature, and there's going to be a lot of body horror and gore in this one. Like, I would say it's about 10 times as much as the last. We're spending quite a bit of money on practical effects. So,
Brett, that is the way to go. Now let me ask you this: in the wake of movies like The Substance, which I kind of loved that it brought it to the mainstream and all, but that David Cronenberg had. I'm like, that guy's been slinging the hash for 50 years, and The Substance comes along, some French woman undercuts what he's, whatever, it's fine. It was great for everybody.
Yeah.
But horror now is more bankable, I think, more respectable than it's ever been. Body horror especially, because, I mean, we're literally injecting ourselves with Ozempic. God knows what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So we've never been in a better body horror place. Yeah. So how have you, in the interim of the 5 years since, or the 6 years since The Wretched, what did you guys do? What have you brought to the story? What are you excited about?
I'm trying not to spoil it, but like,
don't spoil it.
We had ideas for the first one that we couldn't do because of either limitations or they just didn't fit in that story. And this one, well, okay, I'll put it this way. This is like the most technical, boring way to put it. Is we showed the first movie to Sam Raimi right when we finished it. We had a private screening and we showed it to him
because he's from your neck of the woods.
Yeah. He's a good dude, and we've known him since we were kids. And we showed it to him, and he really liked the movie. In fact, weirdly, he lifted a shot from our movie and put it in something else he did, which we're really proud of. But weirdly, but he kind of like, he was like, "Hey guys," he was like, "You know, like when you do a scare," and he wasn't referring to our movie specifically. He's like, "I always have to spend like a whole day shooting that horror scene, like a whole day." So Drew and I, when we're putting this movie together, and we were kind of like, you know, we were always shooting on horror scenes, but also shooting like 3 dialogue scenes or something else in a day. And we're like, we got to raise enough money, and we're going to shoot this movie. And we do the horror scenes, we're shooting that a whole day. So we blocked out 5 days on the schedule that are key horror sequences. And we're shooting a horror sequence that the whole day, that's all we're fucking doing. And they're all kind of crazy and nuts. And we kind of love them. And we kind of feel like we're like, this is our fucking Aliens, Terminator 2, Wretched 2 movie. And I hope people feel it, and I hope they know what it is. But it's like, we're going to go for it. And we'll see if we succeed. But I think it's fucking cool. And I hope people like it. But it's like, we're going big. And I'm just excited to kind of show people what this is. Because I think it's going to be, we're making this movie so that, like, if you saw the first movie, cool. If you didn't, doesn't matter. It's a good movie.
You know? It really is. It really is. I mean, I adore The Wretched. Yeah. It's really a good movie.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm going to end this show now because my God, I was like, Dave's like, we should do Midnight Metal, but we have to go only for like 2 hours. I'm like, sure. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Yeah. But I'm going to clip out this segment and put it on the thing and do The Wretched 2 is coming. Oh, but you guys, cool, both of you guys have always been so supportive of me. Thank you so much in this channel, course, and you've come on.
Show. It's so cool, man. And I'm on your side with Superman, by the way. I want it to be awesome. I think.
I know, great. Like, why wouldn't we want it to be?
I'm so excited. I think it looks amazing.
I do too, man. As I think it is. Look, you know what's funny though? The Wretched. I would say if you love The Wretched, you're gonna love James Gunn's Superman. Because, I know it's a crazy thing to say, but The Wretched, the kind of, there's a whimsy to it. I mean, when you're going to have a crone witch in the woods or something, there is a sensibility you guys have that James Gunn would appreciate and understand.
Well, hey, if you ever see James Gunn, we pitched a really good version of Dead Man to DC a few years ago.
Oh, dude.
That would fit really good in with what he wants to do. And Drew and I love it. And we're always like, fucking A.
By the way, you know what? James Gunn is the guy who would love, first of all, I'm sure he's seen The Wretched. He probably loves it. Yeah. He probably doesn't know, but you guys doing Dead Man? I mean, here's the thing. That's exactly, I think, what James Gunn's trying to do. Yeah. Like, if you guys did a Dead Man movie, it would be more along, it doesn't have to be so totally integral to the rest of, it's like if James Mangold can do a Swamp Thing movie, a Dead Man movie, and by the way, you cannot tell me,
it's really good.
James Gunn knows Dead Man.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a good idea. You guys should.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't want to take away from The Wretched Devourers. I don't want to take away from that. But, I mean, James Gunn made Slither and Super before he made Guardians. Mm-hmm. Why shouldn't
he's my people, man?
Why? Yeah. And by the way, if first of all, he probably would say to you, you had me when you said Dead Man, you had me at hello.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, well, I've got a pitch for Wonder Woman, Batman. No, Dead Man. James Gunn's like, you're in. Done. Can we make him another character in Creature Commandos Season 2? Sure. Here's the movie.
Yeah.
I mean, by the way, that movie it doesn't cost much, right?
Nope. Not a lot.
Well, that's the whole thing.
Bullshit.
Let's make a Dead Man movie. Why isn't there a Blumhouse version of DC?
I don't know.
By the way, I did 20 years ago. Well, actually, I had proposed this. I had done a whole proposal that I after The Hills Run Red. I'm like, why don't we do a bunch of live action DC movies with characters that don't cost lots of money? And my first character that I wanted to direct was Animal Man. I wanted to do, you know,
Grant Morrison's Animal.
Yes,
yeah.
Part of it was the family, and it was the Coyote Gospels weaved into this very mundane, we're going to save the environment story. So why not do that? Why is not DC doing it over many different platforms? I mean, I'm sure they thought about it, but I wouldn't want to be James Gunn. The entire fucking studio, an entire studio is, and here's the thing, they're gonna know on one Friday afternoon whether it worked or not.
Oh yeah, it's going to be like a one-day thing, and we're gonna be
they have a one-day thing. They're gonna know, and if it doesn't work, they're finished. A lot of people, these movie pundits, do not get this. They'll have the preview night Thursday, which is they already know what that is because it's already sold out.
Yeah.
That next day.
Yeah.
I can't even. I can't. And I know James. I really like him. I mean, I don't know him. I haven't talked to him much, but we made something together 20 years ago, and I just like.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan, but nobody understands. He's got one day.
Yeah.
Where he's fucked. Not only is he fucked, the entire studio is fucked.
Yeah. All the
Supergirl is fucked. The Lanterns is fucked. Peacemakers, it's all fucked.
But at the same time, every time I see a trailer and every time I see that guy talk, I'm kind of like, he knows what he's doing.
Yes.
He's trusting his gut, and that's what you want more than anything. It's a guy who's like, I want to make this movie. I made it. It is what it is. That's what I wanted to make. Even if it, go into the future, I don't love the movie. The guy made the movie he wanted to make. That's the most important thing.
You know what? It's a big swing. Yeah. And in this day, I mean, I love it. And I also love that you, Los Bros Pierce, Brett Pierce, you and your brother, your father, who imported the girl from was it New Zealand?
New Zealand, yes. Yeah.
Oh my God, she's a hottie.
She's the best. Yeah, she's the best, man. Hey, everybody should date or marry a New Zealand girl.
Okay. I lived in New Zealand. I worked on Lord of the Rings behind the scenes. When I saw that girl on social media, I'm like... By the way, the great thing about those girls is they're all so very kinky. They have a very kinky. Yeah, they're the girls from New Zealand because they live in a they're in a. But there is a certain thing, the accent. It's all so good, good. I wasn't going to say anything, but now since we're talking about it, well done, sir.
Oh, thank you. I'm very happy about it. She's a winner. So.
I could have told you that without having you to be on the show. Yeah. So well done. I mean, no, but look, I lived in New Zealand for a long period of time. I love the country. I love the people. It's what I love. Not just the fact that because they're so remote, they're a pretty kinky bunch, which is great, and I love that. They really are, and there's nothing
I think I'm getting down to why you want to go back to New Zealand. Right?
Well, no. But here's the thing about New Zealand: they can do anything. Yeah. People in New Zealand can do anything. They're like, "What do you want? What do you need done?" And you could be like, "Well, I need a rainbow bridge built between these two peaks, and I need shooting stars to come over." And they'll be like, "Okay," and they'll
they go, "Oh yeah."
Yeah, all right, man. It's all right. Yes, all right, okay. And the funny thing is, they'll come to you 6 hours later and go, "All right, here it is. What do you think?" Yeah, okay. It's fantastic. And but the funny thing is, anything goes. They're all about the sensual pleasures of the world, because that country is about. I mean, you go to the beaches in New Zealand, and there's signs like you can only take this many fish or this many mussels out of the water. I mean, it's so great. And then underneath,
they love their land in a way I wish everybody did. They're kind of like, this is a land that we respect and we love it so much. Like, I'm like, I wish I felt this way about Michigan.
Oh my, dude,
man, it's beautiful, man. Yeah.
My favorite experience, my favorite thing that happened when I was in New Zealand was it was on Lord of the Rings, and I got obsessed with cricket because we don't have cricket here. So I was going to cricket games, and I don't even remember. I can't remember the girl on the crew. I don't remember her name. She said, you know, we have a great cricket stadium, and you see it. They did the Urukai chants. They recorded it in this cricket stadium in Wellington.
Yeah.
So I went to the cricket match, you know, and I was going to learn cricket and see how it was and all that. So then I was asked, would you like to play cricket?
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. And they told me that, okay, Sunday we're going to have a cricket match. And you come to the place where they're doing it, you know, right outside. This is all in Wellington, right outside of Wellington. Come to Wellington and play cricket. I'm like, okay. The time to show up was like 10 a.m. Everyone shows up at 10 a.m. Like cars come in. In L.A., if you told people to show up at 10 a.m., half of them would show up at like 11:45.
Noon.
No, I'm noon. I mean, it was everybody shows up, and not only does everyone show up, we're fucking playing cricket by like 10:10. And I'm playing, and it was amazing, and it was fun. And then like when the first inning was over, like 2 hours later, at noon, okay, we're breaking. Everybody shows. They run out to their cars. They open up their trunks. They all have like unbelievable slabs of salmon and the greatest seafood ever. And everybody
best
starts.
Food ever.
My God, they're putting up grills and all this, and everyone's like, it's unfucking believable. And they're cooking the greatest seafood ever. It's amazing. And there's kids there. I was like, there were kids here? They were always here, but then suddenly they're rambunctious. And like, it was so incredible. And we have the best lunch ever, and then we play the second inning. Everything is cleaned up. You'd never know we were there.
Yeah.
And I was like, in Los Angeles, if you tried to have a Sunday afternoon cricket game, you'd invite 60 people or whatever. 2 might show up. 3 might show up. And they might bring something out that they'd have some butlers show up and go, here's a... This was... The people that live in New Zealand, as you know, greatest people in the world. They are
Kiwis are the best, man.
Kiwis are, and they love movies too.
Yeah, they love movies. Yeah, and they're not full of themselves. They just like love to work on stuff.
Now I gotta ask you.
Yeah.
There's a Kiwi band I'm totally obsessed with. Yeah. Called Fat Freddy's Drop.
Oh yeah. Amy plays them all the time.
Bro.
I know you're talking
I saw them live twice. If you go onto YouTube and you watch, there's one with a kind of a roly-poly dude in a big tight sweat. Fat. One of the greatest concert experiences I ever had was in downtown Auckland, seeing Fat Freddy's Drop. Oh, they're like the Pink Floyd of the South Seas. Amy, you tell Amy that Rob Burnett tells you that Fat Freddy's Drop, because you have to kind of be there. You can't. They're the most improv. It is the most amazing shit ever.
It's the most chill summer day kind of type thing. It's so cool.
There's even a video where they like are in a summer day thing, like they show up at like a farmhouse, and they. So if you people watching right now, it's now 2:30. We're almost 6 hours into the show. Yeah. I'm going to let you go, Brett Pierce.
All right, man.
Because I got to. But thank you very much for being here. I'm going to go full screen on you. Please tell anyone, first of all, where can people find you online? What's coming on? The Wretched Devours. What's going on?
It's, well, we're shooting it this fall, and hopefully you'll see it about a year later. But maybe you'll see me on here before that. Who knows?
Well, okay. And where can people find The Wretched right now?
Wretched right now is on Shudder. It's also on AMC Plus. might be on Tubi. Actually, I don't know, but I know it's for sure on Shudder and AMC Plus, so you can see it on there. So.
And should we give a shout out to your brother who's not here? I mean, your compatriot. I mean, I just want to make sure that he gets some due.
No, it's okay. It's my brother. I make everything with him. He's the less talented brother, but it's fine. No. Yeah. But it's cool, Rob. I'll see you soon, guys.
Brett Pierce, thank you for coming on the show. It's great to have you here. I want to thank everybody for listening to this show, being here. I want to thank Dave Parker for suggesting this show. He's like, where's the fun? I'd say right here. I mean, Brett Pierce and his brother, The Wretched's pretty fucking fun. Go find it. Dieter Bastian got us the German media books. Thank God. You know what? Brett Pierce, The Wretched, Devourer with
an S.
Okay. The Wretched Devours. One damn it again. I just think, look, just give me an image. I'll be fine. The Wretched Devours. If you haven't seen The Wretched, find it. It's so much fun. And I want to thank everybody for being here on Midnight Metal, episode number 92, the randomest show on the YouTubes ever. And you never know who's going to be on it. I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank my moderating staff. I want to thank everybody who generously supports this channel with super chats and tips. I'm going to be here in mere hours with Dieter Bastian talking about why I clonk my head with the new Sean Connery Steelbook collection of his James Bond movies. And that said, Brett Pierce, take us out. Give me one line of wisdom. What is the wisdom?
You know, just like what you like and make the shit you want to make.
Make the shit you want to make. That's the greatest thing I've ever heard. Thank you, Brett Pierce. And for all of you, everybody, thank you all very much. It has been great to have you here. And Brett Pierce, dude, thank you so much. I will, Brett's gone. I want to thank everybody for being here. And you know what? Isn't it nice when you meet people that are excited and fascinated and really love what they're doing? It's pretty great. That's why we do, well, what we do. And can you see? I'm trying to figure out, like, with all the windows I have open, how can I turn this show off? I don't even know. Oh, now I finally got there, and I can't. I can't turn it off. In a world. Why don't I just keep talking? All right. Hey, if you love this channel, if you're a member, or if you're anyone, it's now 2:40 a.m. Pacific time. I will be back here at 11 o'clock, 11 a.m. Pacific time with Mr. Dieter Bastian. Oh, my God. We're going to talk about all kinds of new physical media.